Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to the H1Z1 Elite Series here in Atlanta, Georgia. I mean,
we're in Atlanta, Georgia.
We're in Atlanta, Georgia, man. We are at DreamHack. We got 2 tournaments going on here this weekend for anybody that wasn't here yesterday. We have the Solos event going on, which we did the qualifiers for yesterday. We're going right into the team qualifiers right now. Tonight at 10, we've got the solo finals. We got 120 players here this weekend, 24 teams, all competing for their cut of $250,000 in prizing. It's going to be awesome.
It is going to be really incredible. I'm excited to actually switch things up today, get our focus in on teams, and then move back to the solos tonight for those grand finals.
We got everything today, man. We got teams and solos.
Today is the most stacked day. This is
Absolutely.
the best day to be actually watching H1Z1 live from DreamHack.
Yeah. But before we get ahead of ourselves, we're going to go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Jason, a.k.a. Supersonic. I've been a caster in the H1Z1 community for a while now. Done things like TwitchCon. We're on the scrims for all these guys so that they can get some practice in before we get to tournaments. So I do a lot of stuff back in the community, and I have the pleasure of casting with Rich today. And I can't say it's your first time casting H1Z1 anymore because you killed it yesterday. But go ahead and introduce yourself, man.
Yeah, so my name's Rich. I've been casting for about a year over at MLG. Been casting a bunch of different games from World of Warcraft to Hearthstone, a little bit of Call of Duty, a little bit of this and that. But yesterday I got to get my hands dirty, jump in for the solo qualifiers for the first time with H1Z1. And now, like we mentioned, we get to switch it up and start off the team action today.
Yeah, absolutely. And for all the new viewers out there, we're going to go ahead and just break down the game real quick, just in case anybody doesn't know what's going on. So we are playing H1Z1. It is a massive arena shooter. What that means, we got all these guys dropping in on a 100-square-kilometer map, nothing but the clothes on their back. They've got to find their weapons. They got to find their vehicles. They got to find med kits to heal with, armors, materials to make new armors, everything. They got to drop down and grab everything. Then they need to use those resources and ammo to fight off the toxic gas, which is going to force these guys closer and closer together and fend off the players to be the last team standing today.
Yeah, and if you haven't watched before, or even if you're watching yesterday, it's going to play out in a similar fashion every time. When the players drop in, they're going to have a looting phase to get those resources to last for the duration of the game. After that, we'll move into the mid-game, where we start to see much higher engagements. We start to see a war of attrition, where they try to take the resources off of each other. Then we get to your favorite part of the game.
My favorite part of the game, the powder keg at the end of the match, where the first team opens up on somebody and things go crazy. So you'll see a lot of these guys, most likely, I'd say about 50 out of 60 players making it to these last final circles. Somebody's going to open up on someone, and then we're just going to see everybody start dropping. You're going to see teams making flanks on each other, using smokes, trying to outmaneuver the other players and get the best spot in the safe zone to make sure they can make it to the end.
I mean, we should really talk about, too, very quickly, how different is today going to look when we jump into teams compared to the solo queues meta-wise and how the game actually plays out?
Yeah, absolutely. So today's going to play out, I would say it's slightly slower, but the end is going to be a lot more fast-paced. Yeah. These guys are going to be able to get a lot more information than you can do as a single player, whereas a single player, you can only look so much. With 5 guys, you can position yourself well enough to see all angles, so you know where a lot of other players are, and you can make decisions on where you're going. So it slows the game down just a little bit in that mid-game. We're not going to see as many fights, but the end game is going to be insane.
Yeah, we should talk about who exactly is going to be playing those games out. Of course, we have 2 groups, and there are going to be 12 teams of 5. Each are going to play 2 matches. It's similar to the qualifiers that we had yesterday. Split up into 2 groups, 2 matches, and then we take the top teams and they advance. It's going to be the top 3 teams from each group, and then plus we're going to add the 7th overall team. And they're going to join the top 5 teams from Fight for the Crown. And then we move to the grand finals for the team. So as you can see with this graphic, we have that all put out for you here. So the 5 teams are already waiting in the grand finals, and then we're going to do these qualifying matches starting off with Group A.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have CLG, Obey, Denial, World's Best, and LG, who all qualified by placing in the Fight for the Crown tournament earlier this year. Those guys are all going to be there. And then once we're done here, we're going to be going into the solo finals at 10 p.m. Eastern, and then again tomorrow we've got the finals for the team qualifiers going at, I believe, noon tomorrow Eastern time.
Yeah, I believe that is correct. And the big thing is, too, today, when we actually start to look at these teams and we look at the solos that we already have seen for the guys to qualify for that grand final, we're going to start to see some overlap with names, which is going to allow us to make some predictions when we get in today.
Yep.
And also it's going to allow us some predictions for the grand finals tomorrow. I'm so excited for this entire day. But before we get started, I want to thank everyone who helped make this event possible. Big thanks to Aces Republic of Gamers, and also big thanks to Corsair for supplying buying all the. We have a lot of computers to make this tournament run. We have over 60 computers back there. Absolutely insane. So thank you to Asus and also thank you to Corsair for the peripherals.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't do it without them. But let's go ahead and jump into Group A and kind of talk about some of these teams and maybe some of the players that we saw yesterday and some players that maybe weren't in the solos that we can talk about. So we've got teams coming in from all over the world. We've got PYD, who's actually a team that didn't play a lot in the scrims, but they're all known just absolute monsters in the community. There's a guy named Illusions that's just a absolute slayer on that team. I'm really excited to see them play at LAN because I haven't personally got to cast them playing a game because they play on the Asia region.
Yeah, they're coming all the way over from China. So that is going to be really exciting to see these players come over and play in the NA. Very excited to see that. Another team who made quite a trek over here, of course, is going to be Team Vitality, that EU squad that is going to be here today. Yeah, so Team Vitality's been playing with each other for quite a while. I expect them to do fairly well. They're a consistent team. So we'll see if they show up. And we've got other really large teams in here, too. I'm actually really excited personally. One of the teams that I'm going to be putting a focus on is Impact Gaming, just based off of the solos. I mean, we had players like Carta, Jeesh, and Shellshock. All of these guys, seeing them play incredibly well in the early phases of those qualifiers, but not necessarily getting the placings that we expected to see them get. Jeesh in particular. So I really want to see what Jeesh can do when he jumps in with his full team today and see if he can get the placings that I really think he deserves. Yeah, absolutely. I think Jeesh and Carter are going to step up today, and we're gonna see Impact definitely try to make a splash here. I think they're going to do really well. We've also got big teams like Echo Fox here that have all the legends on it. We've got Mini, 10K, CBK Flame on there, Jerk Chicken. Absolute monster team. So we're going to have guys like that going. But we are ready, actually, for Game 1. We're going to go ahead and hop over to Fort Destiny. Let's do it. Start checking out these guys. So a little bit different from yesterday, one of the things that we can see here is that all the players are color highlighted. So you'll see teams. Everybody's going to be matched so that we can spot who's with who a little bit easier, and that'll make it a little bit easier for the people at home. Yeah, so definitely start to get a feel for who is playing on what color right now. Get that locked in your head. Going to make it much easier to spectate. But before we jump in, how different do we expect this looting phase to be? If you are watching for the first time, we talked a lot about the strategy with solos yesterday, right? You want to get in, you want to grab a certain amount of helmets to keep yourself safe. You want to start to get your entire rig together. What do you want to do as a team? As a team, it's going to slow down a little bit because you have to get loot for everybody. You're now looting for 5 people, not 1, but you still need to travel as a group. You need to be close enough to each other that if somebody else lands near you and a fight happens, you need to be able to assist your other guys. So the looting phase slows down a little bit. It lasts a little longer in 5s than it does in solos. So we're going to see that last a slightly longer. We're probably going to see at least 1 each game, though, where 2 guys land close to each other. And then it's a decision of, do we 100% disengage and just run opposite directions of each other? Or does one team think that they got weapons, got ARs and shotguns, and maybe the other team got pistols? Do they take a fight early? I don't think these guys at LAN want to take a fight early. An early fight where you can sometimes get away with it in solos, you do not want to be in a fight early game in teams. And we're going straight into the match here, and we've got a little bit different. As you see, they spawn as teams, so it doesn't look quite as spread. It's going to be a little bit harder to determine gas circles in this, but I'll go ahead and guess, and I'm going to guess north, and then I'm going to be completely wrong, so I'm not saying west or east. I'll let you do that. It's going to be west. We're going to go with that. The other thing that is really interesting that we started to talk about a little bit is actually how the mid-game plays out. You have bodies as a resource in teams. You don't have that in solos. So you actually have a man advantage, things like that, so you want to be paying close attention to that resource. So those kills in the beginning, like you mentioned, it's very, very scary because you're not just playing for yourself. You're playing for your entire team. If you're playing the solo queue, if you go in, you set yourself up for a lot of success if you take someone down. If you lose a man and you're playing down as 4, what are the chances of actually coming out on top? Your odds go down. Every time you lose a player, you get extremely lower percentage chances. I would say that in 5s, if you can have your full 5-man team up at the end, you get down to those last 2 teams, one of them's not going to have a full 5, 9 out of 10 times. So typically that team that can keep their entire team alive while eating away at other people's helmets, resources, cars, definitely cars. If you can eliminate cars, also we're going to see a lot more use of ATVs. So ATVs come in 5s a lot more than they do in solos, because if you put everybody in one car and a car gets blown up, you lose your whole team.
Or you hop in time, the car blows up, and you all take 80 damage, 70 damage, somewhere there, and then people just clean you up with a couple shots.
Exactly.
So a lot of guys, we saw it with Denial. They did it in the Fight for the Crown, and they were literally just a pack, like Flying V on the ATV. So it's really cool to see these guys use it, and it allows you to do a lot more fast flanks, so you can kind of spread out around somebody and just come in full force.
Yeah, we were talking about all the different strategies that can actually happen in fives. I'm really excited to see them play out. But the big thing that you started to touch on, too, when you talk about those resources, obviously all of the players on your team, your most valuable resource. But when we get to that mid-game, we saw it yesterday, right? You want to be picking off people's helmets. You want to be picking off their armor, because then when you get to that final fight, they run out of resources. They may run out of smokes. In this, going to be brought up to the next level, really trying to tax your opponent, trying to take those cars away. And we will have to see that play out. One of the most interesting things that you were telling me about is how they actually get the flanks going, and how they actually maybe drop one guy out of the car, have him stay behind, and then he comes into the last second to try to clean up.
Use of ridges and cars and being able to effectively pull attention to yourself, where guys will come by, drop. I was telling you, they'll basically come by, drop a guy off at a ridge and keep driving. He'll jump out while it's full speed, so you don't necessarily know that he's there. He's blind. You can't. Or you're blind, you don't see him hop out, and they come out and they hop out on the other side and fight. You think they're there, and your attention's over here, and the one guy's got the angle, and he just starts ripping you apart. So that's a big one that a lot of teams like to do.
Yeah, just want to clear up really quick for all you watching at home. The reason we are not in the game right now, we had a little bit of a false start. We're getting everything set up, and we should be jumping back in just a second here. But this gives us a little bit of time to actually unpack all of the teams that we didn't even touch, because there are some big names here that we have not spoken about, like. Honestly, Team Nefarious, one of the reasons I'm excited for them is I just want to see I just want to see Milky Day go off again. Seeing Milky Day yesterday, Milky Day played absolutely out of his mind, and Keebler played well as well. Not seeing quite as much out of some of the other players, so getting to see them shine today will be fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see them play. I'm looking to see if maybe Team Allure can show up the way P90 did in solo qualifiers yesterday, taking second overall in her division.
P90 played so well yesterday.
That sneak up on Shurima, watching it happen in slow motion as she came up behind him was nutty.
I think I was talking at that point, like I was casting it, and you got up and
I was
like, you were like
sitting here like this. I was just like, oh,
looking.
Oh, he doesn't see it coming. Oh, it's going to be so bad. Open my eyes, gone. And then she took out another one. Then she finally went down, but she absolutely crushed that game.
Top 5 moments from the event.
That was one of my That was one of my favorites. Yeah, that was definitely one of my favorites from yesterday.
Pretty clear what top moment is.
Yeah.
I think that's
Teaksy. Have you guys heard of this guy, Teaksy? He's amazing.
Did you find him? I found him on Twitter.
I found him on Twitter, too.
His handle is @Teaksy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you guys want to go follow him, go ahead and shoot him a follow. I know he a bunch of people actually clipped it out. He retweeted it, those final moments there.
Yeah,
you could hear us losing our mind.
Here's the thing. Do we see something of that epic proportion again today? I mean, that was only game 4, and it was a qualifier match. We weren't even in finals yet.
That was a big thing you were talking about yesterday.
Dude,
we walked off, like the second that we finished, we walked off, we walk over, and we're hanging out with everyone from Daybreak, and you just kind of you were like, how do we top that?
Yeah, I looked at him. I was like, cool, we announced Sweden, and we're in game 4 of the series. It's at 4 different stops, and we may have just had the play of the whole series in the qualifiers.
And that's a good point. We didn't even bring up Sweden today. This H1Z1 Elite Series is not stopping at DreamHack Atlanta. We are going to be back in DreamHack Winter live from Sweden. So this show is going on the road, and we are going to be hitting a lot of these DreamHacks. Very excited to see this play out, especially with this format. I mean, how different has it been in your mind, having casted so much H1Z1, having seen so much H1Z1 be played, having these 2-game qualifiers? How much do you think it's changed the meta and the pace of the game for these players?
It absolutely changes it. It's great to see it. It's falling more in line with some of the things that a lot of the community was trying to do, where we're now getting multiple games rather than one-offs. So this format here is definitely my favorite format for a big event that we've had so far. Definitely a big play.
It's awesome to see. Like, look at Dropped yesterday. You know, that having that, like, he had absolute incredible performance and then one not so great performance, but he's still going to be getting first place is going to be enough to guarantee him that spot. But that's enough talk, and we're going to jump right in to the first game of Group A team qualifiers. And we are seeing the players parachute in right now.
Yep, and here we are with P90, who we were just talking about, and she's going to be dropping in with her team. Danny there at the south side of the warehouses is actually going to be their shot caller. So we'll see how their strategies work out. And that's a big thing here in 5s too, is listening to your shot caller. Where it matters in other shooters, in this one, it is a split second. Whether you think it's a good call or not, the majority of the time, your shot caller says something and you do it immediately, even if it's a bad play. Because if you don't all commit to the play, it's an even worse play, and there's no chance of it working. So we'll see how quickly these guys all jump on target. If you can get 5 guns on one target, they're going to drop really fast.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen how quickly someone can drop in a gunfight with just one gun on them. So having multiple crosshairs, going to be able to tear people down quick. And as we can see right now, that is going to be team vitality all inside of this car.
Yeah, so we got 3 of them taken off, and it looks like they're going to head out of PV to try and get out to the edges of the map to get some loot. And it looks like we got 3 here, so I'm assuming that we got 2 more somewhere else that got a vehicle or landed outside, and they're going to pick them up. Sometimes you do a little bit of a split spawn because you need to get loot early. So if you can get one car and all those guys can loot their own area and then come through and sweep them all up, you can get a lot more loot for your team quicker, but you do put your players at risk if they end up landing next to another team.
And as we can see here, Crumb did find that ATV, but going to choose to take the truck out of where he initially landed.
Yeah, a new change with the truck that makes it a little bit more usable now versus previous patches is that it takes no damage from destructible items. So if it runs through a fence, if it runs through a mailbox, if it runs through something that the car can destroy, it takes 0 damage from it. It's a tank in those scenarios, but it is a slower ride and has a bigger window on it, so it's easier to get shot out of.
But that's one of those things where you actually have those interesting decisions come up. Like there is a case where it is going to be preferable
great
to
in
have
residentials.
them.
They're great in residentials to sit here and get lines because you can just drive through a backyard, take out some walls, drop guys in each building, and each one of them has a ton of cover in that backyard.
This is looking great for PYD here. They have free reign. They're going to be getting massive amounts of loot at this portion of the game, and when they actually need to rotate out from this area, they do have this police car as well. So this squad getting set up very quickly here, and now we are going to see that initial ring on the map, and look, we called it right.
We called it last game on the restart there. So we called it on the last one, but we got it.
You know what? We got to take credit for it.
We just got to do it early, man.
We called that safe zone correctly. We were off to a great start here today from DreamHack Atlanta.
Look at this spread. So we've got a couple teams here in PV, but they're all pretty spread out. PYD has that whole area to themselves. They should get fairly looted there. Mock it with all of Ranchito. And IG, Impact Gaming's got to be extremely happy. Not seeing anybody land near them in Harris Bluffs, to having an entire city to yourself is huge. Eco's going to have all of Cranberry. There's a lot of spread with teams. All these guys were in solos, you get a couple people in each area. You're not going to have that happen here.
Particularly interesting to me is seeing how Echo Fox is going about looting there. We, of course, saw them in the southwest portion of the map. They are the most spread out team individually, right? We see good spread between the teams, but they're actually spread amongst their own teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was talking about. So one of them or 2 of them will grab vehicles. The other ones will kind of spread out, get their own little areas to loot so that they can get fully looted off the first place they hit. And then they'll come through, sweep them up, and immediately start moving for the safe zone to get their spot kind of etched out. If you can get an early spot and get the right spot, you can hold it for a long time. And these guys have gone through and mapped out the whole map and found places that gives all 5 of their guys great angles and great cover positions.
And now with this particular safe zone, now that we do know what the safe zone is going to be, how do we expect the later portions of the game to play out? We haven't seen this safe zone really in this tournament.
We haven't, and if it goes up into the Harris Ridge, not the bluffs, not the city, but the actual ridge up there, there is some crazy spots up there that are super strong. There's 2 or 3 up there that if the teams that get there early, if they can hold those spots, will put themselves in great positions to make it into the final stage and qualify.
So in teams,
yep.
Unlike solos, how quickly do they want to be rotating to the safe zone to try to set themselves up?
It really depends on the amount of medical supplies that they find as a group. If you've got 8, 9, 10 med kits each, you can sit there and ride the gas for a little bit if you think that you're the farthest from the safe zone and you're not going to make it to that center point and find that good spot, and you can kind of rotate in and then wait for other teams to push up into those spots and then kind of come up behind them and sweep up both teams, kind of mop up the mop up the chaos.
Yeah, we are going to have to see how this looting phase does go because we are getting pretty far through it right now. On your screen right now, though, you can see Mini from Echo Fox, and this was a big name that we were talking about all day yesterday. If you are no stranger to H1Z1, you are definitely going to know this name. One of the big guys setting up a bunch of different tournaments in the community, and a big reason that we are where we are today, and also an absolute beast inside of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Minnie and Howie are both monsters. Howie's been a top slayer for a long time, since the early days of the game. Same with Minnie. They're going to have this hospital all to themselves. Hospital used to be a bit more loot. It doesn't have quite as much loot because it was overpowered at one point. If you got hospital and you landed there, you could literally kit up an entire 5-man team off the one building. So they have fixed that, so that's why they've only got 2 guys there. If we had gone back a few patches, we probably would have seen the whole 5s team all at one spot, and Echo Fox wouldn't be split at all.
Yeah, right now, though, they are choosing to make that split. We're going to take a look over at these boys right now as they start to peel out with 2 vehicles.
Yeah, so we got Nefarious there driving around. I know that you're looking to see Milky Day from them go back off. That shotgun,
incredible.
That shotgun was nasty. We're going to see a lot less shotguns, too.
Yeah, that peak fire really doesn't work quite as well when you are in that team scenario, so we might see some different play out of them. We're going to have to see if Milky Day can adapt here to a more rifling style.
Yeah, he definitely can. I've seen him play. He can handle himself with a rifle. He'll be fine, especially in the team shot scenario. And we've got Impact Gaming here, guys, that we were talking about before the start, and they're already trying to take a high point and just see the entire safe zone. And we do have the bombs coming over the top here.
Yeah, those bombs are going to drop, and that also means that there is going to be that air supply. So we might see some of the teams try to rotate over to that, get some advantage, get some additional resources.
Yep, and we have the smoke here coming up off of that thing, and it could. So in 5s, so this is actually something that we didn't talk about. So in 5s, you can get the hunting rifle, but there's a chance for more than 1 laminated armor in there. So
you can get 2 lammies, right?
You can get 2 lammies out of it, and what'll happen is you'll see them smoke it off. A guy will go in, and the rest of the team will kind of circle. One guy will go in there and get it, and he'll pull it, put it on, throw it to the ground, and pull the other one out, so that his teammate doesn't have to come in and do the opening process of the crate, so that he can just run by, pick it up, and they can leave. Yeah.
So basically, the reason that they would be doing that is because the lammie's too heavy to actually throw it inside of your backpack.
Yeah. So they weigh 1,000, and your max capacity that eats up over right about half your capacity. And when you're talking about carrying the number of helmets these guys are carrying and the amount of ammo, it's not effective to carry. It's better to put 1 on each person, wear it, and carry all the craftable materials to make multiple makeshifts. So you very rarely see anybody carrying 2. The other thing that they do, though, if they find a bunch of them, is they start stashing them in the trunk of the car. So now you lose your 2 hit, you back out of the fight for a second, say, hey guys, I'm going to be right back, I'm out, I got to get a new lammy, go into the car, throw a new lammy on, go back out. And then once you run out of all the ones in the car, then you can switch over to makeshifts. Or the other thing teams do is that in these long-range fights, they don't expect, if you're going to die, you're going to get 2 tapped in the head. And we have shots coming out already here. Looks like TG, Team Gates, might have been firing onto one of the other teams. But what you'll do is you'll throw it on the ground. So you throw your lammy on the ground, because if you get body hit, you can back up, heal, pick it up, but you don't waste your resources. So you're protecting your resources by just not wearing them.
Really, really key to note just how important these resources are going to be in the game. Anything you can do to keep those lammies is going to be huge. And get back to what you were mentioning with pulling it out of that crate. That crate takes, what, 5-7 seconds to open?
3 to 5.
3 to 5.
I believe
Yeah,
it's 5. You're actually going to catch me on something here that I'm confused on because they changed it at one point. I think it's 5 seconds.
Yeah, that is quite a lot of time. So if you're dropping down that smoke, you want to get in, and the quickest play, the safest play, is to pick up that second lammy, drop it on the ground, and just have your teammate run through, spam, and interact. Then they don't have to actually wait that timeout to open it and pull out the lammy themselves. You don't have to put it in your backpack. Easy peasy, get everyone suited up. Now we are looking over at Team Vitality, and it appears that they've gotten a Jeep. This is an additional vehicle
they're going to grab another
them.
car. You're going to see the Jeep swap out. Gotaga is going to swap out and take the Rari, and he is going to take off in his cop car.
Now, is there any reason here to have a third teammate jump out and take the Jeep as well, or would you rather just have the 2 cop cars?
Having vehicles is always nice. It gives you more mobility. I don't dislike the idea of taking the car, but you're burning through gas when you're using 3. So if you're trying to keep all 3 the whole time, you have to continue to fuel them. So you're not actually you're not actually maintaining your vehicles the whole time. Eventually, you're gonna have to ditch one anyways because you don't want to split your gas cans across 3 vehicles most of the time. 2's pretty good.
Just
I don't like 3 cars.
You're basically just being inefficient if you go for that 3rd car here.
You drive 3 until one of them runs out of gas. Then you take the people out of the 3rd car and dump them into the other 2, and then split the gas between the 2 cars.
Yeah, exactly. Now we are looking at Team Nefarious right now. Pretty decent spread coming out here. Milky Day going to be on the far portion of your screen trying to grab some loot. And it looks like we are going to be jumping out of the game for just a second here. It looks like it's going to be a restart.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure why, but production will let us know in just a second here. But we saw quite a bit. We saw some shots ring out, and we saw that looting phase play out. So let's break it down and talk about what we expect to see when we do jump into this game.
Yeah, I mean, we expect to see basically what we were seeing happen right there. So you're going to see players. We heard a couple shots, but it's that, hey, this is my spot. Back off, and you don't want to get your car damaged that early. So you're going to see that happen quite a bit. You'll see a lot of guys fire opening shots. In solos, like let's say I throw a couple shots.
We were still pretty much in the looting phase too. That wasn't really anything like, I'm trying to.
Yeah, we were not to mid game. Mid game doesn't exist until the first circle closes. Until that second circle's announced, we're not in mid game yet.
Yeah. That wasn't anything like, I'm going to try to sink shots into this car. It's just like, hey, stay away. It's basically a posturing and a zoning technique to actually deny the area, let people know, hey, this is not worth taking this fight. We're just letting you know we're here.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing that happens in solos versus 5s is solos, if I tag you a couple times and I know I'm up 3 shots, I've got a Lammy on, you're at 50, 25, I might choose to press that fight.
Because you know it's a good fight.
In the mid games, in these longer range engagements, you don't have that option to press those fights. So what you end up doing instead is just eating away at resources. But when we get to the late game and the safe zone's in trees and teams are trying to outmaneuver each other, then you start seeing guys where they're forced by the gas to make a call, and I'm not sure. We'd probably be able to hear these guys, and they'll start yelling, all week, push, 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 and you'll just start seeing a full team just start throwing smokes out ahead of each other and just come blasting out of these smokes, guns blazing.
Man, I'm excited for that. That is something that I didn't even think about here. Obviously, we are at the event live with all of these players right behind us. We have every single player behind us right now on a computer, LAN together. We were just doing solos yesterday, so we didn't hear too many team calls or anything like that. I will say, though, these headphones, pretty good. We had a Waka Flocka concert right across from us while we were casting yesterday.
Until we kicked it up.
And then when we took the headset off, you could really notice that there was
I was able to hear it a little bit in the headset, and I was like, what is that? Yeah. Oh, okay, Waka Flocka is performing.
There was one point when I guess Waka Flocka had a light show, too, and not surprised coming in with stuff.
They were testing me for epilepsy.
One of them kept hitting me in the eye while I was trying to cast. It was definitely the gauntlet yesterday with that Waka Flocka concert. But today I would be really excited to actually hear the teams getting a little crazy, getting riled up, and trying to make those calls to each other.
Definitely. We'll be able to at least hear them a little bit in the background when we get to those final 4 or 5 teams, because the circle gets so small and it just turns into a smoke walls everywhere and gas, and these guys are just going to start calling, just screaming call-outs, and a lot of them we saw it like Fight for the Crown. So Yogi, who's actually in the finals, there's a little bit, we get a little bit of trash talk. We all love each other. You've seen, we travel, as a community, we travel as a 120-man group anywhere we go.
We have taken over Atlanta. We have absolutely taken over Atlanta.
If we go somewhere, H1Z1, if there's an H1Z1 event at anything, I don't care if it's TwitchCon, DreamHack, it is an H1 con, that is what it is.
It's just sheer numbers. No one can top it, right? I mean, you sit 60 players down for each game here at these events. So in total, it was what? We had like 100, it was like 140 players just for solos alone. And then you figure we bring in that additional amount for the teams. And there is overlap, but there are also players who are only playing teams or only playing solos. So you get in that position where we're over 200 players here in Atlanta, so we're just taking over the city. Can you imagine if we were in a smaller city? I don't know what it's going to look like when we get to Sweden. I haven't been there myself.
I've heard Sweden's nuts, man. I don't know if we're gonna we're gonna go hard. We're gonna go in there and try and take it over. But
100%. So I have one buddy who he's a caster and a streamer over in Sweden, and his dog has its own Twitter, and it's just pictures of it running through the fields in Sweden. The place looks absolutely beautiful.
One of the Daybreak employees has a dog that has its own Twitter.
What's up with dogs having their own Twitter nowadays?
I don't know. He's cute though.
Happens all the time.
It's a French bulldog, and his name's Leonardo. Leonardo the Frenchie.
I actually
love that dog.
I don't like French bulldogs, man. It's weird.
Well, I mean, we were having a good run here in chemistry building as, you know, I think this relationship is over, though,
The reason
Rich.
I don't like French Bulldogs is such a weird thing, too. Not even going to bring it up right now.
How can you not love that smushed face?
This is going to sound really mean, but they just remind me of my ex-girlfriend. It's weird.
I'm not going into that one. Okay.
Back to H1Z1.
Yeah, let's.
So obviously we are at the Elite Series right now, and this tournament's just been playing out in a different way than any of the tournaments. I'm just trying to get as far away from that comment as possible.
Yeah, it's fine. Dodge it. Run. Go.
Do we have any predictions based off of what we saw so far? I mean, we really only got to see the looting phase. We didn't get to see too much yet.
So
that's just around the corner.
So these are the ones that I kind of want to talk about. So we did slightly keep track of like scrims, and not every team could scrim every day. So these aren't exactly accurate numbers, but there are teams that were performing very well in also, the scrims environment.
To note, PYD also couldn't be in that scrim environment because they were over in China.
They were playing on the Asia servers, and same with World's Best, who will be in the finals. They only played a couple times, but they're playing at a high ping when they play here. Most of the stuff, because all the teams are NA and EU, we basically merge everybody into NA East server, and that's where the practice environment exists. Yeah. And that's where we're playing. So a lot of these guys from Korea and China didn't really get to participate in those, but they're going to do fine. They have their own games that they play with all the Asian community.
Yeah. So they're still scrimming, just not necessarily against the teams that they're playing, which can be both an advantage and a disadvantage, obviously. But before we actually pull apart everything that actually look at these teams, who makes up these teams, look at how they have been doing in the scrim environment, just want to let you guys have a little bit of information on the actual decision to restart. We had a few players experiencing some issues. You may have seen it in your screen. It almost looked like there were kills going down. Those were based off of disconnect. And we just want to make sure right now that all of the players are having a fair environment, especially in that early portion of the game here, where we're really going to put the players and the game, the integrity of these games ahead of everything else. Obviously, we want to bring you guys the best broadcast possible, but we also want to make sure these players playing for a $250,000 prize pool are having the best possible experience.
Yeah, we definitely want to make sure that there's some sort of fair play, and it was early enough that two players were having the issue, and there was no kills. We're not really affecting that in that sense, so we are going to have to restart and re-guess the gas circle, but we want to make sure these guys, we're right for the first time, and we're not going to get it. But yeah, we do appreciate everybody's patience. We just want to make sure that these guys have the best possible game experience that they can.
Yeah, and we also have like the rules all set up and everything, and this is exactly the protocol that we are supposed to go down. So happy to see the restart happen instead of having two players disconnect and really affecting their team.
Yeah,
because we know the chances of them winning after that are just very low.
Yeah, a team with a player down, you're talking about two teams going in at the beginning while everybody else is still 5 up and they're going in with 4. You've already handicap them severely. Yep. Well, a single player down is a huge handicap to a team.
Yeah, it definitely is. So we're going to be jumping back in a second, actually getting everything ready. That restart is underway right now. I'm pretty sure we will be jumping into that game very shortly. But let's talk about these scrim results.
Yeah, so again, we were talking about it for a second there, and the scrims aren't something that necessarily every team was always able to make because of the scheduling, right? Trying to get teams on in another game where it's just 5-on-5, that's an easy scrim setup, right? But you actually need enough players to scrim in this game that you have to get them all in. So not all of them are always in, so some played more games than others based upon their work schedules and other things. But there was teams that were showing up. Impact Gaming and Noble were both, and Hale out of this group performed very well. Impact Gaming actually in the group stage that we were running for them, because we basically broke them up into their group stages, and then we took the 5 and split them, and then they kind of played in both. Impact Gaming actually took down 12, Noble took down 11, and Hale took down 9, and those were the big ones in the scrim, so they might be people to watch out for here today in the actual group qualifiers. We'll see if they can maintain that momentum the way that they did in the scrim environment.
Yeah, these numbers are some of the best that we do have to make those predictions based off that scrim environment. It's going to be one of the environments that is most similar to the one that we were playing on today, and also the fact that a lot of the time, we obviously talked about the fact that not all of these teams were going to be queuing up at the same time, but they were playing against some of the teams that they'll be playing today.
Yeah, so it's the closest thing that we have to measure what we're going to see today. But again, this game's kind of nuts. Anything can happen. Any team, I don't know.
That's the best thing about having these 2 games for each qualifiers, because crazy things can happen, but the amount of times that those they are called crazy things for a reason. most of the time they do not happen. So when you play out more and more games, if you played out 50 games, you'd probably have those crazy things happen to each player once, and that becomes the anomaly. So when we actually start playing 2 games for this, when we go into the finals, it is going to be 3 games with those top teams. You move away from the anomalies, but you still get rewarded and or punished from them in that small sample size, in that scoring, but you have plenty of time to bring it back. The best player will win.
Yeah, it's the best format that we have to kind of run this game. It's a new genre to esports in a sense, but it's definitely I love fives, man. I don't know. It's going to be insane. I can't wait
so
to watch
excited because it was a little bit of a tease, right? We were getting close. They were all looted up. We were ready to see that. We were ready to start seeing the shots fired.
Come on. 5 more minutes. We got this.
We heard some shots start to get fired, getting riled up, starting to grab the desk, getting ready to go, getting ready to talk really fast, getting ready to see people fall. But we are so close. We just need to see them go through that looting phase one more time. Going to kick off Group A and try to pick our best teams from that group. Just want to reiterate one more time. We have a bunch of teams here today. We've split them up into 2 groups, and then we also have invited teams based off of the results from that CW series, Fight for the Crown. We're going to be looking at the graphic right now. As you can see, we're starting off with 12 teams in Group A. You already got a little bit of a preview of them as they did parachute in, as they started that looting phase. We're going to advance the top 3 teams from this game, and it is going to be based off of a combination of it's just going to be a scoring system, right? Then we move them on forward. Then we're going to handle Group B a little bit later on today. They're going to play 2 games, going to send the top 3 teams from that group, and then we basically take the 7th overall team. So the way that's going to work is after we send those 3, we are going to take from both groups. We're going to figure out which team from both groups is in that 7th place in score. They then advance as well.
Yeah, so it's
and then they have the other 5 waiting.
Yeah, so we'll have the 4th place and 4th place team most likely against each other to figure out who
most
the 7th.
Like a head-to-head score.
It's the 7th overall in total score across the 2 groups.
Yeah.
So
it's a difficult thing to say, but I'm assuming that all of you guys at home probably understand where we're coming from. It's a little bit tricky to say, but it's not too difficult to actually piece together when you're looking at how it works. You basically, those 3 teams leave each of their groups, then you add all the teams together, and whoever has the highest score advances.
Right, correct. And then the other thing is that we need to remember that we saw happen a little bit yesterday, like Isco. I think if you took his 8 kills away yesterday, he actually bubbled out, and he wouldn't have made it to qualify into the solo. So, again, there is points for kills that can make a difference, and you can leapfrog in matches as a team, especially if you get a high kill count. Maybe you go down in 2nd or let's say 4th or 5th, and you get a high kill and you wiped out all the other teams. You have a chance to still bump into that 3rd place.
It could definitely really matter here today. It obviously mattered a lot in solos, but when it really is going to get interesting is when these bounties take full effect, and that's going to start tonight at 10 p.m. when we actually do jump into those solos finals. It's $100 a kill.
Yeah.
Like think about how. So when you talk about the kills that these players are putting on, I mean, we're seeing players put up 5 kills, right?
Imagine
that's
Teaksy
500.
yesterday.
Imagine Teaksy yesterday. You just made what, $500 in 30 seconds.
Something like
on top of the fact that he came in first place.
Yeah.
And the prize pool for that, I'm blanking on what the actual breakdown is, but it's $150K for solos. I'm not sure how much.
100K for solos, 150 for 5s.
Oh, 150 for 5. Sorry, 100K for solos.
Yeah.
And then, like, how does that actually break down for first place? How much does first place take of that pie? It's a big pie. I mean, you can take any slice of that pie, and it's going to come out pretty nice.
I mean, yeah, it covered your trip.
It's definitely going to cover the trip.
Yeah.
So, probably going to cover the next trip, too, to Sweden. And
especially first.
Yeah.
First might just cover your entire year.
Yeah, it really could.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. And that's one of those things with esports, too, in general. That's kind of what happens a lot, right? You have that. It's like, you have that one breakout performance. It's enough to make sure that you're going to all the other tournaments, and you can get your stream up really big. You can get those practices in, and
the exposure is huge. Somebody like Teaksy, who we didn't really know, is absolutely on everybody's radar at this point. We all know who he is. He's the guy that absolutely slayed out the last game of solo qualifiers yesterday in an epic fashion.
Yeah, I mean, the most epic of fashion. It's still so honored to have that as my cast on the first day. Absolute gift to have that on my first day casting H1Z1. Lost my mind. And you threw all the papers everywhere, and then we left without cleaning them up. That was kind of
and then I walked in, and I saw them all stacked today, and I was like, I can't believe it.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry. My bad.
Grown-up adult. grown-up adult.
I'm about as far from as you could be. I mean, I'm
Oh,
sitting here
man.
talking about video games, you know? Like,
Pretty good day. Pretty
Yeah,
good day.
it's a good one.
It's so crazy here, too, at DreamHack Atlanta. Obviously, we have the H1Z1 event going on, and it is one of the biggest booths here. We're also surrounded by a whole bunch of other esports, and it's nice to be a part of that family. It is
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
cool, like, walking around and seeing people that I didn't even know were here, you know, like having different people walk up to me who are casting different games that I've gotten to meet along the way. I highly suggest, if you haven't gotten to come to one of these events, come down. You just feel right at home. I was talking to one of the guys over there. You met Hotted. I was talking to Hotted. I've done
Sko's here too, right?
Sko's here. Everyone's here, which is one of the best things. But like Hotted, I've been doing a podcast with him for so long, like months, right?
Yeah.
And it was last weekend, actually, at another event. We met each other in real life for the first time, and it was just like we knew each other for years. It's just an incredible feeling to get out to these events.
I feel like the H1 event's like that. You show up, and there's
is.
so many people, and and as soon as you put the name to a face, you're like, oh, dude, and it's instant, like, best friends. And the cool thing also to see here is these orgs that have come into the game now, they have teams in all the other games that are here.
Yeah.
So I've gone out and hung out with a couple of the teams, and you're getting to meet new people from the other esports scenes also that I'm not typically engaged with. So you're getting to meet just a ton of people, and all these guys are awesome people.
It's also cool to hear all of the other guys, how interested they are in H1Z1 too.
There's been a ton of people I've seen.
Had
like
orgs coming up to me, like talking about teams, and
Yeah.
like they're genuinely interested. You
Yeah,
know? And
Rogue's Rocket League team is like super into the H1, so every time they're not playing and there's a Rogue guy, they're over here watching. I've seen guys
it's so
from
cool
Echo
if you,
here.
Yeah, if you're a fan of one of these orgs that is multi-game and you're at an event like this, you can just move around the entire event and only cheer for your team.
Yeah,
you
can
only
sit
got to
there
wear
and
one
a
jersey.
lot of them are staggered from each other, so you can come in and you can watch. You can go and watch H1, and then you can go watch Rocket, and then you can go watch
you
whatever
can come,
the other
you
games
can come
are.
talk to us
Smash,
too.
like-
We're sitting right here. The players are sitting right here. You can actually get to meet all these people that you are watching. It's a lot of fun. It's really a lot of fun. I mean, I watching esports for a long time and meeting these casters, meeting these players. It's just been a crazy ride. I hope to see you all.
I sometimes
here
wish
soon.
we could turn the camera around just so they could see. I mean, we're literally sitting here, and the escalator to walk into the door is
We are the
there.
first, like H1Z1 is the first thing when you walk into this event here, and then you take a left and it's Waka Flocka.
you got H1 and Waka Flocka. It's all you need.
It's
really
pretty good.
It's-
I think Waka Flocka is one of the most interesting musical acts I've ever done a show with before.
oh man, I know.
My top is Wiz Khalifa and Snoop Dogg.
Wiz Khalifa and Snoop Dogg. I think my favorite moment from yesterday is other than Tixi, is the clip. Lyndon was in the pit over here for Waka after the event, and Waka comes down into the pit, and Lyndon's face just lights up like a 5-year-old kid at an amusement at Disneyland for his first time, and he was just going nuts, and that was a hilarious clip. Loved seeing that.
Yeah, definitely be sure to check those out. But that does, when we bring up yesterday, we should probably recap a little bit, talk about those solos queues, because once we get fives underway, that's only half of our day here. Then we actually go and we move forward and we close out solos. We have those grand finals of solos. We're going to be giving out a massive amount of prize money today, but we should talk about what actually happened in the qualifiers yesterday. Look at some of those top teams that are actually advancing from both Group A and Group B, and then we can start to talk about the teams that were actually already invited, because we do have, I believe, 20 players who were invited to solos to kick off this event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw a lot of top performances yesterday, Group A, Group B. So we saw Dropped from Rogue take down first place in Group A, followed up by Zach. I believe Zach took down.
Zach looked absolutely incredible yesterday.
Yeah, so Zach takes down Group B. P90 Princess, we talked about, had a great performance.
She was
taking
second place. I'm really excited to see some of these invited solo players, because we're actually seeing some of them on these teams today. So we haven't gotten to watch them play solos yet at this event. But like Howie, for example, we had Pineapples on stream yesterday. Piney's going to be invited to that solo queue as well.
Yeah, we had Piney come on for about 30 minutes, and I got to hang out and talk with him. And he is going to be playing in that solos final, and then he was also already on a team that qualified. So all he does is play finals this weekend.
That is an incredible situation to be in. The only thing that you have to worry about, and we kind of kicked around about this yesterday, is the idea of being cold. And if you don't actually get to play on these rigs before you jump in for the first time, you know, some shenanigans can happen. And the little gremlins that you weren't able to troubleshoot in those qualifiers. But obviously, Pineapple's finding himself in the best possible position that you can be in, only playing grand finals. No fluky things can happen to cause him to not qualify. The first times that he is going to be playing on stream, he is playing for massive prize money.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Piney's definitely one of those guys that I think has put more thought into the game than anybody else, just from the nature of being the guy that wanted to create the guide to H1. You have to sit there and think about it. And every time he did something, he would literally, you could watch him build this guide on stream, and he still updates it now. When things happen, he goes in and edits and continues to update
that guide's incredible,
so he puts a ton of thought into this game, and he's a very skilled player.
Yeah, and if you are one of the newer players watching right now who's really trying to increase his game a little bit, be sure to check Pineapple's guide. It will be a huge help to you. But now we are jumping into this game. This is going to be game number 1 of Group A teams, and we are going to be on board with Jerk Chicken from Echo Fox as we begin this looting phase.
Yeah, absolutely. He's already got an AR and a shotgun in here. He's got 2 ARs and a shotgun. Needs to find a backpack to be able to carry it all. Going to have a vehicle as well. He is probably wondering where the backpack spawn is, and he's going to go find it. He's not going to be able to carry anything else until he does locate that.
Yeah, that is going to be absolutely key as he does begin this looting phase. Wants to make sure that he has enough room, enough inventory to actually be able to hold all of the things that he is picking up in this looting phase.
Yeah, and he's still looking for this backpack. He's going to stop, loot this one last little building here. Still not able to pick up that shotgun ammo. Doesn't feel the need. He may not pick it up at all because shotguns are not as useful as they are in solos. However, if it ends up going to a city finish, you will see these guys carrying a shotgun. You almost have to have it in the current meta. You need one in your around just in case. If you have to push a building, you don't want to push it with ARs.
Exactly.
You need to go in shotties blazing.
When you get in those tight corners, a lot of that peek play is going to come into effect. But if they end up in a more open area, if there is a field finish, like you mentioned, those shotguns, you're never going to have an opportunity to peek. You got 5 guys, you can get flanked. So rifling is going to be very important. On your screen right now, though, we can see this spread not as clean as what we saw today, or a little bit earlier. We see 2 teams very close to each other.
Yeah, so this time we're actually going to have 2 teams here in Cranberry. We've got Jeesh and the boys over on Impact Gaming and Vigor here. They most likely had one person stay floating in the air and saw that they were both landing. They're most likely aware that they are both there.
Yeah, and the thing is they do not want to engage. They want to protect all of their players the best that they can, but look how close this team is to each other. Will we see those early shots fire out?
So right now we have to see if IG is going to decide to leave Cranberry or if they're going to decide to try to play it and see if the circle pulls back to them. Same thing with Vigor. We might see these guys just go ahead and hold up in buildings if they feel comfortable with the amount of loot that they have acquired so far. And we're going to jump back over here with Noble, who we're talking about is one of the teams that did fairly well during the during this group's scrim sessions. So this team actually took down the 2nd most recorded wins. Now, not all got reported again, so this isn't 100% accurate, but they were performing very consistently within the scrims.
Yeah, and we saw quite a few of these players actually playing the solos yesterday, all of them looking really good, some of them slaying very heavily, and we'll be excited to see them kick things off. And as we see right now, 3 members from Noble going to be jumping into that Rari. Going to be a good way to start off this game. Vigor still looting up as much as they can. Crumb in particular, a player that I'm going to be keeping my eye on as we are on board with him right now.
He is shot called for multiple teams. He's a smart player.
He's a really smart player. And yesterday, he was on the cusp of greatness. Didn't quite get to that level that we thought he was going to be able to get to. Let's see if he can do it when he has a whole team backing him up and he is calling those shots.
Yeah, and also some of the things that we've seen so far is you'll see teams moving, and they want to move together close enough that they can react and help their teammates, but you don't want to be close enough that you're running side by side, and if somebody's shooting, you're giving them a bigger target to hit on the bullet lead, a much higher chance of landing a bullet when you're leading because it's a bigger target to hit when you're packed together too tightly.
Yeah. So having that little bit of spread can be one of the best defense mechanisms here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We are going to see everyone looting up, though, trying to make sure that they are set up well. And once we actually do see where this ring is going to be, we'll see if we're going to get one of these city finishes or if we're going to be moving more towards an open area.
Yeah, so one of the things that we just saw happen that, or we're seeing that I personally don't like is Carta is doing this thing that some players like to do, and they like the animation of running without their gun out. There is no speed difference in your movement with a gun out versus a gun put away. So when you're doing that, if you get engaged on, you are adding an extra time to be able to fight back. And we saw a player go down yesterday to an AR close range battle because he didn't have a weapon out. A player rolled up on him, was able to spray him down before he could get his weapon out.
It looks faster, it feels faster, but it is not faster. It has been confirmed by many sources. One of them actually being Pineapples. We mentioned that guide is like it's like the second thing in that guide.
You can see a bunch of them do this, and again, I've talked about how good these guys are, but that's one of the little quirks that I just don't like seeing, and you'll see a lot of teams do it. Like you can see Candy right now. So there's multiple guys on this team that just have that habit, and I think that that's one that every fives player, or I mean fives or solo, you just need to break it. I understand the look of it, I understand the feel of it, but it is not effective. It is putting you at risk.
Look and feel may make you comfortable, but you don't play for comfort when there is $250,000 total prize money on the line. We're just in the qualifiers right now, but absolutely every single decision going to be moving players closer or further away from that massive prize. Now, we did get a look at what that initial safe zone is going to be. Now, what does this broadcast to you, seeing that it is going to be in that southeast portion of the map?
Southeast portion of the map is one of the less kind of traversed areas down there. There are some hills there at Veshine's Peak. There's a lot of open space with the water down there around that island. There's less safe spots down there for teams to operate out of. However, it is pushing all the way down into off the south side of the map. So there's going to be some hills and mountains and other things that we typically don't see people play in that's going to add some unknown traversed areas that these guys are going to have to fight in.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing for sure to see the way that this does play out. Now, for anyone who's not very used to the map, what types of cover are the teams going to be looking for? What exactly is this environment going to look like?
Really, one of the things that you want to try and find is, I like to call them double ridges. So there will be a ridge kind of lined up, and then there's another one behind you.
It's like a micro valley.
Yeah, you have a tiny valley that you can hide your car in, where there's only two directions people can come at, or maybe
I shot your helmet off, you let me off, kill yourself.
But
drink bleach. Don't think about it twice.
Both sides with a ton of cover, and it makes it much harder for teams to pinch you. And then if they do come to pinch you from both sides, you can hop in your vehicle and drive out the opposite direction and let those two run into each other and take each other out.
Yeah, and just because we're just getting started today, I want to make sure everyone is warmed up on their lingo and everything. Pinching is going to be when you are engaged with one player and another one actually comes up and starts sinking some shots into you. So
little misclick there.
Not a position that you want to be in. That misclick was quite a little misclick.
Yeah, sometimes players will sometimes, depending on what grip you play with on your mouse, sometimes, especially in LAN where there's a little more intensity and maybe you're white knuckling the mouse, you sometimes bump that. You typically don't want to do that, though. In a fives environment, you do not want to give away your position at all. Sometimes you can do it in solos, and you do things like we watched Stormin do with the car, and you're trying to bait somebody into you. That is not what you're going for in fives.
Yeah, you want to maintain and retain all of the information that you can possibly. The more information that you can hide, the bigger advantage your team will have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now we're taking a look right now at Team Hale,
who was another one that we talked about, who on the recorded side for them is actually third overall. So this would be the last team. If we were going off the scrim wins, this is the team that just made it past that bubble.
And we're going to have to see if they can show up today and show that they are not just a bubble team trying to qualify. Only the top 3 teams out of these 12 will be going to that grand final.
Yeah, and as we can see, we were watching Hale. Hale is still looting right now. These looting phases for these teams is much longer. And there's another vehicle that Noble has, and they've left a player who has a car, and he's looting, and he'll come and meet up with them in a second, but they're trying to get to the next loot location. They actually left 2 behind, so he does have a travel buddy. He has somebody to help him out if stuff goes bad, which you want to have to be able to try and hold the team off long enough for the rest of your guys to get back to you.
We're seeing Echo Fox right now with a full fleet of vehicles moving across. They got a caravan going here. And this was the team where we saw in that initial game, in that looting phase. We only got to see that looting phase of that initial game. But Echo Fox was one of the most spread out teams through the entirety of it. And now the first shot's going to be fired out.
Yeah, we've got Impact here taking some shots onto the vehicles of Team Gates, and it looks like Team Gates has decided, yes, you can have this mountain. We do not want this fight right now, and they are going to back down. And this is what we're going to see a lot, is that these teams don't want to engage. I mean, solos, fives, doesn't matter. You don't want to be the first one eliminated, ever. It does not feel good. It does not set you up well to go into the next game to try and make qualifying. So you need to try and find yourself your own spot, especially this early in the game when the circle's this big. There's a lot more spread for fives teams than there is for solos. Typically, you're going to see much more players within the circle spread out. Here, we're going to probably wait an extra circle or two before we actually see true combat out of these guys.
Yeah, I definitely think that is going to be the case, but one of the big things that we can look at as we start to predict who is in the best positions, who do you think has just blacked out the best locations? We can see a lot going around over by those peaks. We have about 3 teams stacked up there.
Yeah, IG and Equifox have done fairly well. I actually like the radio tower area in Veshine's Peak over there to the east a little bit further. You can see the little logo there on the map. So I'm surprised that somebody hasn't gotten that yet. There is an actual building there, a physical building that you can play off of. But being a single building, it can sometimes be really bad if guys walk in with a bunch of gas nades. Typically, you're up against one guy in solos who can throw one nade, then he has to throw another. In this situation, if they all have a gas nade and they throw 5 gas nades at the same spot on a building, they can wipe your whole team. So, risk-reward, I like the area, though. There's a lot of ridges, a lot of places to back up if you're getting pushed. I expect the team to probably end up over there pretty soon.
Now, this Team Vitality player relatively close to the enemy here.
Yeah, Gates here in another kind of long-range gunfight scenario that they were just in, but it looks like they're going to just go ahead and 100% hide at this point. There's no reason to be throwing shots. You're almost 300 meters out. You can get them to render, but hitting that target going to be very difficult.
They're really just barely rendering at this point too. You know, 500 going to be that max distance that you do start to see that player.
So you got 3 players in one building here, and this is the thing. If they know you're there and they roll by, if a team comes in and thinks that they can stay there because they don't know you're there, like let's say Noble rolls in right now to try and use those, it's going to be a chaos fight, and you're just going to see everybody go down.
It could definitely be a mess, and as we can hear right now, there are some shots ringing out. We're going to jump right on board with them. And this is a particularly aggressive team, too.
Yeah, TG actually has a lot of players. So Reptar, fairly aggressive player
Reptar's
within
so
solos.
aggressive.
Koriba definitely was. I mean, all of these guys are definitely aggressive style solo players. It'll be interesting to see how they function within a within this team environment here on LAN. I mean, again, we talked about LAN yesterday. It's can you translate what you do online to LAN? Can these guys, are they a top 3 team in this group in LAN environment? They are in online, but we don't know until we see this game play out.
Equifox seems to be set up pretty well here.
Great spot for them,
ground.
actually. Yeah, IG's kind of backed down a little bit, which is going to give Equifox a little bit more room to open up and kind of check things out. And we had seen CBK Flame on that ATV, and he was basically playing as the scout player for the team. You'll use an ATV and kind of drive around so you're not putting multiple people at risk. Quick vehicle, it can get up and down mountains, but he's kind of playing scout for him at the moment.
Pretty decent spread here right now for these teams, but as we can see, Team Gates and Team Vitality have not completely broken off from each other yet, keeping very watchful eyes on each other. Now looking at Equifox, we talked about this location being a good one, and as you can see, they have that high ground. They are going to be able to obtain a lot of information from their perch.
Look at these little micro valleys that we kind of talked about, these ridges. They play out really well. Now, right now, I would have liked to see the ridge go the other way, like down the spine, but they have a big micro valley there in the middle that has tree covers and other things. So if they can hold both sides effectively and nobody chooses to push them, right now they have one of the strongest points. And if teams start to pinch each other coming up the mountain, they can just fire down and eliminate everybody. Equifox is a very, very strong position right now. TG, on the other hand, I think is in a weird spot. There's nobody down below them. I don't know if they just didn't scout south. I think it was in the safe zone. I would like to see them go a little bit farther south. You have a ton of buildings, warehouses, everything there at that roadblock that they can make very good use of.
Yeah, we are going to have to see how Team Gates tries to maneuver their current position, try to make it a little bit better. And as you can see, another team trying to get this high ground, actually moving back into the gas a little bit here.
And again, we're going to have that safe zone circle come in and center on itself a little bit, and they could go south here. And we have Hale coming down, going to drive right between Vitality and TG for a second time. I think, no, Noble came through before. Would like to see somebody take a spot up in that far south spot, and TG is going to be in a really rough situation if somebody can get past them and get into that southern area below them.
It's getting down to the wire, though, here, too. We are going to start to see some fights break out. Some of these engagements are going to be absolutely inevitable, especially with this particular safe zone. I mean, part of it's off the map. That's just going to make it that much tighter. There's not going to be much room in the pool.
And as we can see there, Liam actually has his 2-hit on the ground. He is trying to protect that resource for later in the game. He doesn't want to waste it in long-range gunfights. You want it when you get into those closer range and shotgun battles where you really need it to keep you alive. One of the other things, though, that we saw on the map there is nobody's playing the absolute far south, the mountain with the trees on it, which there's a ton of cover, a lot of high vantage points, and nobody's playing it. I have no idea why we haven't seen a team go south. We saw players going off-map almost yesterday in solos. And there's a ton of room down there for some 5s teams. It's completely open right now, and I really think that somebody should take it.
The only question that I have right now is maybe they haven't had good eyes on it in their scouting. Maybe with how high value that area actually is, concerned that another team may have already gotten their full setup going in that area.
We can actually see Crumb over there, and he is taking his team on that movement. They are going to go ahead and start moving into that south area, back behind the roadblock. They're going to probably drive up, find where the edge of the map is, where that kill zone is. If you go too far, the game will actually eliminate you on its own. They're going to go up, kind of edge up to it, and then find a spot with some trees, and I think that they're going to have a really good spot, especially if TG decides to drop down to that spot I was talking about before. They're going to have higher ground and be able to fire down on them coming in, which is going to put them in a bad situation.
Yeah, Crumb, of course, being that shot caller for this team. Interested to see what he can lead them to do, especially after his performance yesterday. Oh, and as we can see right now, the smoke's going to come out on this supply, getting it open right now, and it looks like they're going to get it pretty much for free, not seeing any contest come out from the other team.
And it looks like the outline does show it. I think they got the hunting rifle, and they're going to get out of there just in time before the bombs drop. And Hale, I believe, Prodigy Aces is the one that grabbed that, and I think that he has a hunting rifle now. That's going to be huge in 5s. When people are having to stop to heal behind trees while their team helps, if he's the guy that you drop off and he's playing that angle, he can easily just drop people. He doesn't even need to hit them in the head. If they're hitting their stop to heal, a body shot's going to finish them off.
That is going to be absolutely huge for Team Hale, getting a big resource here, but now they need to find a good place to set up because they are pretty much running through open field right now and distribute those resources, but this is just, this is not exactly where you want to be hanging out.
And especially when your only vehicle is the truck, it's a really rough spot. It's good for 2 people. It's good in the residentials, as we talked about, but you're putting all the players in the back of the car at risk. And here we are with PYD, a team that we haven't gotten to talk about too much just because I personally haven't seen enough of them. I know very much of them. Illusions is an absolute monster. He's actually placed, I believe, Royalty 1 on multiple regions, on multiple different ping levels. He's played in Asia. He's played in NA. I believe he actually did it on EU too. I think he did the top of the leaderboards in 3 different regions in a single season.
No ping here today, though, so we're going to have to see what PYD can do in these optimal conditions, and it is getting tight. I said it already. We're running out of room in the hot tub. We got a whole bunch of people crowded up here. It is inevitable for these fights to start to break out. And as we can see, a lot of these teams, though, getting those micro valley locations that we've talked about.
Yeah.
And one of the big things is going to be which direction do those ridges go in? How helpful are they actually going to be?
Yeah, depending on if they're going north-south or east-west, depending on where the teams are coming from, it's going to be really helpful or really hindering for them. And I believe Vigor's probably got the best spot right now, taking that whole south side. All these guys are playing the edges of the mountain, and I thought Echo Fox had the spot to begin with, but because nobody decided to play the south side of the map, Echo Fox is in a rough spot and could possibly get pinched out of this match.
That's one of the really important things to note too, right? You can get set up in the perfect location, and there are always those 2 factors that are going to mess it up. You have the safe zone changing, you have that gas encroaching on you through the entire match, and also the behavior of all of the other players can make or break the spot. And we saw that yesterday coming out with guys like Measley, who are set up really well, and ultimately it ends up being a hindrance. They end up being taken down, and that spot that you think is perfect ends up just being a beautiful grave. But now we are going to take a look at Noble. Not really sure how I feel about this positioning from them. They have been hanging out near here for quite some time. Thought that they were just going to hang out there to loot, but they are still hanging out at that gas station.
Yeah, I don't think they've seen anybody really around them, so they're just kind of leaving it alone. They're just hanging out. Reptar is kind of bouncing around, dancing on the ground here. But But again, it's one of those things where you need to try and determine what the behavior of the other guys are going to be, what the read on the map is. Did you get enough information? Did you see enough people coming in if you were the first one there to know to get out? Or Echo Fox is now in a situation where they had the positioning, but they are now absolutely surrounded. If all these teams decide to circle in, this gas circle most likely going to center on itself back towards Hale a little bit in this main road. Now it's going to force Nefarious, Impact Gaming, and Mocket to all come through that area. They are still in the safe zone, but Mocket's now going to be forced into Echo Fox. So is Impact Gaming. Nefarious is going to have to cross right through that, and Echo Fox is the intersection of all three of those teams. Now, fighting off two of them, you can sometimes pull it off. Fighting off three is going to be very difficult. We might just see all four of those teams come together and wipe each other out, and we do have shots ringing out here from Vitality into the direction of Team Gates.
Yeah, this is going to get messy quick. I can not have said it better myself, Supersonic. We are going to have teams collapsing in on each other in just a few seconds here. Now, Team Vitality going to try to be looking from all angles to see where the attack is coming from. They're set up relatively nicely here in this camp.
Yeah, I hope you're ready, man. I mean, if you need to take a drink of water or something, you're not going to be able to.
I just saw you take yours. Now it's my turn because we're about to start screaming.
Yeah, it's going to go nuts. These kill feeds, they're a little hard to keep up with in fives. When you put all these guys in, they can just slay out really quickly in solos, and you have 5 Slayers just going at it. This kill feed is going to light up.
I'm looking forward to it, too. We are getting so close, and as we can see right now, we have 2 teams on a collision course. Will we see the first blood? We see Team Nefarious start to try to rotate out. They are just dancing around each other in orbit. It looks like we are not going to have that fight break out yet. Team Nefarious, though, needs to find a good location because they are still in between 2 teams. Noble Esports going to be very close to this air supply as it does drop down to the ground.
In the open, though, it's so scary to go for that.
It's scary, especially in the position that they are holding right now. Not sure if that's going to be enough cover. They have found themselves, though, relatively centered, which can be nice. Hearing those shots ring out, it looks like IG going to be getting some shots into Eco.
Yeah, IG just throwing a couple rounds down there. It doesn't look like Eco's actually gotten tagged yet, but it is making Eco think twice about coming up that mountain, and IG just kind of holding their area.
That is going to be our first death, and it is by the way of explosion. Lindsay Bunny going to be the first one to fall. Shots still ringing out on the map.
Yeah, not sure where she went down at, if it was a bomb or if it was a car explosion, but Lindsay Bunny is going to be eliminated here.
And that is going to be that first kill, but expect many more to be happening in the near future.
That was just the primer for the cake. Cake hasn't blown yet.
Just making sure that there are people here to be shot at. And as we see, Gates going to be getting some shots in right now. They have been holding this position for quite some time.
Yeah, and now P90 also going to go down to explosion, and it looks like they're stuck in the line of the bomb plane. They're right at the end of it as it comes through, and because of gas and possibly they know that maybe Team Vigor's over there, that it's forcing them to try and play a different area. Yeah, Vigor down there to the side, so they don't really have a way to get out. They have to either run through open field, run into Team Vigor. Open field might actually be the better one, and you can look up and you can see the bombs last second before they hit you, and you can sometimes dodge one and end up in a dead zone there, but it's really hard to do, so Allure are going to lose 2 players there to bombs.
Yeah, Allure in just such a tough position now. They only have 3 bodies going into this initial fight, and they definitely are going to be at that disadvantage just based off of the number of players that they do have, especially when you're losing a big gun like P90 Princess. We saw just what she could do earlier. Now the 3 remaining members of Allure are going to be cloaked inside of that gas, but they are going to be coming out to a greeting party of the guns of Noble.
Yeah, and we do have Vigor somewhere behind. Noble Fury going to take out Mocket. So Noble actually in a fight on both sides right now. Mocket coming out of the gas on one side of it, Allure to their right, and they have eliminated one so far. Allure and Mocket are going to have to come out somewhere on this side, and Noble is very aware. So as long as they don't get pinched out in the back, Noble should be able to handle this.
Noble should be able to because they are the ones who are set up, but when you do have, even though you have both Team Mocket and Team Allure at a disadvantage as far as the bodies are concerned, when you have 2 of those teams coming in at once, that is a recipe for getting pinched.
Yeah, Mocket is actually very split, so it's not rendered in the names right now. Noble, Supreme, but a take down. Pixie Sticks there, but they're actually split, so they've got 2 on one side of Noble and 2 on the other, but there's players in between them, so they're split enough that I don't know that those that they're going to be able to regroup as a full 4. They've already lost 1, and they're split down to 2 and 2, which is not a situation that you want to be in when you run into a team of 5. 2v5 is not good odds.
Now, Eco was engaged in a fight just a little bit earlier on. Noble rotating around from where they are set up to keep eyes on this squad. They heard those shots ring out. They do know that they are absolutely surrounded on all sides. Going to be taking a look at Gotaga from Vitality. We can see some shots landing into the dirt near his feet. Some serious shots coming in. It is getting dangerously close. It is getting very tight.
Yeah,
now, what do we think of Echo Fox's position here? We were talking about it just before the shots really started to break out. Do you think that they are situated well now?
I think they're possibly all right. We'll have to take a look at it the next time the map comes up, and we'll see what's around them. I've seen a couple of the teams go ahead and rotate out of there. So Nefarious out there to the far left, IG to the other side. So they're going to most likely, you can see Flame pushed up, and he's already scouting it. They're most likely going to have a straight line down to kind of come in, but they're going to be right on top of Mocket, which is going to be really difficult for Mocket to fend off.
Definitely is, and we are going to see Flame jumping onto this ATV, trying to make sure his team can find a place to get set up. But as you can see, the distance between these teams is waning.
Yeah, these teams are definitely coming in close, and we're going to see that powder keg ignite very, very soon. I expect Echo Fox to start moving probably right around the time that we hear the sirens. They can outrun the gas on foot, and they have that valley that we were talking about where they really don't have anybody contesting them from the east or the west, so they should just be able to push down. It's really going to depend on if they decide to go first. If they go first, it's really bad. If they go last, they're in a really good spot because Nefarious is coming from one side, Impact's coming from the other, and you don't want to be ahead of them in their line going to the safe zone.
We're going to see Reptar fall down, but it looks like another member from Allure is in a sticky situation, going to have to ultimately put out that smoke, trying to heal up here, but getting collapsed in on by Noble, looking for the kill, but one member from Noble is going to go down to the gun of Danny from Allure. Spirits taking down Danny. That's going to be a trade, but Noble now finds themselves a man down. Allure in dire straits, though. Janelle being the only one still standing. Crumb inside, ultimately going to fall. Noble going to clean up the remainder of Allure.
Yep, so first one's down. I do believe that is the entire team from Allure. Vigor here taking the fight. Crumb playing the eyes for the team. He's scouting. He's staying mobile in the back and making sure that they are not going to get pinched out from behind. And we're going to lose Keebler to 10K from Echo Fox. So it does look like, I'm assuming that they moved first, and Echo Fox is coming in behind him. Thanks for dying. Now going to go down to Vitality, and Killscap going to choke out on the gas. So we're going to lose another player from Mocket here. And we're down to 49, and this is the point where this game is going to start taking off. And we've got exactly
there
that.
There it is. Kill feed lighten up here. We're going to see a member from Mocket, a member from PYD, all going down, and we are engaged in another fight. Echo Fox has their eyes on Eco, trying to get it going. Hurrah, going to be able to get down Casper. Then Smokies takes down Milky Day. A frag goes out to bring down a member of Eco. That is Echo Fox engaged in this fight right now, but we are going to look on the other side of the table to see exactly what Eco can do to retaliate. We see Tipsy off in the distance right now, already getting quite a few shots sunken into him. Will Echo Fox be able to clean up this play? They are inside of the smoke right now. A very tactical play by them, moving behind the trees. They have the gas also backing them. Now a nice throwable is going to come out from the hands of Flame, and Echo Fox getting absolutely collapsed in on.
Yeah, gas nades are great to counteract smoke nades. You basically render that entire smoke that they're trying to heal in unusable, which is a great play. If you have a lot of those, you can make great use of them. They work
loses the helmet and the
amazingly.
makeshift. He's going to be able to get behind that tree just in time. But yeah, that is a big thing to talk about as Cryptid does bring down Moxa. That aerial denial that you can actually get when you put out that gas grenade into the smoke. The big thing is, though, is just how much area you can put out with multiple hands throwing these smoke grenades. Shell Shock, this was one of the guys that we were talking about yesterday, having a pretty good performance. What will he be able to do with his team? We will find out in just a few seconds here, because we are only moments away from declaring our top teams. 11 still remain, but they are going to fall off like flies. Echo Fox forced to move, going to get down some of these smokes. PYD trying to approach this territory. 2 rocks and a cop car as their cover. PYD letting shots rain through this smoke.
Echo Fox making an early move towards this middle zone, and as I said, being the first in this safe zone to the middle is not where you want to be. I don't like the play to go mid at this point because everybody else is still around you. You did not do a full team clear to your left or your right. There's members still left left from all the teams that they engaged up there, and then pushed first to the safe zone, which is going to allow those teams to come in and pinch on them. We'll see if they can play their way out of a rough situation, but we're going to hop back up to Eco, who just eliminated one of the players from Nefa.
Yeah, we are down to just 10 teams as well. We have already eliminated 2. And now you can hear those sirens again, and that is a portent for Doom. We are close to the end. Shots raining out from Gortaga. They have found the team of Vigor, and they are looking to send them home. Vitality
Huge
getting these shots in. Jeesh, though, is going to be the one who is knocked out.
Yeah, so Gotaga here is actually taking down players. He's using a crossbow with explosive tip arrows, which we didn't see in solos at all. It's an item that you have to craft. You pick up arrows and or a couple different items, make the arrows, but they're explosive, so you can fire at trees and hit people through them, and players are just dropping left and right. Zeb's going to go down. Koriba going off, taking out both Zeb and Crumb. We still have 10 teams alive, though. There are players from 10 of the teams left. We haven't seen another team drop yet, and we are at 30, and 2 teams drop out. Vigor eliminated. Noble eliminated. We are down to 8 with 28 remaining.
It was all at once, too, that we saw those teams get sent home. They lit up that kill feed, and that was their last hurrah. And now we are going to see a player from Market trying to hop out. That is going to be an absolute suicide run. Looking over on the right portion of your screen, we can see that Zoltan is in a tricky situation. Simplicity tries to dive into the smoke. He's going to get the one pump, tries to get another kill, but ultimately is going to fall. Members from Vitality are all incredibly low here. Echo Fox lighting up that kill feed right now, taking home Blood Inferno. Yeah, Hale is down quite a lot of bodies. Only 6 teams going to remain here. Venom trying to get a solid line onto Echo Fox, but the smoke is going to protect them. Mini is on absolute fire, sending Sharky home.
Echo Fox is playing this really well for a really rough situation. It's now become, because they were able to eliminate the team to the south, they now have the edge of the gas. Echo Fox played that out well, but they don't have a lot of cover from Team Hale because of the pinch from the left side from Vitality and Wazidi.
Danger as well.
Yeah, they're going to need to pick a spot to get to, and we are down to 16 players, 6 teams remaining. And again, you need to be top 3. You want that top 3 position. And Wazidi finally going to go down. Team Gates gets eliminated. Bowman finishing him off.
We are going to see, though, talking about Echo Fox just a little bit more. They initially had that good position, then they had to adapt because that position went stale quick. Now they find themselves in a position where everyone actually kind of coming in on them. Like you said, they have to fight their way out of everything, but they still do have that man advantage. And instantly, we are going to see this member from PYT get melted. And IG Shell Shock still heating up here, taking down Smokies, but so quick. You see that helmet, you see that makeshift, all get knocked off, and he just falls down. Carta has been playing like an absolute madman the entirety of this game. Only 4 teams remain. Carta looking for another kill.
Yeah, Carta here and IG are most likely going to have to take out Vitality. Cutie Venom going to go down to the gas, and Haraz going to start dropping to IG. IG cleaning up Vitality here, and we are down to 3. We have Echo Fox, IG, and Hale left. Hale staying completely out of the engagement. They're going to go ahead and let IG and Echo Fox fight each other and then attempt to come in and make the play. We're at 10 players, which means there's only 1 left on Hale. We've got 4 up from IG, 5 up from Echo Fox. Prodigy Ace is going to go down to the gas here. They're most likely going to take 3rd. I don't see him making it out. He might decide to try and take a shot and get an extra kill. I don't think it's going to happen,
yeah,
though.
He's actually going to be taken down by Howie. We can see Howie kind of moving over to the side, making sure that they dotted all of their I's and crossed their T's, but now it is a battle royale between Echo Fox and Mini going to get the kill onto Carter. Carter being a huge member of this team. Echo Fox is just going to do it. They looked incredible. They are 5 up. Every single member of their team is still going to be standing, and that was a huge thing. As we could see throughout the entirety of the game, they could actually send a player over to rotate because there was a potential for a flank from Hale. Hale honestly trying to make that Hail Mary pass. You could see them hanging out in the gas, only had 2 members remaining, and ultimately Howie rotates over, is able to take him out, and then
they did a player count, and they knew that there was somebody that was missing. They only spotted 4 from one team. They know there's 3 teams. They know there's somebody else missing, and he started looking for him, kind of the same way that we saw Crumb doing it for his team. He turns around, makes the play. They finish 5 up. They went ahead, had the best opening position, as I thought they had the best opening position. Transferred, they had to make a rotation. They made a really tough call, which I think they could have changed a little bit. Were able to play their way out with 5 up still out of a bad situation. They had enough smoke nades, they had enough zone denial with those gas nades, and then were able to rotate down to the south and then pull back up in to finish the game off. It kept everybody alive. If you can make moves as a team, get team shots down, and take players down that way, you are going to finish strong every time. And Echo Fox did it textbook.
Exactly. They really did play it by the book. One of the big things was they always just tried to hold the strongest position. They had to engage quite a lot. They had to defend where they were. They slayed out pretty well, but they weren't ever looking for a fight.
They had the most kills, absolutely, and typically you do see that. The team that wins most likely has the most kills. We saw it happen a lot in some of the online community tournaments and things that we run. Typically those teams that are at the top of the boards are the teams that are able to get in and slay out the end. They understand the ability of pinching, and they understand the safe zone and what paths these other teams have to go. If you know what directions these teams have to go, you can cut them off when they hit the open field areas, and that's what they were doing.
Yep, they were doing that for sure. And when we talk about how this roster was actually formed, we talk about the fact that we get a slay-heavy roster from how Echo Fox actually went about recruiting.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing, and it was in question for a little while because there's different ways that these have played out in other tournaments where sometimes they've done really well in one game and it's kind of been that roller coaster, but that's H1 as a whole. But they showed up here and definitely showed that they are a team to be not to be trifled with.
Yeah, definitely not to be trifled with at all. And one of the big things to note is getting that first place finish going to give them a massive amount of points when we're talking about the top three teams that are going to qualify to move on to that grand final. So Echo Fox looking really good right now. One of those early deaths, though, that brought up a lot of questions for me was what happened to Allure. We saw kind of Allure crumble at the beginning there. P90 Princess was the second one to fall. I'm trying to remember who actually did die first. It was Lindsay Bunny, died to an explosion right out of the gates.
Yeah, it's that bomb plane, and they were unfortunately in an area that, depending on which direction the bomb plane comes from, because it can hit from any angle, it depends on where it spawns and which direction it comes. They were unfortunately right at the very end edge of that bomb path, and their only options were to walk out into the open and take an open gunfight against Noble, or push the other direction into Crumb and his squad from Vigor, and it's a tough choice to make. And then you're also coming out of the tree, so your line of sight upwards to try and avoid bombs, you can't really see where the gap is to avoid it.
Yeah, I think a big thing for that, now they find themselves in a position where they need to go very big getting into that next game. Or if they do want to qualify as a top three team from Group A, they're going to need a big game, potentially even a top three finish to be able to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was definitely one of those things that in fives you don't typically see a team go down to the bombs as the first death. That was a little bit strange, but once they cut over to it and we could see what was happening, it was definitely a situation where most likely if you're in that position, the bomb plane comes through, you're going to be... It's a hard thing to play out. If you drop players either to the bombs or you drop players in the open trying to dodge a bomb and die to Noble.
I just did something I usually don't do and probably shouldn't ever do because of my mental capacity, but I just attempted to do math and just thought of something that's kind of interesting. When we actually have top three teams qualifying, with the way that this does play out for fives, you actually pretty much are guaranteeing that the two first place teams would be going in that top three, right? So that makes that third place position very hard to actually grab.
Okay, so we're getting a little bit of an update here. So it looks like the weather here in Atlanta has taken a not very nice turn for us, and the roof here of the convention center is leaking. So we're going to go ahead and try and figure out the best way to situate the players. If we need to move some rigs around to avoid some water, we're going to try and get this situated and make sure that we can keep these games going. But we are raining inside the convention center here in Atlanta.
I don't see it.
I mean,
I don't see it.
It hasn't been nice to us, man. I mean, the internet goes out yesterday, makes us start late. Now we're raining inside.
I'm having a great day, though.
I mean, I'm doing well.
No one's gonna rain on my parade.
I'm dry at the desk.
You know, you can rain on my parade, but I'm still gonna smile the entire time. I love Atlanta. I didn't even notice that it was raining here today.
It wasn't raining when I walked over, but apparently it's getting there now.
But we're gonna keep talking. At least I am. Are you down to keep talking?
Yeah, let's keep going. I'll hang out until I'm getting rained on. I'm fine. So, but we should be able to. I believe we can probably take a look over at the teams and we can see how they placed out of that match.
Yeah, I definitely want to take a look at that. But kind of the thing that I was mentioning before it started to rain inside is the idea that two of those teams that are most likely going to qualify are the teams that come in first place. So
yeah, first and second puts you in a great spot. First or second.
Second really doesn't. Like, think about it, because two teams are going to come into second, so you get yourself in the position where let's say one of the teams that comes in second place qualifies as that third place team, then the other team that comes in second may be in that head-to-head situation. It really depends how that second game places out. If Echo Fox finds themselves in the top 3 again, that leaves a little bit of an opening. But if a different team grabs that first place, they basically solidify themselves as those top 2 teams. It is very hard to qualify in this team qualifier match.
Much harder
than the solos.
in teams. Much harder in teams versus solos.
Yeah.
There's a huge difference in it. And again, we're talking about 15 players out of 60 advance from a group rather than 20.
Yeah, totally.
So there's a little bit of play there that's slightly different, which is going to make it harder for some of these guys to qualify. But we should be able to go ahead and take a look at that team. I believe we have the results from match 1 ready.
Yeah, let's take a
and
look.
I'd love to see that. And we can see the score here. Again, a winning team. It works out very close to the way solos. So the way the system works, it's very, very close. And this is going to be the highest score we've seen after solos. They slayed out, and they're going to take down a ton of players. So it goes from 175 up to so they took down 12 players there.
12, yeah.
They almost eliminated 2.5 full teams there. And then Impact Gaming at 125,000. And again, we were talking about that you have to place top 3. So second and third doesn't necessarily guarantee you into those positions, kind of the way that it did in solos. But it does set you up very well as long as you can kind of get near the bubble in the second game. It should be able to boost you and kind of maintain and keep you there.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult to qualify. I mean, look at Team Allure, look at Team Nefarious, look at Team Noble. They really need that first place finish to be able to do it. Only 3 teams are going to go, and you already have Hail and Impact with 100K plus Team Vitality right on that 100K bubble. If any of those teams show up, have a good placement in this second qualifier game, they pretty much ensure themselves a path to that grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. And again here, so now the decision is for these teams, when they start to see fights break out and they start recognizing what team is where and they get that call out, you need to try and figure out what team placed and is at that bubble spot with you, and you want them to die very, very soon. So if you have an opportunity to pinch them out at all, you want to do that and eliminate them immediately. Now it's a target game. This team needs to go down, and if I see them, I need to eliminate them right now.
Yeah, and we talked about that potentially seeping its way into the meta of the solo queues, and it didn't really happen quite as much as we thought it was going to. But I think with teams, it's a much more organized chaos in certain aspects.
Yeah.
Maybe they will actually start to target these teams. Maybe they will really start to put the crosshairs on the players who already have the points on the board and try to ensure that they can actually move forward into that grand finals.
Yeah.
And we are just getting word right now that the rain is actually hitting the computers. So we're going to jump to a quick break right now. We're going to make sure that we save all of the computers that we do have that were provided to us by Aces Gamers Republic. Want to thank them a lot for the computers.
Keyboards.
And we don't want to melt them with the water right now. Apologies for this quick delay, but we will be back soon to figure out who is going to the grand finals of Team Play.
Be back.
manages to get that first place, they really do open up the way for some other teams to kind of jump up and get these points. If they don't, you assume that the first place team is going to grab it.
So here's the other thing, though. So we were talking about players having to take out people to get up. Does Echo Fox feel comfortable enough that they've made it, that they try to eliminate teams that they don't want to play in finals?
I didn't think of that. That's actually a really good call. I mean, off the break, if you can actually get in on that spread, I actually think that's a really good call. You get in and you see a team that you just don't want to be playing against, just go in. Trade out the bodies. You already know that you guaranteed yourself a place.
We think. We haven't seen it shake out from a match yet. We'll have to see the end of Group A, but I think that they are pretty much secured for a spot unless they go out first. So maybe you want to wait until you're intent to engage that, but do you see that happen?
We already saw just how huge that 170K point sprint really is for a team. I mean, we saw how much it impacted Drop. I mean, he dropped already when he actually fell out in that second game. This, of course, was of the solo matches that went down yesterday in those group qualifiers. I feel like he dropped in like the 50s.
Yeah.
So and he dropped
somewhere around 55th.
That 175K is going to be an absolutely massive way to start the day, and I think it's a guarantee.
Now. You got to make top 3 now to advance, though. So we're talking about less spread there. So I don't know how the points work out. I think we're going to have to see the way it works out after Group A.
When you look, the top 3 teams managed to get into that 100K point range. Right? So those top 3 teams get into the 100K point range. First place is 175K. I think it's mathematically impossible for any team to completely eliminate a team that has qualified in first place, especially when you put up 12 kills on the board.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, we both have determined that we are not phenoms in math, so maybe something weird happens, but we'll have to see.
The thing is if the third place team, so if you had one team coming first, another team coming second, and then the second and third place teams got every single kill, maybe you could knock out a first place team.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a possibility that they go into fourth and then they have to become that wild card. I mean,
is anyone at home particularly good at math? If anyone's particularly good at math, you could tweet out if we are just absolutely off our rockers right now.
I mean, I know that it's a scaling system. I don't know. Obviously, I got corrected. It's a logarithmic scale. I said exponential yesterday. But if somebody knows the math, Senshu, you're out there, and I know you do all the gas calculations. Senshu, help us.
Let us know.
Tweet me
I'm
what it
pretty
works
sure
out
it's
to.
mathematically impossible to get first place and then not qualify.
Most likely, I think at worst, first place team can only get bumped out to fourth, and then they still have a 50-50 shot at that wild card position to be that 7th team selected.
And then that would mean that the other team would actually have to come in first and then drop down to fourth as well for you not to qualify. So definitely going to be hard for Echo Fox to mess this one up. This is definitely their grand finals to blow at this point. But we're going to jump right into this second game of the qualifiers. And as we can see, PYD is going to be the team that we jump on board with first. And this is that Chinese team, and it is great to get to see them on this LAN environment.
Yeah, absolutely. So PYD going to land here early, and we're going to start this looting phase, which we're going to see a little bit of slow play again, but we'll see this pick up into a powder keg at the end, and we'll see what that first circle ends up being.
Do definitely want to take a look at the map as well and see where that spread is, and as we can see, that is going to be that first circle that we were talking about. And look at Echo Fox and how close they are to Impact Gaming.
Yeah, so this first circle is going to go all the way north here, and we are going to have Vigor up there in Ranchito. We got PYD going up towards the dam where there's a ton of loot. It looks like PYD is going to secure themselves that loot. We're dropping down to IG, and Echo Fox, first and second place teams, have both landed next to each other inside of Cranberry. So this is going to be interesting to see if those two disengage or if we see that play from Echo Fox that we just talked about and they try to eliminate them.
This was exactly what we were talking about. It's almost like we were psychic. Echo Fox now has that opportunity to be incredibly aggressive in these early portions of the game. And it's really their call if they want to take it or not. And like we mentioned, it is really their grand final to lose at this point. We're seeing Jerk Chicken now from that squad moving in and out of these buildings, just trying to make sure that he's getting all the possible loot. And heard a couple shots there for a second.
I think that might have actually been the door.
That was the door.
I think our headsets clicked there. I heard that also, but I think it might have been the door. So we've got Fox here though. Chicken going in. He's Jerk's just trying to get looted up. Obviously, all these guys are legend players, and they're gonna secure the loot. I don't think that we'll see that play. I don't think Echo Fox goes for that, but we might end up seeing something.
We might end up seeing something. Echo Fox already starting to find some good positioning in these buildings as well, but do have to be cognizant of where exactly that safe zone is going to be.
So 2 players there as we came in. They hit the ground before we got into the live, so we did lose PYD, Kingley, and Sleets. 2 players getting kills, so Illusions takes out Sleets to start that match. Zoltan takes out Kingley, so that is where, if anybody in the chat was wondering where those, why we started with 58, that's what was going on.
Yeah, we had to actually double check because we jumped in the same time as you, but thank you to everyone in production right now for filling us in. And as we can see, we are off to a blazing start, and we're already losing another player here. We are down to 57, and this is a much faster paced game than that first one was. And as we can see, Vitality going to have some serious eyes here onto Vigor. Shot starting to ring out into the game.
Yeah. Shots coming out from Cryptid, looking to try and connect on a Gotaga. I heard a car horn, and it is Smokey's coming through, letting Gotaga know to get in the car. We need to go. Get here now. So they're going to go ahead and get out of that situation. They don't want to be there. You don't want to drop players this early. And they're making a smart choice to go ahead and disengage. And they're going to head up north. It looks like there's a good residential area up there to the north that we might see them go for. Not sure. And Nefa here is crossing the open water. Not that bad of a spot to start in the beginning to cross. It's a little rough to do in late game, but you can kind of cross through these areas earlier.
Yeah, this is just not exactly, this isn't the cleanest break that we've seen. This isn't the cleanest spread, so we are going to start to see some heads roll right out of the gates. But now, like you mentioned, we're on board with Vigor. What exactly are they trying to accomplish with these 3 men in the Jeep? They are still relatively close to their 2 other players who are looting.
It looks like the other 2 most likely have a vehicle. If they're driving off with 3, there's no way that they're just leaving 2 guys behind. So the other 2 do have a car, and here they come. They've got the Rari, they've got the cop car. They're going to make a move here, and Vitality is actually split. So we saw those 2 players from Vitality head up north. We do have Hurrah and Damsies over here in the cul-de-sac with the trailers looting all of these. They do have a vehicle, though, and they should be able to go meet up with the other players that we saw take off up north.
Yeah, that is definitely a likely outcome to see here, but now we are going to keep on with Vitality for now. And as you mentioned, they are split, but it seems like these 2 players have managed to get a decent amount of loot in the works. Now probably going to head back to their team or try to scout out the next position to be looting.
Yeah, still here with Hurrah and Damsies. Mocket looks like they're pretty far up there. I believe we're facing north, so they should be up along the north edge of the map. TG here, a team that we saw in a kind of a weird starting spot last game. We'll see if maybe they can find themselves a better edge zone. These zones, when they come in as a team into cities, work out well. You can play the center of the safe zone. Center of the safe zone, as I talked about, which Echo Fox had that iffy moment when they went to the middle of the safe zone, is a really rough spot to play out of when you get into the late game. You can play the middle of those early safe zones. Those late safe zones are really dangerous in open field, so maybe we'll get to see a city finish this time, and we'll get to see some of the close range flanking abilities of some of these teams.
Yeah, that would be great. I really do want to see a city finish. We haven't talked too much about the initial ring that has come out here. We're taking a peek at the map right now. I mean, do you think that we have a chance of seeing that city finish, or do you think we're most likely going to see more of what we saw in that initial qualifying match?
No, we're definitely, I believe, on this circle unless this initial pull pulls to the bottom right towards Ranchito.
Ranchito's the only hope of having that finish.
And at the end, even with it pulling there, we're still not going to get it. We're only going to get a corner of it for a second, and it's going to pull out. So we're going to end up with open field or maybe one of these farms or smaller POIs around the map. We're definitely not going to get a city finish here.
And you have to think that that's definitely going to favor the teams that did well in that last matchup, that really did excel with the ridges, that excelled with the hills. The thing is, though, is when we do move to this portion of the map, it is a lot flatter. So we're not going to see teams being able to get those elevation portions quite as easily. They are going to be much more coveted here in this second game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got IG here just kind of taking a small POI. They will get back into the car and go pretty quick. Shell Shock always making sure that he's moving. If you're the driver of a vehicle, you want to stay in motion. You don't want to stop except for the split second that it takes for your teammate to get into the vehicle, because it is an easy shot to rip you apart. IG now going to also be the first team out here and first ones to this airdrop, and it looks like both are out, which means that he is going to do that play. He's going to drop the 2-hit down and be able to pick that back up.
And they get it without much contest here. Looks like they're going to be able to run off with that loot nice and easy, hopping in that Rari and gunning back out to the remainder of their team. Looks like a few people are going to be quite surprised when they get to that drop. Now we're on with Hale
Looks like they're divvying up some loot, just trying to make sure everybody's got everything they need. You want everybody to have a few throwables. You want everybody to have a little bit of makeshift materials. So it looks like they're just kind of splitting up loot at the moment.
Yeah, and already, though, we are just seeing the impact of what this initial safe zone is. So much action just going on in the field. I mean, look at how much cover this team really does have here. Playing it smart, close to the ridge, using the Rari in proper location, but...
It's another small ridge, though. So it's one of the lower ones, which is kind of what they were at the end, and they couldn't play out of it. And they did get, I believe they did end up taking third because Prodigy Aces here made the smart decision to make the play into the gas and just heal, secure, and make sure that the other team goes out and they're on the upper side of the bubble.
Yeah, we are going to have to see, though, how they adapt as these rings come out more and more. And just want to refresh everyone's memory. Are seeing some shots ring out here. That is going to be IG potentially getting those shots in. But we want to refresh everyone's memory since we did just come back from a break. This, of course, is going to be that initial looting phase as it gets a little bit tighter here. But, oh, action's starting right now. It's going to be Hale just scaring off the other team here. They want to really keep this ridge.
Kind of a weird ridge to keep because right now in the safe zone there's a lot of open field to their other side. They need to get farther towards the outside edge of this safe zone and make use of larger ridge lines, larger mountains, or forested areas that have some ridges in them. There's some neat forests, a couple forested areas that actually have the trees with that weird little valley in the middle that give you good spots to hide your vehicles. You have all the trees covering it and the ridges, and you can secure a vehicle for a long time.
The whole team going to get loaded up into one car there for Hale. More shots going to be fired out. Just testing shots right now. But yeah, I really do agree with you. That particular ridge, not one that is incredibly high value. I mean, we talk about the best ridges usually come in pairs of two. You get that little bit of a dip going. You get protection from two sides, and it really protects you from potential pinches coming in.
With the option of jetting out one side of that little valley to get away. So it gives you options. So the thing I like in almost every decision I try to make when I used to play fives a lot was preserve all options. So give me something, whatever choice allows me the most options to get away or most decisions that I can have. I want to go with that one because as decisions close off, I still have multiple plays that I can make. I never want to be down to only one decision left because at that point you're in a really tough situation.
Yeah, exactly. Because then if that one option doesn't work, you basically fail. You need to keep different lines of play open. The more lines of play you have, the better you're going to be able to improv against the best in the world. And right now, this game is going to be the last game to determine who goes, which teams of these teams, which are going to be the top three, which are going to go to that playoff game.
Thanks for dying. He's going to come into a rough spot here. He's coming into loot, and it looks like he's going to run right into Hale. He drives right through them, though, and it looks like he's going to make it down to the rest of his team. He was extremely split. He just drove through the middle of Hale and Echo Fox to get back to the rest of his team and made it through somehow.
Yeah, that's really going to get the aggro flowing, and now you can hear more shots being fired out. Thanks for dying, already healing himself back up. Went down to about 50 there, running through a complete procession of guns from multiple teams.
Confirmation from Senchu, it is possible, depending on how the kills go, to eliminate Echo Fox from the top 3 position.
It is.
He went ahead and crunched the numbers for me, just messaged me, and it is possible. So we'll have to see how this plays out.
But it is determined by kills, though, correct?
It was determined by kills, and it's going to be determined by at what position they get eliminated, and specific teams need to eliminate specific teams. It is a long shot to knock them out, but there is a chance that could happen.
Yeah, so that is exciting, but it would definitely be theirs to throw at this point. Major thanks to getting those numbers together for us. That was kind of one of the big questions that I did have in the back of my mind, but with 170K points just from the placement, and then they get those additional 12,000 points from the kills that they posted up in game number 1 of Group A qualifiers. They're finding themselves sitting pretty, but right now we're looking at Eco. It's going to be Samuel, and this guy performed very well. He was kind of the guy who was just taking out big names yesterday in solos. That was his claim to fame yesterday. We're going to have to see if he can push it a little bit further. Eco being on the bubble right now could use a good placement here. Otherwise, they will be going home.
Yeah, he actually just took it one step further. Basically, second, third, fourth have to kill each other in the reverse order, and and Echo has to go out early because then those teams basically average out the same.
Yo, that was kind of close to what I said. I almost did math.
Yeah, you almost did math. I mean, you had a basic strategy down since you confirmed it for you. So I don't know that the stars are going to have to align for that to happen.
It definitely will, but we're going to be seeing where these stars do fall in just a couple of seconds here because it is starting to get very close. We're approaching that mid-game phase now. Most of the engagements that we're going to see are going to be either testing shots or shots that are going to attempt to pull resources away from the team. You want to be taking helmets, you want to be taking down vehicles more than anything else, and you want to be taking down any makeshifts or lammies that you can. And a big style of play that we did see playing out in the last game, and it was one that you highlighted particularly well, was the use of lammies and actually taking off the lammies, trying to save them for later in the game because they're not that important of a resource at very long distance rifling play.
Yeah, you want them on when you're traveling to protect you while running through open field.
Is this
and
a
you
gift
want
or a
them
curse?
on for last matches.
Gift or curse?
This is a gift. This is 100% a gift. They have they have spots that they can run to and dodge the bombs and get inside and have 100% cover from. This is just a free gift to TG. Team Gate's going to get it looks like he has a hunting rifle. I do believe he got the rifle out of there, and that's going to be a big pickup for Maxa there.
Haven't seen too much out of the hunting rifle just by itself so far. Definitely seeing them come in at that fray at the end of the game, but want to see some action coming off early with that rifle.
Yeah, absolutely. TG obviously out of there, and it looks like the bomb plane driver was slightly off, and instead tried to take out IG there, slightly off the mark.
Hey, a lot of gifts. A lot of gifts there for Team Gates.
Yeah, gift to Gates, and then the kind of gift you don't want to receive is kind of like the coal at Christmas to IG there.
Yeah, definitely more of a kick than Cole. That is for sure, but ultimately IG going to be completely safe. More bombs coming in right now. These are closer to connecting with Team Gates, but like you mentioned, they have plenty of places to hide. No damage really going to be coming out here. Looking nice inside of this little camp that they have set up, and they got all of that loot for free. As you can see, Vigor was outside of the safe zone. They're going to be able to rotate in. No pressure right now, but interestingly enough, only half of the safe zone is really being utilized by our players, except for Echo Fox. They have free reign over in that northwestern portion of the safe zone, right by the lake.
Yeah, we're going to have to rotate in here. We saw Crumb and Cryptid over there on the east side, both driving around in separate cars, so they are playing scouts for the rest of the team, while the rest of the team sits most likely on foot or in a third vehicle that's kind of hidden away. Playing it really well. I do not like, I like the area the Vitality's in for full playability there, but I don't like playing inside of warehouses. We talked about it in solos that it really eliminates a lot of line of sights in this area. They are not able to gather information unless players are shooting. You cannot see other players. Now that means other players can't see you, but when you go to make those late game decisions of what path is my least resistance to get to where I need to be, how do I get there, you are operating blind, and it puts you at risk when you go to make those moves.
And we saw just how dangerous that can be. A lack of intel can have you between two teams, and then you're just getting pinched on every fight. That could be very dangerous. Now for the first time in this match, we're going to be taking a look at Allure. We saw them fall down very early in the first game, taking some serious damage from the bombs because they were caught in one of those bad positions, right? It was either take this bomb damage or run out right into Noble's guns. So they ultimately decide to kind of try to deal with the salvo that was coming through, and we did see Bunny fall down there, and then P90 Princess shortly after, and then with only 3 members of their team left remaining, they were cut down to size by the remaining squads. At this point, though, we are down 3 bodies, but we still have all 12 teams in contention, and Allure going to move very close to the gas at this point. Find them in a pretty good position, though, here. It seems like they are done with their looting phase. We are quickly approaching the mid-game.
Yeah, we'll be getting into the mid-game probably right around this next circle after it closes, because some of these guys are going to have to come in a little bit closer. There's not quite enough points of interest out there to give enough cover. We should start seeing at least vehicles getting eaten. And you'll also notice what we saw at the end of the last game is that these teams ditch their vehicles. A vehicle is very loud in those final circles and gives you away, and if you need to move silently as much as you possibly can, and you'll see the majority of the guys even away from their car here with Mocket, but you want to basically stand out in a way and defend your vehicle and hold your area so that you have it to get out of a really bad situation like we watched Crumb do in solos yesterday.
Yep.
You can make a quick escape sometimes and save a few lives, save a few bodies.
Yeah, all right, now Talking about Market, you brought him up. What do you think of this Forest position?
Force position is pretty good for them so far. Again, they have much more visual lines of sight than Team Gates. These guys are operating off of small windows where the camera is sitting in a different position because when you get inside, it pulls into the body a little closer. So they also have the free reign of shooting where the camera can sometimes shift a little bit when you're inside tight spaces. And this next safe zone is going to go absolutely off. So we've got Vigor and Mocket. Mocket actually has Mocket might be in a rougher position than we thought. It depends because TG doesn't look like they're looking for a fight. So Vigor's going to try and go around Mocket here, and we'll see if Mocket decides to try and keep them out. You can see the little bit of darkness there. That's the tree area. Vigor is in the open right now, and Mocket is going to take a fight. And it looks like we lost one player there. Mocket taking somebody down. We are at 56. So Vigor going to drop down to 4 players left.
That is absolutely huge. And as we could see on that map as well, some teams are just absolutely set up at this point. Allure is actually, with their movement to that, they moved, I guess it was probably about 30 seconds, a minute back, and it ends up working out really well with this next ring. We also see Echo Fox, who's just had their free reign of loot by the lake, in a very good position now. More shots going to be raining out. It's from Team Mocket.
Yeah, IG here just trying to make a move around also. These guys taking second in the last game, so they are definitely looking to make sure that they're 100% guaranteed in. They definitely want to make sure that they're probably in that upper 6 teams for this match just to feel comfortable. I don't expect them to take too many fights unless they absolutely have to. They're going to probably try and avoid and wait to get those placement points in there.
Yeah, placement points going to be absolutely huge. Just a refresher, if you are just tuning in, we have these 12 teams. This is the second game that they have played today here in Atlanta. We are going to be combining their score based off of their placement and their kills. The top 3 teams going to be going to the grand finals tomorrow. 150K on the line. Echo Fox currently sitting on the top of the leaderboard, and they find themselves in an absolutely beautiful position on this map. Noble now inside of the cop car, going to try to get set up in a good position of their very own.
Yeah. They'll run around. PYD still in the game. PYD having a little bit of a rough game last round. We'll see what they go ahead and come to make it up into that top 3 or get that bubble position.
We do see a smoke come down from Noble as well, taking a little bit of damage here. They want to get defensive. They want to make sure that they can get their team healthy, and they are not in the best position. Warehouse isn't going to have too many shots onto them. That, of course, is Team Vitality, who has taken up residence there. But Eco, very good lines on Noble inside of this forest, and we are going to see Noble retreat back, peeling back from that tree line, wrapping around. They may actually rotate. Yeah, they're going to rotate into this second forested area. Very, a lot of cover there.
I do believe it's clear, too. I didn't see any teams in there, so I think they're going to be all right. I still...
Oh, wow. We are going to see a bunch of kills coming through right now. Mocket, the one to really get this one going. A few members from Vigor fallen as well. PYD appears to have been able to sink in there, maybe get some solid lines. It looked like they were pinches coming through. But as you can see, it is very tight here. Bodies will be falling. We jump on with Mountain FPS, incredibly low, going to drop the smoke and try to heal himself up. This is the pretense for exactly what is going to go down. We are starting to approach that late game. It is getting very tight. There is not enough space, and these players are going to have to play for their lives. Vigor, chop down, has the eyes on Mountain FPS, waiting for the smoke to clear. Mountain FPS, though, seems to have a little bit of height on him. He may be able to get a line. We are seeing, it looks like throwable coming through.
It looks like it might have been another smoke just to make that wall stay up a little bit longer. Choppa not knowing what the health is of that player. It still says 12 teams up. You don't know how many people are left on Mocket. You don't want to walk in and take that fight. Crumb a little bit separated from Choppa. We'll see what he ends up deciding to do there. But Mocket is down to 1 player left. Mountain, last man alive.
And he is about to get absolutely deleted. PYD moving up over this hill. Will Mocket be able to take out one more member from the squad? The answer is no. Mocket sent home. Only 11 teams going to remain here. And we can see that there are more fights that are absolutely imminent. Choppa down is still separated from his teammate Crumb, the shot caller for this squad. Shot still ringing out from the guns of PYD. Vitality still going to find themselves in this warehouse. Crumb just around the peripheral of it. Will he attempt to come in? It looks like he's cutting in right now. Does he know the danger that is waiting for him inside of the warehouse?
Absolutely.
Separated from his teammate, though. Chop it down. Finds himself in a terrible position. PYD looking to put another kill on the board, and this one should not be difficult for them at all. Chop it down, though, does not want to go down without a fight.
PYD going ahead and getting their loot on from those kills that they just got. Now getting the finish onto Choppa. Illusions, that monster player out of China, gonna take out Choppa. Crumb now in a situation where he needs to play it really safe and just wait these teams out. He needs to basically do what Prodigy Aces did in the first game and find himself a spot that he's not gonna get engaged at. It is gonna be really tough though to play that when there's still 11 teams up. He's in a much harder situation than Prodigy Aces was in the last one,
Casper
and gonna get deleted. Casper taken out by Wazidi.
The thing is with Crumb, though, he's going for kind of a cheeky play. He's almost hiding in the clutches of another team.
Yeah, he didn't really have anywhere else to go. He would have had to go out into the open there. So he decides to play into the zone where he has a lot of angles. He can cut around corners. He can kind of dip and dive and take a corner and disappear.
You just whip out that shotgun, try to get them down with the one pump, but you don't even want to be in that situation. You're not trying to put kills on board. You're trying to let the other teams do the dirty work for you. Now Milky Day's going to come alive. This was a very impressive Slayer coming out in the solo queues yesterday, and his team is coming alive as well. Thanks for dying. Going to take down Reptar, another impressive Slayer.
And Crumb now going to have to come take a fight to TG. Kariba coming in on him, and you see that smoke nade, which is now going to give Crumb a ton of cover. They're not going to know which corner he turned. They don't know where he is. He has disappeared into this maze, and there's multiple levels to this maze. This is a different area than the rest of the map. You have to know what height he's at, and they're going to spot each other as they have to cross to run from the gas. Shots coming out from Sharky, able to connect once, twice. Crumb down to about 50%. He's going to have to heal and try and get out of this gas. It's going to do a ton of damage, and I think that Crumb is in a spot that he's not going to be able to work his way out of, and we now have Vitality running side by side with TG. TG opening shots. They're going to get one kill onto Smokey's. Jeesh taking out P90 Princess, and Keebler is going to choke out to the gas.
Yeah, we have an absolute bloodbath on our hands. Another going to fall. This time it's from Team Allure, jumping on board with Vitality. Only one shot stands between him and death, and it is lighting up over here. Allure just falling off of the map. A throwable from the hands of Noble. Gonna bring out Gotaga, and still this Vitality member not able to heal himself up. Looking from the overhead, we can see Noble has secured themselves inside of this smoke. They're gonna be able to heal up, but Echo Fox is going to be the shark in the water here. And it looks like the only member of Vitality left standing is going to be taken out very easily. And there it is, the final shots coming through, going to send this squad home. 9 teams remain.
Yeah, Echo Fox finally deciding to come in and get in the midst of it. They've decided this is the time, and they are going to join the battles. And it looked like they were firing some shots down. We'll come back to them in a moment. But IG, who just absolutely destroyed and ran through Team Allure, netted themselves a ton of kills there. Definitely continuing to pad their second place performance from last game, and we have now dropped down to 7 teams remain, 28 players. We've got Fury versus Kariba. Fury's going to step up, and they are going to both go down, and they A1 Supreme takes out Kariba right as Fury goes down.
What a trade that we did just see there. Now we're on board with Sharky, and doesn't look like we are going to be for long. Shot still coming in. Helmet gets knocked off, and then he goes down. Eco now trying to get into these fights. We see some serious damage coming through. Samuel with a good smoke going to protect his teammate for now. Echo Fox getting aggressive. This was your first place squad. They now find themselves in at least 6th place, probably going to secure themselves that role as well in the grand finals. But PYD trying to cut them down to size, trying to jump ahead on this leaderboard. Body armor going to pop off. There was that, the helmet as well. Illusions down to health. This is that aggressive Slayer from China. Will he fall down, or will he be able to stem the aggression with that of his own?
Yeah, they're taking fights on both sides here. They're playing against Echo Fox on one side. I didn't catch which team it was to the other, but PYD in a spot where the only option they have is to run through open field between 2 teams, or in this situation, the choice is you pick a team and you push them. You must secure that one side. Candyman here going off, taking down MiG-99 with the AR with an assist from Triv, and we are about to see IG push up onto the rest of Hale, who are right over this ridgeline as we come up over the top. Carta most likely going to open up and take some shots onto Cutie Venom, who is already down to about 25. He needs to connect once. Cutie's going to make it to that tree and get away, but Shellshock's going to catch it from the side, and then figures it's going to die to Blood Inferno in the back line.
Yeah, now IG does have this ridge. It's something to work with here. They're going to be dipping back and forth around it. PYD still having some trouble here. They're inside of the smoke, but Noble ready to collapse on them. And just like that, we are going to see Fox yet again. Echo Fox just really lighting up the board, and they are just taking out this Chinese team. Noble up against this gas, and they are on a collision course with Hale. Prodigy Aces is the closest member there to that skirmish. In that top right portion of your screen, we have our champions from the last match. They still have all 5 members of their team. Are they going to be able to get first place here again?
They might be able to do it. Carta going to take out Blood Inferno, but IG does lose another player here in these trades, and we see PYD still playing these smoke nades, absolutely getting lit right here. Noah getting shot by Noble. We saw Echo Fox coming in, making use of explosive arrows and gas nades to do zone denial within these smoke nades. They're playing very, very well for late game, and we are down to 4 teams. 13 remain as Jordan, or Nadraj, takes out Prodigy Aces.
Yeah, and doing what you were talking about is not an easy thing to do as well. We dipped down to 4 teams, but getting that gas into the smoke, when you have multiple players throwing the smoke, that is a big area to deny anything within. Really smart plays coming out, though. Jeesh finally coming alive here alongside Shellshock and Carter. We expected big things for them, and they are gunning for a top 3. They only need to chop down 1 more team. Noble getting incredibly low, going to be taken out by Echo Fox.
Yeah, 10K going to get that kill. CBK playing, now going to take Spirits. Echo Fox playing out of their minds right now. Super consistent. They've still got 5 up. They are going to bring this game. I got a strong feeling that Echo Fox will close this out. They're very well spread. They have a lot of different rocks to use, tons of angles to just put tons of pressure. Flame now stepping up again after 4 kills in the last game. He's going up again, takes out Nadraj. We see the bow on that player using the explosive tips earlier in the match. Imperial Hal in the gas, most likely not going to make it out. Barely, nope, doesn't make it out. Jeesh is going to drop him there. And Carta, Jeesh, we've got the 2 teams left. We have IG versus Fox again. Both these teams are going to the finals.
This is an absolute show that we are about to witness as well. And as you can see, Mini has started to wrap around the map. He's going to try to get a cheeky play going. Some serious shots going into Jeesh here. Echo Fox does not want to give up their title of first place on this leaderboard. Jeesh doing everything in his power, though, to cut them down. Mini getting low, starting to drop those smokes. Needs to heal himself off. Flame, though, going to be able to get the first kill. Mini does fall down to Carta. It is neck and neck here. They are very even. And now running through the flames, it is Jeesh. Carta falls down to Howie. Shellshot going to fall down as well. Echo Fox getting the man advantage here. And it looks like they're going to be able to take first place again. And they have been the harbingers of death in this kill feed. Looking to take down Jeesh. The second they find him, he will fall. And they get that kill. And it is going to be Echo Fox taking first place convincingly.
Echo Fox coming through big, showing that this new squad with 10K added in, and they are playing consistent. They are absolutely dominating.
Didn't 10K get picked up 2 days ago?
10K got announced the day that we came in for rehearsal, so Thursday night, they announced that he would be here. 10K coming in really strong with them. That spread that they got after having PYD forcing a situation to go through them allowed them to open up onto those rocks, and everybody was in their path, and they had a 180-degree spread on them. And this is a game of angles, and they had them.
And talk about angles and also creating angles and creating space. That's exactly what Mini did there in those last seconds of the game. You did see him fall, but what it did for his team was absolutely huge. He opened up so many shots for the other members of his team. He almost baited them, but he also got the flanking, got some serious pressure in, and wow, did Echo Fox manage to slay again. This was a big thing that we were talking about. Not only are they going to get an additional 175K with one of the most convincing performances that we have seen at DreamHack, they also outslayed everyone.
They just won back-to-back games in an environment that you typically don't see that happening. I mean, that's to take down both is a statement. That is, we are here, we are playing well, our shot is on, we are very, very confident, and we know what we're here to do.
Impact looked incredible as well, and before we even did queue up, Impact was one of those teams that I really was looking forward to getting to watch, and the reason is they have 3 players who looked incredible in solos yesterday, but didn't necessarily get the finishes that they deserved. They very much deserve that second place, but there is no question that Echo Fox did deserve that first place, but expecting to see both of those teams moving forward from this group, and we're going to be finding that out in just a second. We're going to have that graphic with all of the standings, and we will see the top 3 teams going, and if your favorite team is right on the bubble in 4th place, they still do have a chance, but we are going to jump into Group B in just a second here, and that's going to be when we figure out when that 7th place team actually does come in. But what were your top kills coming out of game number 2 of Group A of the team qualifier matches?
I'm not not sure about top kills. I absolutely love the way that Echo Fox made use of zone denial, forcing PYD, who's a strong team, strong Slayers, to have to basically run through open field, lose a ton of players, go down to 2, and have to play from a tough position. That play, securing them and securing that whole 180 degrees, that whole top half, northern half of that safe zone, it was huge. Having all those rocks, that was an amazing play to recognize and get that spread. A lot of teams in those situations don't want to get that far spread. They had no problem deciding to actually do a full spread all the way across the safe zone and just light everyone up.
PYD did a really good job here today. Was excited to see that team.
Yeah.
We'll have to see where exactly they do fall on the standings here. They were always in that battle royale at the end, but not necessarily coming out on top.
So it looks like on the review here that we're getting, it looks like the same 3 teams might have actually taken first, second, third there. So
that does make sense. The only one I wasn't sure of was third.
I wasn't sure
that
about
kind of happened so quick.
Yeah.
So that means those are going to be our top 3 teams.
Those should be our top 3, and unless something weird with the scoring happened with kills, but I don't think you can make up enough. I don't think any teams made up enough kills. I didn't see anybody go off that would.
There's a potential for 4th to jump ahead, because when we did see coming out of last time, I'll be off by a little bit, but I believe we had 100K coming in for Hale, and then the team in 4th place having a 99K or
98 somewhere in there.
I think no, it was 99. So that is really close. I mean, that's just 1 kill off. And when you have that same placement again, if you slay at the same rate, that's just a 1 kill gap. So we could potentially see 4th place close in on Hale's lead. But Hale,
most likely,
if I remember, they slayed pretty heavy throughout this second game as well.
I think they netted more kills that game than they did in the previous, because they were in the thick of the action there in that forest right just north of the crane and all the shipping containers. They were right there in the thick of that battle. Well, I mean, I guess everybody but Echo Fox was there. But Echo Fox waited till the last minute, and they just came in and they're like, oh, okay, we're down to about 10 teams. We're going to mop up.
I can't wait to actually see how many kills Echo Fox put in there, though, at the end. It was exciting to see it last time around.
I tried to find Echo Fox after the first game, but they apparently came out just so excited and gone. They dipped to go celebrate for a minute while we had that rain break.
Yeah, there's an ice cream booth right over there. It's a good place to celebrate. Get some Dippin' Dots.
Find them.
Yeah, ice cream of the future, man. 2017. I thought everyone would be eating Dippin' Dots by now. Not sure if that's how Echo Fox did celebrate, but there's definitely going to be some celebration going on now, because they have secured themselves cleanly a spot in that grand finals tomorrow. Let's hope that they don't celebrate too hard, because they still need to go through those 3 games for the grand finals tomorrow to get the massive amount of prize money that is on the line. But if they play like that, it is going to be tough to compete with them.
It's going to be extremely. If they can carry this momentum into tomorrow, it is going to be scary, especially for some of these teams that may not have gotten as much game time in because they already qualified.
That's what we talked about a little bit earlier.
These guys are going to be a little warmer in a sense versus teams that are straight into the finals, and especially some of these guys, maybe it works out for Piney, maybe it doesn't, because he doesn't play any qualifiers in solos or in teams. So teams like Denial that have multiple players, it could be.
He's gotten himself much closer to the money, no doubt.
Yeah, oh no,
you want to be in that position.
He wants that position, but it can.
Let's look at the teams that have already qualified. So obviously we do have these top teams coming through from these last qualifier games, but we also have CLG, Obey, Denial, World Best Gaming, and Luminosity Gaming as our invited teams. Man, we still have solos today. We got the solo finals today as well, and you're going to see a lot of really big names who were invited there. Could ramble them off now, but we'll save that for a little bit. Piney obviously being one of them, but we have one more order of business in 5s before we jump into that grand final, and that, of course, is going to be Group B. If you're just tuning in, we have split up these teams into 2 groups. The top 3 from each group is going to advance to that grand final to join up with CLG, Obey, Denial, World Best Gaming, and Luminosity Gaming, and we will have that grand final playing out tomorrow. All 3 games of it, 150K on the line, 250K on the line total this weekend here from DreamHack Atlanta. And then after that, we just go to Sweden, and we do it all again. Really excited to bring this show on the road to DreamHack winner at Sweden. H1Z1 Elite Series just getting started. This is just step 1.
Yeah, step 1. And again, we've already seen a ton of play. I mean, I was sitting there like, how do we top yesterday? Well, seeing Echo Fox show up dominantly, a little bit different.
You don't top Dixie, man.
It's a little bit different type of hype. But again, we're seeing some crazy plays and players playing really well and playing consistently already. And we're in stop number 1 of this event in qualifiers. We're not in finals, and we're seeing some players that are just playing out of their minds.
It's also crazy to just think about how many tournaments have actually happened in H1Z1, and when you start having more and more lands, how that's going to develop the scene, how it's going to develop the way that the players actually approach LAN, because LAN is always going to be different. There are a lot of different things going on. It's obviously a very different environment. You're not playing from home. It's going to be different, and having these teams scrimming and playing against each other on LAN constantly more and more is really going to change everything. It's going to change the skill level. It's going to change formatting. Yeah,
the formatting of this being very different from other things also brings into those questions of when do I engage? Do I want to eliminate a team? What am I doing differently from the normal situation that we don't run into in online play? You're not having to worry about playing through groups. You're not having to worry about qualifying. And these are things that some of these players may have played other games previously and have some experience. There's going to be a couple that have LAN, but I know a large majority of these guys don't have that type of experience within esports. So this is this is a very different environment, and I think we're going to start seeing those storylines that happen in other esports of who's more comfortable in LAN, who has more experience or makes it to more events to get that comfortability. So it's definitely cool to see all of this starting to play out, and we're at the beginning of 50, 100 different storylines that we're going to be able to tell about these guys going forward, and I can't wait to see them all play out.
We have so many players at their first event, and they're just coming out so strong.
Over half these guys are probably at their first event.
Yeah, I mean, look at Dropped. First time he can compete, coming out, picking up a win. We're going to see him tonight in these grand finals. It's scheduled to kick off at 10 o'clock tonight on the main stage at DreamHack, and that is a whole other added level of pressure. If you actually can look around this venue right now, the stage is so gigantic. Having your gameplay broadcasted in front of a live audience is a lot different than just having your play in front of an internet Twitch audience. It's very different.
I mean, the size of the stage, guys.
Honestly, the guys watching live are probably a little bit nicer than Twitch chat, so that is one thing to take note.
Yeah, probably, or at least a little bit quieter. But I mean, for people that know me at all, I'm fairly blind. Past the distance of this monitor, I can make out where the camera is, but I can see and actually tell what most of the stuff's going on that screen. I mean, it is a huge stage over there. Yeah. It is going to be absolutely awesome to see that on the big screen tonight.
The thing is, they are relatively sheltered in our H1Z1 gigantic section. Yeah. They are relatively. They will be playing from those same PCs. So they already have some level of comfortability there, but when we actually do jump into the grand finals, and I think the solos are going to be the first time that we can put that to the test, see how it affects players, see if anyone maybe comes in and plays in a way a little bit more scared than we're used to seeing them play. And that's all going to be popping off tonight at around 10 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to go into that Group B soon, too, which is absolutely another one. I mean, the teams that are in this Group B, once we get to it,
all the Group Bs have been the groups of death.
Yeah,
so far.
Group Bs for the way that these shook out for the group stages. Group B has been very scary in both. Yeah. I mean, it was scary to begin with in solos yesterday, but due to shifting around, we ended up with like Mini in Group B, which made
it was like,
really
it's already
terrifying.
The group of death. Let's make it even more terrifying. It's pretty much what happened in the
solos.
We'll
throw Mini in there too, but we're going to see some.
Let's not get too carried away, though. They are getting ready. We're about to jump into it. But first, let's get that final look at the leaderboard here. This is going to be from Game 2, the leaderboard. And as you can see, Echo Fox taking a pretty similar position here, 184K. That is a whole bunch of kills, slightly less than the last time around, I do believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to get 9 kills from them this time. Hale getting a very impressive amount of kills as well. Not going to be surprised if it's just Echo Fox, Impact Gaming, and Hale clean. I think it is going to be because Noble actually slaying a little bit less this time around. Allure still not having the greatest performance. They are going to move up by 1. And all the bubble teams pretty much still kind of in that middle of the pack. But let's take a look at the overall standings. I want to take a look at the overall standings if we do have them available, and there they are. We are going to see Echo Fox. Wow, that is an absolutely beautiful lead. Actually, Noble is going to drop down. They came in 4th place in the last game, but they're going to drop down to 5th overall, followed by PYD Gaming. And that is unfortunate for PYD Gaming. They're right on the bubble here, 164K. They're not necessarily out of it yet. Yeah. It depends who comes in 4th and what their score is when we actually get to the Group B qualifiers, which are coming up next. But Echo Fox Impact Gaming and Hale Chapters are going to be 3 of your teams advancing to the team grand finals tomorrow to play for $150,000.
Yeah, so they'll be going to tomorrow to play for that $150,000, and I believe we start at noon Eastern tomorrow is when you guys can tune in and check it out. So we'll have all that action tomorrow. We'll have the solo finals tonight going on for the $100,000, and tomorrow the bounty system comes into play, and it comes into play tonight in the solos where it is $100 per kill plus $300 to the person that gets the most kills.
Oh, I didn't even know that part was there. We talked about Teaksy, though.
3,000 most kills. I missed a 0.
That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
That might be
300 was enough.
Yeah,
that's enough to just slay out.
Yeah.
I'm curious if we will see that. I think that we will in the solos for sure, because there has to be at least one person who's a madman.
Well, we've already seen them go madman. We've already seen them not afraid to take fights. But I think solos is going to light up going after bounties.
Look at Teaksy, man. I mean, that is just such a crazy. With the amount that he slayed, the amount of money that he would just pull in 30 seconds was absolutely bonkers. But we're going to get all the competitors for Group B ready. They're going to set up. They're going to get all their peripherals locked in, probably get a little bit of a practice in, and then we're going to jump in and actually figure which 3 teams are going to be moving forward from that group, and then the 4th team overall.
The wild card.
We are going to figure out that wild card as well. We're going to let them get ready, though, but be back soon because Group B will kick off when we return.
Yeah.
If the fourth place team from Group B does not manage to top that, PYD will advance. If the fourth place team from Group B does top it, they will advance. So we may have 4 teams going through from this group or just 3, but we are going to have to see, and all the eyes are going to be on who manages to take first place in this matchup in Group B. But we should talk about the teams that are actually going to be jumping in, because this is the first time we're going to get a look at them.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we've got a ton of teams here. Big teams out there, possibly fan favorites. I mean, we've got teams like Rogue, Team Caliber, Set to Destroy, Soar Gaming, Dare. I mean, we've got and it just keeps going. I mean,
just about
I could
every
sit here and
team
I can list them all
circled.
off.
Yeah, I have pretty much every team circled on our list.
Yeah, we could
it's
sit
crazy.
here and just circle all of them.
I mean, do you think... all right, let's just break it down. I'm going to go straight down the list. Let's talk about Rogue. What makes Rogue such a strong team? I mean, you're looking at T-Hump. You got Dropped, and Dropped, obviously, he's the young gun for the team. This is his first event. He came in first place in the first round of solos.
Yeah.
So he's obviously coming off of a very hot finish. He's already qualified for solos. He's going to be playing in that final tonight. Really excited to see what he can do with the full team. T-Hump looked incredible throughout the entire day. Stormin showing up big. Excited to see what Boxes can do with Rogue as a whole. But let's just talk about the team in general. What is so good about this squad? Is it the individual players, or is it when they actually come together?
It's individual play plus Boxy's just absolute great game sense. Boxy leads them very well. We've also, they actually have done a lineup change, so Dropped and Sweet were not on the team at the time. They were playing Fight for the Crown. I take that back. Dropkid was on the team, but he was actually the sub at the time.
Yeah, well,
because he wasn't able to play.
Yeah, exactly. There is somewhat of an age requirement to be playing in these tournaments. It's going to be 16. Dropped gets picked up by Rogue.
I believe that one was 18 at the time. It was 18 for Fight for the Crown due to
like stuff.
Yeah,
and TV and
so at that time he wasn't old enough, but this one going down to 16 made him eligible to play here. So he's going to come in onto that team, and we're talking about guys that are just absolute slayers in Dropped and Sweet Dream. So Boxy, if he can keep them together and keep those guys on target and makes the right calls to move across, you could definitely see these guys making in that top 3.
Tell me about Dare Rising. I want to hear a little bit about this squad.
So Dare Rising is actually a combination of some players that were part of the Obey squad that won that Fight for the Crown. They ended up taking Cloaksy, who Cloak was actually part of the original Rogue squad.
Yep.
So they're kind of a mixed match of top players off of some other teams that made roster changes, and they came together to form Dare. So there's definitely a chance for those guys to perform here today and make that top 3 also.
Do you think that any of these teams, we talk about this being a group of death, so obviously there are quite a lot of teams with hype surrounding them, but do you think any of the squads in this lineup, you would consider them an underdog or someone that people are sleeping on?
I mean, we saw players like Some Fat Kid show up yesterday in the solos.
Some Fat Kid looked so good.
From AES, so
I want him to win because it's great to get to say that. It's just so fun to get to call out like Some Fat Kid's going off. It rings right off the tongue. But he did look really good. Do you think his squad's underrated as a whole?
I think so. I mean, there's some players on there that have been around that are known, but they can play fairly well together, so it'll be interesting to see how they perform on land. Some Fat Kid clearly was comfortable yesterday. We'll see if the rest of the squad is as comfortable as he was and see how they move across this map.
Yeah, now, I mean, the thing is we want to talk about just which teams we think can take it. We talked about the fact, and do you think this will hold true in Group B? A team that is able to slay heavy towards those later portions of the game just usually is going to get it the way that Echo Fox did.
It's your ability to recognize that where the right position is going to be to come in and be able to capitalize once the powder keg ignites. If you can be that last team in after it's going off and everybody's focused on each other and you kind of swoop in the way Echo Fox did in both games, well, slightly. They did it most of the time until in Game 1 until they made that push through the middle. But it definitely worked that way in Game 2. That team that comes in late with 5 up and goes unnoticed and can sneak in and then just start mopping up all the teams that are down to 2-3 players, those are typically the teams that are going to win these events.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on right now, especially when you do already know majority of the teams who have already qualified. You are going to – Group B is going to be the we have 2 games that are going to just completely determine that final. Then after that, of course, we get to see the solo final tonight, and I'm actually so hyped for it. Looking over on the main stage where it's going to be projecting here. You starting to get excited, man?
I am. I almost want to watch it because it's so live. Maybe I can actually sit here and just watch that screen and cast it from here.
Oh, that's too much. That's too much.
Might be hard to read, but
just watching yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put some blinders on.
Yeah, I don't.
It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. But very excited for that. But obviously, we need to jump into Group B first. 2 games here today. Just want to refresh everyone on the way that this format is actually going to play out. We started with a large group of teams, and we are slowly waning them down with these qualifying matches. Group A and Group B, both having 2 of them. We've already sent the top 3 teams from Group A to that grand final, where they will be joined by 5 teams that were already invited. Going to read them off the list for you right now so you do know to look for them. It's going to be CLG, Obey, Denial, World Best Gaming, and Luminosity Gaming. But let's settle up Group B and jump straight into this first game of the qualifiers for this group.
We're actually going to hold on one moment here. Let's go through a couple more teams here right before this match starts.
I totally read that wrong. I thought we were jumping in right now.
We're going just a minute.
I'm a little antsy.
You skipped a line there. It's all right. We'll go ahead and hang out. Let's talk a little bit about some more of these teams. So we talked about Rogue. We haven't really talked about Soar, who's another team in those scrims that were doing really well. So Soar and Rogue, and the overall of all the reported scrims that we got, and again, this is not every game wasn't recorded, but for all the ones that we did get recorded into the win list, these were the 2 top performing teams, and they are both in Group B. So Soar is actually going to be made up with a new squad. So they had a squad that was at Fight for the Crown. They ran an entirely new roster. So they're going to have Rogue, not to be confused with the team Rogue.
Yes.
So we've got Rogue.
That was something that was something that we needed to clearly delineate yesterday. But one of the reasons we needed to clearly delineate it was because he was going off constantly. He looked really good in solos yesterday.
Yeah, he definitely did. And then we've got Zarian, Kyreg, another guy that qualified yesterday.
That's incredible.
We have Teenage and Rhino Q, and then they have the alternate who's not, I don't believe he's actually having to sub in today, but we had Gabe, and I believe Gabe actually qualified yesterday as well. There was 2 SOAR members that qualified.
Now the big thing was it only 2 that qualified?
Because I believe it was because we were talking about them all in pairs.
I feel like Teenage ended up getting knocked down. I don't think Teenage managed to qualify.
I think he bubbled out.
Yeah, I think he did bubble out, but we did see him playing quite a bit in scrims. And the thing is with these warm-up matches, when we get to watch the players play, it's a little bit different than actually watching the games play out because they are more focused on testing their shot. So we could see just how well Teenage was able to slay. So when we actually get into these 5s, it will be exciting to see in the final moments how many kills he can post up on the board. But taking a look at the remainder of the team, it's pretty impressive when Gabizman is your alternate.
Yeah.
That is a big indicator of just how deep this roster really goes. Excited to see what they can do. We saw Rhino play a little bit yesterday, too, as well, didn't we?
I believe we did see Rhino play.
I'm trying to remember. He may not have been popping up quite as much. I think one of the standout players from this roster, just based off of the solos that we have already watched, is going to be Kyreg.
Kyreg's going to be the one to definitely keep an eye on.
Incredible.
Great player. We've also got teams like Team Caliber, which is made up, since we were just talking about SOAR, they're made up of a couple of the players off of the original SOAR lineup, added in a couple players like Prox, who was too young to play originally, but Prox is an absolute monster.
An animal.
Prox is a really, really strong player who's been around for a while, and it's great to see him get to compete today.
I mean, if we had to pick potential MVPs, Prox would be on that list right now so far from the solo event. So when we get into these 5s, going to be impressive to see what he can do. Man, I'm excited to see Rogue play. I'm not going to lie. I really do like this lineup, and I'm excited to see it in action.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like looking at my list, just have that marked off right now. Tell me about Europe's Last Hope. That's going to be another one of the teams that we are going to see. And some of these players were also playing in solos like Memento.
Yeah, so these guys were, a couple of them were a part of E6, actually, for Fight for the Crown.
Oh, okay.
And they're another rebuild. There was a lot of player shifting and stuff after the first real pro event in that sense, and orgs trying to feel out what they want out of a roster, and so there's some roster shifts. They were part of an E6, and we've got Razar and Zeki, who are absolute animals. Memento, absolute animals. Rafisman is going to be somebody that's probably a little underrated. Not a lot of people are. He's a lesser-known name in the community. Still a great player. A lot of the European guys are really solid. The guys that made it over here, obviously, if you're going to travel across the world, you're pretty confident. You feel pretty good if you're going to go
across the world. You're not going to show up if you're expecting to lose.
Exactly, exactly. That is, it's a big trek too. I mean, we're seeing teams come over from EU. We're seeing teams come over from China. So those players, that's a big ticket. It's a
Korea,
big ticket.
I mean, we got people from all over the place.
The interesting thing is to see which NA teams are actually going to be coming over when we do go to Sweden for DreamHack Winter, right? You kind of flip the table. Then it gets a little bit harder for the NA guys to travel, and it does balance out the scene very well. Excited that Sweden is going to be our next stop. Give those EU guys a little bit easier travel, bring jet lag out of the equation for them, and really put it on the NA guys to show up big at the away stadium and try to pick up these wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the tough environment right now, getting used to the time change and the jet lag and everything for some of these European guys. Yeah. And there's a couple of EU players that are on that Echo Fox squad, and it looked like it had no effect on them.
It is nice to see, too. A lot of the players got in around the same time we did. I think some of them even got in before.
There was a couple teams actually landed on like Tuesday, and then I know a couple teams landed on Wednesday, and they've been here for a few days to adjust and make sure that they were ready for that time change.
And as they play more and more in these tournaments and they are traveling, they'll get better and better at adapting to the jet lag. I know it takes a lot of these players to only a day or so to actually knock the jet lag out of their system. They kind of get in, they stay up really late, and then they just sleep, adapt to their schedule, and start boot camping.
Yeah, so I was actually talking with Radic from Echo Fox, and he's in the solo event, and he automatically qualified in. And I was talking to him, I was like, hey, how'd the flight go? How's the jet lag? And he basically just sat there and he's like, jet lag's never affected me. Like he has
affect some people.
He has no care. He is absolutely just stone cold. He did this at TwitchCon, so you may not, actually I don't think I've shared the story with you. He walks up to me at TwitchCon right before going into one of the matches, or the first match of the day, and he looked at me and he's like, oh, what are you doing here like dressed up today? Because I was doing qualifiers and I showed up for finals and I was dressed for it. And he goes, what are you doing here? And I was like, I'm interviewing winners. He goes, you will interview me. Looks at me, wins game one, comes up for the interview.
I'm ready. I'm ready for that interview.
Yeah, he was basically like, I'm going to win. Here I am. He did the same thing to me here. He said, be ready again. So he's coming.
It's always
coming
confident guys, too, that for some reason jet lag doesn't really affect them.
He has not. I don't know if he actually needs to sleep ever.
Yeah,
he's just an animal.
Yeah, it's always great hearing those stories too, because you don't necessarily see them even if you're watching all of the broadcasts. Sometimes you don't get to really know the players quite as well if they're not streamers or different things like that. But definitely let us know too. Be sure to tweet out at us if there are any players that you really want us to try to put a spotlight on. If you haven't seen that much of them, if you want to learn more about them, and we will do our best to do it. I know any chance we get, we are kind of looking at those tweets that are coming in. You guys have been great all weekend long, and we're just getting started. We're not even halfway through yet. Once we knock out this series,
we're not even into a finals yet. We're still in qualifiers.
Finals going to be starting tonight, though, around 10 o'clock. Really excited to get them underway. I believe it's exactly 10 o'clock Eastern, so be sure to set your clock for that. Be sure to come in and see who's actually going to take the big chunk of money that is awaiting them. A lot of money there.
Yeah.
60 great players just waiting for that. But, of course, Group B, we're going to be getting underway very shortly. And I'm so excited because this is the last qualifier.
Does somebody come out and set the tone the way Echo Fox did in Group A? Does somebody come out and just clean sweep with 5 up?
I don't know if anyone is going to be able to do that. It's such a difficult thing to do. Do you think
they did it? They almost did it twice.
Yeah.
Minnie was telling me in between, he basically said, I made the call and told my guys I was going to die, but I decided to take that play to try and get the attention drawn to me so that my guys could then shoot them. I tried to get them in the back, and it helped my team wipe them.
We talked about that play quite a bit, but now let's see what Group B has to offer. We are jumping into this game, and what do you think of this initial spread?
So initial spread, it looks like we've got a couple teams, actually, probably the most teams we've seen land in PV here. We've got 3 teams in PV, which is going to be really interesting to see how they split out. And this first circle is going to decide who gets the best movement there. We're going to hop on board here with T-Hump, who's already looted up, got a couple ARs, got a helmet, got a tan. Looks like he's shredding a couple things. He's starting to get the makeshift materials ready to go. Got his sneaks on. He is ready to go with those Vs. And we are going to see him probably, I expect to see him land a couple shots, looking good with the American flag going again here.
It's all Patriot skins all weekend long. We have seen quite a few of them. Want to bring up one point here, though. we haven't seen a ring in a big city area. We haven't had a city finish yet. We haven't had anything with too many buildings. We saw a lot up in the mountains, up in those ridges. We saw a lot going on in those open fields here today. Will we see a completely different final portion of the game? If you're just tuning into, and this is your first time watching H1Z1, want to take an opportunity to welcome you. We can see all those new people in chat. We are happy that you are here, and just want to bring up the fact that the way that this game is going to play out in these beginning phases, it's going to be all looting all day long to get prepared for the ultimate battle that is going to go down at the end. Now, we have seen a ring quite similar to this so far in this tournament.
Game 1 of Group A actually played out very close to here, but it was actually a little bit farther south, so we're probably going to see a safe zone pull closer to Ruby Lake, which is going to be really interesting because Ruby Lake eliminates a lot of the safe zone that actually exists. There's a ton of just open space. You don't want to be in the water. There's no safe area there, so we're going to see a ton of fights happen within the Spence Hills, and we're going to probably see maybe 1 or 2 if players decide to go east over in Humperdinck.
Yeah, basically just X Ruby Lake off your map. That is dead space, and that is a huge portion of this. And it's similar to when you see rings that actually kind of move off the map, and you talk about the fact that that's just making it that much tighter. So
same thing happens here with the lake, though. It does this.
Exactly.
It's effectively the same thing.
And the interesting thing about that, though, is it's dead space in the middle, so it's effectively going to divide that safe zone in half. We're going to have to see where the future rings actually do set off, where those safe zones are going to be, to see exactly how the lake is going to affect that. But right now, we are going to see, look, they're all suited up. They have a decent spread here. They have multiple vehicles. They're going to bump into some debris on the road. You don't want to be doing that quite yet. Moving forward, though, to their other teammate, who is getting to loot far away from the team. That's going to bode really well for them. But jumping on to Soar, it looks like Gabizmon is going to be coming in here. He was their alternate player. Curious to see who is off the bench, but he is on Kyrie, so who's going to be one of the big stars of Soar. Let's see what they can do moving around in this Jeep.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to go ahead and probably try to meet up with their team, or they might be going just to the far side to get some loot here. And it looks like they're coming up on one of the grocery stores, and there's typically a good amount of loot in these. A lot of loot spots here in Romero's, and this one actually has some camp tents, almost like a FEMA tent set up out front of this area that also has quite a bit of loot. So there's a lot of loot locations there. TK, Team Caliber here, Prox, who we were talking about at the beginning, looks like they're going to be looting up in this residential area. He is actually grabbing some materials, found some already to be able to go ahead and shred. Probably be able to make some makeshifts here soon. Huskers, player that we talked about that's part of the roster now. TK, actually, this is the first time they've come in. They weren't around for Fight for the Crown. So this is the first team that Team Caliber is seeing. It's their first time coming in. And it's kind of cool to see them come in. I mean, Team Caliber is a fairly large org. It's cool, it's cool to see them come in.
They are very multifaceted org as well. Seeing quite a few TK faces around this venue so far throughout the entire weekend, but now taking a peek at Rogue, it's going to be boxes. He's getting some serious loot action going on here, and it looks like he's pretty well set for the remainder of the match. Curious to see where the rest of Rogue does lie. When we get a look at the map, we'll actually see the strategies that these guys are employing and how far spread they actually are.
He looks like he feels pretty comfortable with the amount of loot he has, other than possibly bandages and makeshift materials. He's actually passed up an AR there, and he passed up a little bit more. He is running that meta that we talk about. We run double rifle shotgun, and then you typically have somebody that may actually just run shotgun rifle throwables. You almost always want to have somebody that has a throwable ready. Normally smokes, and then they quick swap to something else if the time calls for it. But you want to have somebody with smokes readily available to go ahead and give yourself cover or smoke off a teammate. That guy's job is to save teammates and create walls that block lines of sight.
It's absolutely huge. Getting that smoke down quickly can save you man advantage. That's more important than having guns out a lot of the time, because if you can keep a higher man count, look at Echo Fox, how they managed to win all those games. They ended with 5 guys up in the first game, and then they entered in the second game, they entered that final fight 5v5. Absolutely huge. If they only had a 4th man up, they may not be in such a dominant spot. But now we're going to look towards this Group B match to see what is going down. All 60 players still do remain, all 12 teams, but it's going to get a little close for comfort here. We are seeing 2 teams relatively close to each other within like a 200-meter spread.
Yeah, a lot of players here, but it looks like
no one wants to fight.
I believe that's
that
Gangstar's
sure.
up there in the orange, and it looks like they've all hopped in a vehicle, and they are going to vacate this area. They might go into the residential. I'm not sure if I didn't see anybody on the map in Resi, so they may have some residential loot that they can pull out of Cranberry. but they're going to go ahead and leave it up to GFE here, Broderick and the boys, to be able to freely loot the rest of Cranberry.
And now we are on board. Ah, man, we see another cop car coming out really quick, and as you can see, team very split up here. It looks like we have one over to the left-hand portion of your screen, and it looks like two of them are going to be over here looting. I'm curious to see what this point of interest is that they are trying to get the loot from, but it's all of the way 400 meters. Oh, we already got a little peek at that group.
Yeah, so we're heading from the west side of the map, the southwest corner, and we're going to be coming across a couple farm areas straight up into Cranberry. So AES, Apotheon Esports, trying to make their way across the map to get to that safe zone. It looks like they want to go for the tactic of getting there early and trying to edge out their area. Dare now coming into what we like to call the U. They're going to try and snatch some quick loot and get out. You want to leave one person moving, though. Whoever's the most looted, you typically want to leave them as a scout in case somebody rolls up so that they can call out where everything's coming from. I'm not sure if I'm seeing a scout, though. It sounds like all vehicles stopped and they all have hopped out to loot.
Aggressive looting coming out of Dare here, and it looks like they've already pretty much cleared out the U, and it doesn't look like they're going to get that punish. No one really contesting them here. We are going to see, this is Chance, who's gone in here, going to make sure that they've gotten everything that they do need, but they need to get out of there quick, especially without a scout.
Yeah, absolutely. They're inside. They can't really see anything. It does with 60 players versus the normal 175. You don't feel too threatened, but if you've hidden your car, which most people do, they want to hide their car so they don't lose it. If that person never sees your car and a team rolls in to try and loot, that becomes a problem for you very quickly.
Yeah, it can go south, and that's when you see an opportunistic kill potentially come in. Most of the time, we do see in fives a lot of shying away. We haven't talked too much about the fives meta since we already have seen 2 games play out today. But just for everyone who is starting to load in to watch these games for the first time, it is going to play out a little bit different if you are primarily used to solos. A little bit slower, as you can see. These teams want to play it very safe, make sure they keep up the number of players on their team that they do have up while they are rotating around the map, getting all of the loot. But very soon here, we are going to see them try to take prime positions to hold for the rest of the game. That now we are going to see the gas starting to close in. Dare is outside of that safe zone. Expect to see them rotate in very soon and try to find a safe place to hide. You know what is open right now that could be a very lucrative spot to camp out in? That radio tower. That radio tower over on the peak is so available.
Again, we're seeing this happen again where this south side of the zone is just being left alone entirely, and Dare might be able to rotate down into Veshin's Peak, and they'll most likely end up with one of the prime real estate locations.
Well, what do you think
in
about
this first
Astral's
safe zone.
location?
Astral has the one spot within the lake that is holdable. So you've got a mountain with some ridges, you've got some buildings up there, you've got a little bit of cover to work with, and it's a hard thing to press on, but it's a fairly large island. So if a team pushes up on you hard, I don't know that the guy on foot on one end can get to the other end to assist you in time to hold that team off.
Yeah, you will see it coming, but that's what it comes down to, right? How quickly can you use that information to defend yourself? Gangstar is going, though, to be that team that is the farthest off. They're all the way in the distance, right? They're in that southeastern portion of the map. We will have to see exactly where the next safe zone does end up, if they're going to have to move or if they're going to have a nice corner spot. Now, these shots are just a warning. Back off is what Astral Gaming is going to say to Apotheon Esports. Going to move off a little bit from that spot, which they are so eagerly posturing to defend.
Yeah, and we're taking a look here from the overhead. We can see Epsilon, Team Cryptic, and then AES all the way out there on that far side. BM Raw, guy that we saw go off in solos. He's one of the 2 shotgun slayers, so if they end up in some close-range battles, I expect to see that guy going off.
Shotgun, a very interesting weapon to be talking about in fives, especially with the way that we've seen fives play out today. We haven't had a lot of those tight city finishes, peak fire being a little bit less important. Shotgun's value obviously is going to diminish in those particular scenarios, but we have seen some players know exactly when to switch to that shotgun. A little bit of a roller derby going on here between the team because they are under suppressive fire.
Yeah, they're trying to scatter, and they managed to destruction derby themselves, and it looks like each one of them has their own car. They have a fleet of vehicles. Apparently Sora's got some money for cars.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if they do have that money for cars, they're definitely going to need it for repairs when they have that Three Stooges moment, bumping heads right in the middle of the open as those shots are coming in. And an important thing to talk about is having that many cars isn't necessarily the most helpful thing. You brought it up earlier. You need to be gassing all of these cars. There's a lot of resources, especially when we get into the late game. but you can use some of these cars as sponges early, taking that suppressive fire, and you can shrug that right off. You're not really wasting any of those resources before you get into the mid-game. Now we're jumping on board with Astral. They got a cop car of their own. Pretty decent spread coming in from this squad, and no one to contest them at this moment. They seem to be pitted pretty far off. What do you think of their positioning, Supersonic?
Astral's in a pretty good spot. You've got some good ridges over here. You've got a lot of tree cover. You can with elevation. So as you start to back up kind of towards Blank in this tree line, the tops of the trees completely block any line of sight on you. It's basically a permanent smoke nade. So they can play that position for quite a while and try to rotate in on the late game. However, if the safe zone pulls to the north, they are going to be forced to cross the water, which is not something you want to do, especially since somebody's already sitting on the island, possibly two teams. It looked like AES at one point was on one end, and then we had the other team up on top. I'm trying to remember which.
This storyline is writing itself around this lake. It is going to be the place where it all goes down. The climax is very clear, even at this point. Good play by Rogue. This is the first time we've actually been seeing the air supplies get smoked out, which is what we expected to see early on, and now we're actually going to see Dropped run in there as well, I believe, but suppressive fire coming in, a contest around these supplies. Dropp's running in there at the last second to pick up the remainder.
Doesn't even care. Shots coming his way. Dropp's still confident enough that he could run back in, runs into the smoke, grabs whatever it was that he had left, and gets back out. Rogue netting themselves a hunting rifle on Drop, which we didn't get to see him use yesterday, and we'll see if that makes an impact in the late game.
Yeah, and that hunting rifle obviously going to be really important. Can just delete people off of the map. One shot to the head, two to the body. We'll have to see when he actually breaks it out, but no team's looking for kills yet, but we will be seeing a new safe zone soon. And that is when we officially enter this mid-game area. As you can see, it's getting very tight. And people are clustered in general. Everyone really hanging out in the safe zone. The only people that are off, as you can see in that northeastern corner, they're a little bit spread out, but still close to this lake, and more people encroaching upon the Ruby Lake Island.
This is hilarious to me because this is everybody remembering the Spence Hill finish in Fight for the Crown, and nobody wants to be in there because it was an absolute disaster for a lot of teams. Spence Hills is a really hard place to play out of, and it was absolutely insane in Fight for the Crown, and you're seeing some of these teams that played in that completely avoid it, and other people watched it, and they're avoiding it as well.
And it's got to be a sigh of relief as a player as you do see the gas move further and further away from Spence Hills, but that radio tower is still open. We will have to see if any teams try to cut towards that area now. Look at Cloak and just how far he is from inboxes here. What exactly is Rogue up to?
Rogue's just trying to check and see if they can get a space on this. You don't want to push into this too hard because you don't know if anybody's up on top of the mountain. So you want to come in slowly and figure it out. AES actually watched Rogue come in, and they rotated off. We had 3 teams on there. AES rotated south, back across the water, and got out of there because that is too many people for that island. That island is not made to support 15 players.
It definitely is not, and we could see a bloodbath go down there soon if players want to just gang up on it. But on board with STDX at the moment. Talk to me about this squad. Talk to me about their positioning, Supersonic. This is the first time we're getting a really good look at them here. We're going to be hanging out with them for a little while. They're obviously up very high. Are they going to be able to see Astral trying to flood this base that they've created for themselves?
I don't think Astral's going to be coming up the hill. They have no need to yet. They have cover. Again, these trees work in both directions. So if somebody's looking down on the top of the trees, they can't see into them. If somebody's looking up from the bottom or across straight at it, if they're up into the trees, they can't see them either. So there's a lot of area where you can kind of sit back in this particular tree set where nobody's seeing you from the south, nobody's seeing you from the north. You only really need to watch west and east and keep an eye out just to make sure nobody comes down the hill or up the hill in a car on you.
But will Astral go for the air supply that just dropped? They are the closest team at the moment.
We've seen teams going after them every time.
I mean, yeah, Rogue did a great job, right? The classic, I'm going to drop my smoke, I'm going to get the loot, and then I am going to dip as fast as possible, right?
Yeah.
We did see that happen. One way to potentially counter it if you are in the area is maybe do that area of denial. Get a gas grenade out in there. Just mitigate everything that the smoke can do. But this one seems to be particularly dangerous. It is out in the open. You are putting crosshairs on yourself by moving to that air supply. But the resources are undeniably crucial to the success of these teams. And now, as you can see, we were mentioning it a little bit earlier, STDX has moved to that prime real estate in that radio tower on the top of Ishan's Peaks, and it is getting tighter and tighter as this gas starts to move on in. Players starting to get away from Ruby Lake as well. I think that is a wise decision.
It's going to continue to center in Astral right now at the dead center of this safe zone. I don't know. As much as I like that spot, as soon as this circle, if it centers on them again, they are going to take a fight from every angle, and Astral might get eaten alive there.
Oh, you're going to get chewed
They are going to go for that safe zone, and you can see them already starting to take shots. They are really far out, which means finding that lead is really hard, but that vehicle is getting eaten, and he is going to be forced to run on foot most likely. After the car gets to a certain level, somebody else is coming to pick him up. That car's not even worth getting in. Once you get into a car and it's below a certain threshold, it starts losing its ability to turn and its handling. Then it loses its boost and it doesn't take off as fast. Then it catches on fire, damages itself, and then blows up.
It looked like it was degrading pretty hard there.
It was smoking really badly, so you'll see different levels of smoke come out of it. That's something that maybe we haven't talked about for the viewers to watch.
That was like a mid to heavy level of smoke, so that means you're getting to that around that 50%
You're
range.
under 50 at that point, yeah.
Yeah, so we did see them manage to get the resources, though, out of that air supply, but it almost looked like a bad horror movie. If his friend wasn't able to get there inside that Jeep to get him out, it could have been bad. But we are going to see some of these teams now put the spotlight on the teams around this lake. The next safe zone potentially going to push them off or make this the final resting place of the teams that are not able to stay alive. But we still have all 60 souls on this map, all 12 teams. Who is going to be the first to fall? We might see that first blood very soon.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing basically with this lineup, these teams are even more hesitant to take fights. And it might just be due to how stacked this particular group stage is.
I also think it is just the fact that these teams were able to rotate around so efficiently, and they all got good areas. And it's just like, I want to defend this. I don't need to challenge. And having those areas, that is going to be one of those things. When we actually watched Measley, he got a very good area in solos yesterday.
Yep.
Probably the best spot on the entire map. You know what went wrong for him? The safe zone did not cooperate. It pushed him off his point, and that comfortable little home turned into the place where he needed to flee from. If that's going to happen to about half of these teams when we see that next ring.
Yeah, and sometimes if you can find that safe zone, it did work out for Measley. Measley ended up making it to about 7th place. He rode that out to as long as he possibly could.
He didn't move off that roof, man.
But in teams, it's harder to hold a position. You've got to move sooner. Gas hitting 5 of you versus Gas hitting 1 person, you trying to play your way out, it's a lot more detrimental to be in Gas in 5s than it is in solos.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. That has been something that we have seen today. Now being halfway through our qualification matches for team play, you are jumping in right now with Group B. Only 3 of these teams are going to advance to that grand final. This is the first game out of 2. We're going to be combining points from their placement in this game and their kills. And we are just getting underway. And yeah, Supersonic, I'm seeing it right now as well. Break it down for everyone watching at home.
Yeah, Dropped has decided to go ahead and cross. Drop being the power play right now with the hunting rifle, and he's decided to cross the water and start scouting for the team. He may have actually dropped the hunting rifle off to somebody else. It's not a good idea to send your hunting rifle player as your scout, but he's trying to find that spot because they knew the safe zone was most likely going to pull off the island. So Dropped is trying to find that spot without putting 5 players at risk. It's a risky play to separate, but it's a even worse play to put 5 guys in a car, drive them across the water, and the car blow up on all of you, and you'd be stuck in the open. Then Drop is actually going to hop, throw shots at TK to try and get them to go ahead and veer off, and he does still have the hunting rifle, I believe, so he is scouting with the hunting rifle, but the rest of the team is going to come across and meet up with them. Drop finding a spot that has that little bit of a dip valley that we were talking about that we like to see so you can hide cars. As long as they don't have they shouldn't have anybody behind them because TK is now crossed.
If you were going to let anyone scout with that hunting rifle, it is going to be Dropped. This young player showing up in his first tournament has already taken first place in those group qualifiers, or sorry, in the solo qualifiers, and this is the first time we're getting to watch him in the group qualifiers with his team. I want to highlight STDX. You see them in that top portion of your screen just a few seconds ago. They have found themselves in a very good positions, but we are on board right now with Sweet Dreams and the boys series of Rogue.
And he has the hunting rifle, so I thought I had seen it still on the back, but it looks like they either got a second one or they dropped it off to Sweet Dreams. So Sweet Dreams is going to be rocking that hunting rifle for them. Drop Kid either has one and they've got two, which is monstrous. That is terrifying.
Look,
you do not want to fight them.
Look where the air supply just dropped as well. Rogue
and it looks like
names
Drop's
already
going
crowding
for it.
Drop is going to be going for it. If there is another hunting rifle there, this could spell bloodshed for the other teams on the map. The only thing to note about Rogue, what they have in resources, they lack in prime real estate.
Yeah, they could definitely use a little bit better spot than this. There's a nice little dip for hiding the car. You could even probably hide the cars in there and lay down. You lose visibility, but you could definitely hide the whole team there for a minute till the next safe zone. But giving up that visibility is not something Rogue wants to do.
Look
Foxy,
from the
someone
overhead.
wants to see everything.
STDX can just see the entire map, and we're seeing some shots ring out. They are just going to scare off the squad of TK. TK, though, having very good cover within these trees. Not worried about these bullets, just kind of shrugging them off, dodging them left and right. And no one really expects to connect at that 250-meter range yet. There is the possibility, though, even to two-tap at that range. We've seen it happen before. Players going to be rendering in at that 500-meter range. 250 is when it starts to get dangerous.
Yeah, 250, as soon as you start getting under 250, especially when you're shooting downhill where there's less bullet drop, you don't have to aim as high, it starts becoming a little bit easier to do from there, and it looks like we might have shots going out between GFE and Rogue going uphill, and it looks like AES is coming right in on Rogue along the water line. Dropped Kid still scouting, driving in circles. Stormin going to step up, take some shots onto those vehicles of AES, and then Storm is now taking shots from behind as well. They're in a tight situation, and AES now running into Astral as they try to back away from Rogue, and every team is along the edge here, so every team has the potential of being pinched at the moment, but everybody playing fairly well and keeping everybody alive. We haven't lost a player in this matchlet.
Yeah, everyone has the chance to die at this point. It's getting tight. We have migrated away from Ruby Lake, which is going to drastically change what we see in these final portions of the game. But as you can hear, it is going to be a symphony of bullets for the remainder of the game. Someone looking to connect very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And STD still on top of that hill, still within the safe zone. They're going to need to watch the south side. There was one team back there behind them that they need to worry about, but if they can hold that off and keep TK off of them, they are in a very strong position, much like Echo Fox in the first game, to be able to come back down. And then from this side, the way the circle's playing out, they most likely will not have to cross the middle. They have cover down below them if they can eliminate TK.
This is a beautiful smoke coming out from Rogue. They need to hightail it out of here. This is not a good fight for them. They're going to flip the car with all four members inside. They need to hit cover quick.
Yeah, this is rough. That could possibly cost them the car. That is not what you want to do. Smoke nade back down. They're going to be able to get back in the car. They do have one player who is hit and bleeding. Sweet Dreams needs to get healed relatively soon. They are going to drive uphill. They're going to come right across TK. They need to get a spot out there in the trees past TK and out of the line of sight of STD so they do not get pinched. And it looks like they are going to find that spot and spread out. They need to watch out for Gangstars also, who are coming up that far side on the east.
TK looking for a potential opportunity to engage. They get some resources, just a few shots into the car, and here comes a throwable right into Rogue's den. Will somebody get hit? Absolutely beautiful play from STDX, and they are laying suppressive fire, and they are letting danger rain from above, starting to connect with Rogue. This could spell defeat. They have so many resources, but that doesn't mean you're bulletproof at all. T-Hum taking some serious damage below 50% health. We still have all 60 players inside of this map. All 12 teams do remain. STDX looking to cut some down very soon.
Yeah, STD realizing that there's going to be somebody coming from the south. They need to start paying attention to it. They're not in an immediate threat of dying to Rogue, and they're making a ton of noise. You do not want to get run up on in this situation. They go ahead and rotate off. They need to leave somebody over there to keep an eye out, though, because if Rogue decides to come up and eliminate you, you could get pinched out from behind by them as well.
And the pinches are definitely going to start flowing through soon. Look at how tight this ring is going to start to get. We're looking at the map, but we can hear the bullets flying, jumping on with boxes, and he is already at 50%. We see that armor get popped off, going to throw a throwable. I believe that was a smoke. He's going to retreat into that, hope to hide out from this fire that's coming in. Smoke's just flying all around. They're going to make a complete smoke wall, and look at how low Dropped already is, and he is bleeding something fierce. Getting up into this tree, and we can see they are absolutely surrounded.
Yeah, they're in a really tough position here. It looks like one player was eliminated. I'm not sure what team that was from. It was actually dropped, took out Broderick. So GFE is the first one to drop a player here on Gale Force, and Dropkid getting the first kill of the game.
Disadvantage going to be coming in for the squad now with only 4 members. You can see them in the bottom left portion of your screen. It is GFE. Broderick has dropped, and Brother is at about 50% health. But the next fight that looks like it will break out is between Gankstars and Rogue. Rogue now actually looking across the map to these other 2 teams, making sure that they are not going to get pinched if they take this fight. This may be a good fight to take. Will anyone give? Using only this car as cover, we're going to see TK actually going to get in here with a little bit of a pinch. They're going to take down GFE.
Yeah, and we're seeing explosive tips raining out from up the hill from STD. They are trying to, STDX, trying to find a connection. Some back hit from AES is going to take out Mr. Frosty. His brother 2G is going to drop to Pubin. Dropkid going to find himself another kill onto AES Rethink, and there's a lot of teams going down to about 2 or 3 left.
GFE is getting deleted. We only have 11 teams left. That fire does come out. It connects primarily on this squad, but now we see T-Hump in a pretty dangerous situation. He's just trying to rogue, and he has absolutely no cover, but it's going to be Huskers to find a kill onto Jut in this time. T-Hump staying aggressive here. Amali does come out. Some serious damage, though, coming into the whole squad over here from AES. T-Hump playing this very well. He's got a helmet. He's got his body armor, but we are going to see Drop getting dangerously low here. How is he staying alive? Trying to heal up, but he just doesn't have enough time to run or to heal himself up. People dropping left and right here. Teenage going to fall to that throwable. Huskers going to pick up Ruben. We still do have 11 teams, but that is not going to last long. Moving into this building, this could be a shotgun brawl.
And this is going to be absolutely insane. And Zeke MMX looks like they end up cleaning up most of SOAR there. They do lose a player in the trade. Kyrake still outside. It looks like he might be the last player left of SOAR. And Rogue and SOAR having the toughest fights right now. Stormin extremely low. Inboxes still at about 50% there, trying to heal up. We've already lost Dropkid. Stormin found himself a spot where he can go ahead and heal up, lay down. They need to try and wait this one out at this point, but AES is still right below them.
We have a lot of teams that can shake things up right now, but are looking in pretty bad shape. You have some teams in shambles at this point. It says 11, but that doesn't really reflect the truth. I mean, we have Kyrake out here all by himself on a placid island of disaster. He could fall down at any second here. He needs to hide. You can see him trying to get into some cover at the moment. He might be able to shake things up towards the end of the game. Let 2 teams fight it out, jump in, pick off some kills, get some pinches, but he needs to stay alive for quite some time. And as you can see, Stormin is still trying to heal up under some serious fire. Just expect him to get fallen at this point, but he is just one shot. Gas going to come out, though. He's going to try to even up this fight. And as we can see right now, AES 23 Fluent has taken one shot, avoiding the gas. Inboxes falling down to 10.
Yeah, boxes, and now Stormin's going to fall as well, and that is going to be the end of game 1 for Rogue. Really tough position. There's so little safe zones because of that water line, and Kyrake's going to get eliminated also. We're going to drop down to 8 teams as Cloak eliminates him. But these safe zones have so few spots, and they were already taken. The safe zone did not play to their favor.
Look at the teams that are still up, though, at this portion of the game. A lot of them are still going to have 5 players. TK trying to struggle to maintain that man advantage, and Grizz is going to fight to strip it away from them. 2 members of TK going to fall, all to the guns of GS. GS is looking on fire here, taking down 3 members. Now STDX going to light up the board here, and that is going to be 2 members from that team. Memento and MMX going to fall.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're going to go ahead and find them in the smokes. Europe's last hope, losing quite a few players there. And STD is now finally going to start rotating down the hill, throwing some pre-smokes out. But they are going to walk straight into the tree line of Gankstars. And we are most likely going to see some shotguns come out and a lot of throwables as they come down this hill. STD just raining down smokes. TC losing Moose and Locido and Shooter. Team Cryptic dropping a lot of players here to Epsilon. Splintexify getting some cleanup. Finally, Astral's going to go down, actually. Wild picks himself up a kill, and FJ's going to take out Zachary.
Here we go, running into the smoke here, looking for that fight. We're starting to see Astral get some kills on the board, but also dying as well. It could go either way. Cloak was starting to heat up, but gets cut down to size by STDX.
Yeah,
that is going to be
eliminates.
bad for Dare, and you can see this fight is still going on between these two teams. Dare going to be able to pick up some kills inside of this gas, but they are falling as well. This team just absolutely trading out. We're going to see STDX. I believe they only have 3 members left standing at this point. They're going to eliminate Team Dare, though. We are down to 4.
Yeah, down to 4 teams here, 15 players left alive. Best positioning probably going to Epsilon at the moment, who pick up another kill onto Prox from Team Caliber. Huskers also going to drop to Kuge from Epsilon. Epsilon playing really well from this side of the safe zone. They have the best ridge line, and they should be able to make a really tight play from here and finish this game off. I would put my money on them if they can hold off this push from Gangstars down below.
All of their crosshairs are overlapping there. You can see those guns all pointing in the same direction, listening to their shot caller, trying to pick off the same man at the same time, and that is going to be absolutely huge. STDX marching on in, though, looking to take out Gangstars. Gangstars with their back against the gas here, trying to put up a fight, but Epsilon going to be able to get the pinch in here, and they are taking down members of Gangstars. They feel good about taking this fight with just STDX. They have the high ground. It looks like only Flitch is going to be left remaining. Will he be able to take down Mikey? He loses his body armor. He still does have that helmet, but fire raining from above from Epsilon. They're going to be able to take them out easily. Just 2 teams remain.
And we do see explosive tips again coming into play here in 5s at the finish. We've got a 5-on-3 situation. I would give this one to Epsilon. They've got a lot of zone denial, cover denial. They're going to take it down to 5-on-2. Doug is raw, going to drop the Splintexify on a headshot there. Mikey having to stop the heal, and we're going to see some denial going in with those explosive tips. Mikey now going down to a grenade, and we're going to see Epsilon just push to finish. Benny is going to get eaten. He goes down. Epsilon with 5 up, dominates and takes down game 1 of Group B.
Look at that positioning that they were able to close this game out with. They're able to get that pinch in the last second. 2 teams engaging. We're only left with 3 teams. Epsilon all lining up at once. They said, hey, let's take out this player. Listen to their shot caller. All are able to aim on the same man, turn and burn. Absolutely beautiful coming out from them, and it looks like they should be in prime position to advance, but Group B going to have one more game coming up after this for the qualifiers. We already know who's waiting in Group A, but let's unpack this. Let's look at the defining moments from this first qualifying game for this group.
The safe zone. The safe zone is the biggest defining moment of this entire thing. That safe zone was going to be the roughest safe zone we have seen since the beginning of this tournament.
I agree. And
solos
it kept switching up.
5s.
It just kept switching up in such meaningful ways.
Half the safe zone was dead at one point because it was all open water, so we were playing on 3/4 of a safe zone, then half a safe zone, then it cuts again and you're back down to the smallest circle, but you're still missing part of it because of the water, and it forces these spots where there wasn't many trees, there wasn't a lot of options for places to go and hold up and take cover. We saw Rogue get stuck out on the side of the hill, and they really couldn't go up. There's 2 teams sitting up top. There's teams that are already in the trees because the safe zone pulled south rather than centering that first time. So that safe zone was really rough for any of the teams to play out of. Epsilon finding a great spot, though, and they were able to play it out from that side. That ridgeline was perfect to play that final safe zone.
Well, let's talk about Epsilon at the beginning portions of the game, though. We weren't paying much attention to this squad. How were they able to navigate such a good... They cut out a good piece of land.
They were one of the first ones, if I remember correctly, that actually went south. I was talking about how people weren't going south. They were able to have a lot of free time to just sit and listen and watch and figure out where these fights were engaging at, and then pick the quiet side and come up from that western side of that hill, and it worked out really well.
STDX just had such a good position actually getting that radio tower for a while, but it does fall apart a little bit for them as we actually progress forward into the match, and that just goes to show how important the movement of the safe zone, the movement of the rings, how that is going to dictate the tempo of the game, and if you can't adapt, you're going to fall.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't even have the option to adapt. You had to have decided if you're going to stay, or if you're gonna roll the dice and stay, or if you're going to decide that this spot that I have was great for these 3 zones like STD had. Do I need to leave, though? Is the next safe zone, am I in the right spot for the next safe zone, or do I need to leave now and try and challenge for that position? Sometimes challenging, a lot of guys want to play passive. Sometimes challenging is the right answer. Sometimes taking that top position and making the play, as much as you don't want to do it because you want to try and guarantee that positioning, you need to go for it to try and close the game out.
That is a key thing to mention as well, because it doesn't always seem like, doesn't seem like the intuitive thing to do, but it definitely is the right play.
Everything in your body's telling you that you don't want to fight fight. You're doing well. I'm in a good position. I hope that it comes, but that's not always the situation. Sometimes you really do need to just get out and go challenge a team that you know has the best spot and take it from them. Wait for them to try and fend somebody else off and then make the play.
Yeah, and now one of the big things to talk about is just who does come out on top in Group B. And one of the most exciting things to pay attention to is just the points, because we already have a team with 164K. That's PYD, our Chinese team.
Yep.
They are trying desperately to qualify, but it is out of their hands at this point. So as we go into that second match, as we see which teams start to stack where, we'll find out. If a team that has second place this time around gets fourth next time, or a team that could very easily knock out that squad.
Yeah, absolutely. So PYD finished game one with about 84,000 points is what we saw out of them, and they ended up finishing the total at 164,460. So it's going to be interesting to watch those fourth place teams and see who comes out on top and gets that wild card position.
Well, let's take a look at, from game one, all of the top teams now here in Group B, and actually see where the chips do lie. As we can see, Epsilon Esports obviously being that #1 squad to come out here. Team Caliber, though, with a lot of points.
Team Caliber at 12,000 plus extra over where PYD was at the end of game one. That can make up a lot of ground. That's the equivalent of 12 kills ahead of where they were in that match. So STDX going to take down second place. Gangstars taking down third. We're going to see that big gap between second and first. You definitely get the bonus for taking down first place. Gale Force going to be that first one that we saw eliminated. Rogue in a really tough situation and ends up going down in 11th.
Yeah, it looks like this group may be the group to actually send a fourth team over. Because if we just want to reiterate for all of you that maybe haven't actually heard us talk about what the format is, we have split all of the teams up into Group A and Group B. Group A had its top 12 teams, and we send the top 3. Now we move to Group B, and we are going to send the top 3 after the second game, which is about to start, and then the 7th team overall. So one group will send that fourth team.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, it's looking like it's gonna be Caliber that ends up.
Well, it all happen. It depends on what happens in that second game, right?
Absolutely.
We could completely flip this on its head right now and have the teams that are 12th, 11th, and 10th get first, second, and third, and then it's anyone's game. And I mean, when you look at the teams that are at the bottom of this, like Soar, Rogue, Apotheon, these are all squads where we really said that they could come out big. I mean, you got Dare in 6th place trying to move up. Team Caliber obviously in 4th. They could come in 1st through 3rd. And then on top of that, Epsilon set to destroy Gangstars. All of these teams that are currently leading the way with the top 3 placing, they are going to go for that again, and they already have shown that they can do it.
I think we were talking about it at the beginning, and will we see upsets? And I was saying that we would see more upsets in Group B than we did in Group A just because of how stacked it is. Yeah. And I think that's exactly what we saw. In terms of just, let's say, just player following, etc., there was definitely some upsets there. Gangstars is a relatively unknown players, and they end up sliding.
They looked good throughout the entirety of the game, too. I mean, really, heads-up positioning is just the way that I would define Gangstars throughout the entirety of the map. They were in so many positions where there were opportunities for another team to swing around, start to get some shots in on the team, but they kept a cool head, and they always had a man looking out on all sides.
Yeah, basically the way that entire game played out to me is that the center of the safe zone, where a lot of teams will play that if there's a really strong position to hold, center of the safe zone, you typically want to play it. But because of the way the water worked and everything else cutting out the middle of the safe zone, the teams that played the middle perished. They paid for that because there was no spot once the safe zone started to close in for them to get an edge, and they were getting pinched from every side.
That's exactly what we saw in Gangstars throughout the entirety of the match. They played the outside. Now, when we see a completely different ring come in this time, because I'm pretty confident it's going to be PV. That's my guess. It's going to be PV. I really want to see a city finish, to be honest. I do want to see a city finish. That's why I am kind of hoping for something like PV.
It plays out so
It's going to be so different to anything that we've seen today. I mean, we did obviously see that in solos because we saw a wide array of different safe zones coming out throughout the day yesterday. Would love to see that here, but let's see if Gangstars, this team that we're really just starting to test now, a newer squad coming in 3rd place in this first game, what they'll do with a completely different ring. Let's see what they can do with a city finish. Let's see what they can do if they don't necessarily get that prime real estate around the outside of the safe zone. I want them right in the middle of the fray.
Yeah, I mean,
And the other thing is, if we get a city safe zone in 5s, is that you get those plays where in solos you have the gas, you have to play out of it and try and stay alive. Now, sometimes what we've seen happen in like Fight for the Crown and scrims is that somebody, if a team of 5 is in a bad situation, they're going to have to play out of it. They'll actually sometimes run a guy into the gas intentionally to just roll bandages and try and out-heal long enough to make it past the bubble and let other teams fall. So those tend to happen more inside of areas with in the cities. You see more of those kind of tactics coming in those spots. So maybe we'll see some of those plays where you're playing the format. You're not necessarily playing the game to stay alive. It's sometimes you have to do that, and that's going to dictate a team that recognizes situations and plays them properly.
Yeah, we will have to see. I would be really excited to actually see that play out. It would be cool, and it's always fun too when you are in the city for a while, see all the teams get up on the roof, lay out the beach chairs, get a nice tan after they loot, just hold that position, trying to get as much intel as they can from the roof.
Ranchito's a fun one when it's all in there, because you see a ton of teams take different roofs and they're all at different heights, and you start seeing like long-range roof battles and other teams sitting in the buildings underneath them. Sometimes the guys have no idea. You see people make plays coming up the stairs where they have no choice but to try and take them out, and then you see close-range shotgun battles on the roofs and stuff like that, which is really fun for us and really terrifying and horrible for the people that are actually playing. But sometimes I'm willing to sacrifice their happiness for my enjoyment.
Yeah, they were probably really upset yesterday when we were just calling for city finishes left and right. And we actually did see a Ranchito play out in solos. And just want to remind you guys, we only do have one more qualification match left. That's going to be the last 5s match for the day. We're going to be jumping into that very shortly. But then at 10 o'clock, we're going back to solos for the grand final. That's going to be a 3-game series, $100,000 on the line. So we're going to get back into that solos action a little bit later tonight with the top 60 solo players.
And bounties in play.
Oh,
for finals,
so
which some of these guys that were slaying out during the qualifiers, do they continue to try and do that? Do they try and go hard and just take money down?
So here's the thing. First of all, if you're playing for those bounties, you're going to get $100 for every single kill that you put up the board. So even just passively, if you're playing safe,
at least get one kill before you go down.
You're at least going to get $100 off of just the kill, let alone placement.
Yeah, absolutely.
But whoever gets the most kills, they're going to get all of that money, all the $100 for every single kill, and then on top of that, a $3,000 bounty grand prize, which will be phenomenal. I mean, that's a nice
look
payday.
at Isco. Let's say Isco would have taken that game down, and there's an extra $800 on top of as a bonus. It's like, oh, congrats, you just won all this money, but you did so well. We're just going to go ahead and give you a little bit more.
But that ends up being $3,800. That's the crazy thing, is when you actually do have that grand prize of $3,000, it just really starts to multiply in on itself. You can get as high maybe as $4,000 just off of the kills. And if you're slaying out that much, your placement's going to be pretty darn good.
Yeah, to get that many kills, you have to make it really far. You got to be into that top 10 situation at that point, which if you can average out at top 10 each game, there's a good chance that you take down first or second place prize plus top kills, plus, and it just kind of adds up.
That's the other thing that I didn't even really account for, is the fact this isn't just one game, it's a 3-game series. So the amount that you're actually going to be slaying out, if you got 2 kills every single game, that's $600.
Yeah.
That's a pretty conservative number.
What if Isco goes in and drops 8 every time? 24?
I can't.
Plus top kills?
That's too much money for me to count.
That's like somewhere around like 54, I think, $5,400.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and that $3,000 just going to be the icing on the cake. And want to reiterate too, if you're having fun watching this tournament, this is just the first stop of the Elite Series. Want to know what you're thinking about the tournament? Feel free to reach out to us. Very excited to hear what you are thinking, and then we will be going all the way over to Sweden with these players at DreamHack Winter. Been saying it a whole bunch. It's because I cannot be more excited and want to see a lot of you there, and want to just build up the hype for all of that. But we have the finals tonight, and then we have more final action tomorrow. But I am ready to settle the score for Group B. I want to see what is going to go down for these teams. I want to see the 3 teams that we're going to see progressing. They're going to be moving into those invited teams as well. The invited teams for the group stages, the finals going to be playing out tomorrow. Those invited teams going to be CLG, Obey, Denial, World Best Gaming, and Luminosity Gaming. And if you don't know how they qualified, Supersonic is definitely the man to be chopping it up, talking about that. We can talk basically off of tournament placement from the CW series.
Yeah, so the 5 teams from the CW series all pre-qualified in to go straight to the finals. So we're going to see Luminosity Gaming, who took down 3rd, Ninja coming over and playing with them, and he's actually here playing both. He's playing Halo and he's playing in H1. We'll see if he's been able to get enough practice in both to compete.
It's not an easy task at all. It's hard enough to play one game.
There's
and then
very
come
few
in a
people that
tournament
do
and
it.
Play two. I mean, every now and then you see players who are they have been multi-title players, but usually when they were actually getting their best results, they've kind of stepped back from one, went all the way in, and then kind of rotated between. And a lot of the time that's based off of, like, for Halo, for example, right? I mean, the big thing is they're getting new titles all the time. You might be better on one than the other, so maybe step back from the other game, move in on the title you're good on. But there's so much money on the line here. You got to be focused on one game, in my opinion. But it will be exciting to see that play out. I'm also really excited when we talk about Luminosity Gaming to see Drazzle. I was talking to him a little bit earlier. It was fun to get to see him in solos, but we didn't get to see him play in that initial series because he actually got subbed out. So
yeah, he was subbed out. He had a medical thing that had come up. So LG, in an interesting situation, you're playing with a new player, Huskers, who's playing on Team Caliber, who just
But they still qualified, so now when we see this preferred roster from them, what exactly is the squad going to be able to accomplish? And I think it is going to be a lot. And a nice thing for them as well, when we do start to look at this list, at least Drazzle has already played. So some of their members are going to be a little bit cold, maybe. I mean, they obviously do have 3 games to warm up, but they haven't played on these rigs yet. So they have a lot of players who have just qualified. I'm actually trying to double check to see which among those players have qualified into just invited solos as well. I mean, you see Ninja, he qualified for both right out of the gates. Adrian did as well. So you are seeing a lot of those players. They haven't necessarily played games here in Atlanta. I'm sure they're doing plenty to stay warm. Some of them maybe being at team houses, something of the like. But you want to get in on the actual rig that you're competing for $250,000.
Yeah, everything's always going to feel a little bit different. Yeah,
for sure, for sure. And you want to make sure that you're comfortable in the environment as well. Drazzle definitely is. I mean, he walked up to me, he was talking to me for a little bit, and he seemed right at home. So not worried about him. Not really worried about the team when you do have these players that have been in different environments before. Yeah. I'm sure they will be able to play up to the level. The main question just is hovering around Group B. Do you think we see repeats of what we just saw, or do you think we're going to see some teams?
I think we see a completely different shake-up of it. I don't think this shakes out the way that Group A did. I think it's going to be turned on its head.
Group A wasn't a group of death the way that Group B is, and that kind of allows these teams that are maybe the favorites to perform the way you would expect them to at the top level of play, and they make easy work of the lesser teams. And when we get into Group B and everyone's closer, more neck and neck, I think we are going to see completely different results next time around. I don't think we're going to see anyone come out like Echo Fox, be able to just get first place, and breeze right into the grand finals. I don't think that's going to be happening here. I mean, we saw that first, second, and third place all just stacking up the same way in Group A. Group B, I think it's going to be a completely different story, and we are going to be jumping into that story very soon.
Yeah, and we were talking about the rigs, and we've got to thank Republic of Gamers by Asus for supplying all these rigs for us again today. The monitors, like I said yesterday, I love that thing. I may need to buy a 3rd Asus monitor at this point because that's a newer model than mine. And then Corsair coming through with our keyboards and mice, our peripherals, and supplying those for us. So we've got to give a big shout out to them and helping us run this event.
You're a 2-monitor guy?
I'm a 3-monitor guy, so I need a 4th one, actually.
So I'm actually a 2-monitor guy still. And, yeah, I just do 2. Yeah, I didn't know that people were getting so many screens recently. What? Guy does 4.
Guy sounds like a smart guy.
Guy Blaze does 4 monitors. He doesn't like a little square. I mean,
I'm gonna do the T. I got 3 across and 1 up.
I don't know, man. I just don't think I need more than 2.
No. Well. So I want to go back to the teams real quick.
Yeah, let's go back to the teams.
So we talked about Luminosity. World's Best took down 2nd, and that's the team from Korea that came over. And these guys were so. I remember talking to Isco, and taking 2nd wasn't good enough. They were upset to be 2nd place. They were upset that they did not win. More so than being excited about winning money, they were just like, not good enough. And Isco,
that's what it takes, though. You need teams like that. Because if you do have that mentality, that's how you come out and do better and better in these future games they'll be playing out here in Atlanta.
Yeah. So we see them come in. Those guys are looking to show up tomorrow and crush that. So World's Best, definitely expect to see them show up. And then we had World's Best, Luminosity. You have the.
There you go.
I threw mine earlier, so I don't have my list anymore.
Now you're gonna take
so
mine?
CLG was also in there. Obey taking down first in that one. And then Denial, actually, we were talking about that gas play. Denial did that gas play and fight for the crown to get themselves into that 5th spot.
Yeah.
So those are the plays that you can expect to see happen here at some point if the potential for the play is there. I definitely expect to see people do that. And we saw Hale, we saw Prodigy Aces pull that play and go from 4th to 3rd, laying down and just bandaging until the last second. As soon as he realized that he was past the bubble, he knew that he had to step out of the gas. He went down, but he secured himself a spot and then took 3rd in the next one, which guaranteed him 3rd place, which he could have possibly, if they bumped into 4th, that score might have shifted. I don't remember the score of 4th place overall, but that could have shooken up 3rd and 4th place in that group.
Yeah, it was like
it was close.
Fourth place was very close to 100K, I think, this time around, which is going to be absolutely huge.
Yeah.
The stakes are getting very high here. We are 1 game away from knowing all of the players that are going to be qualified for all of the final matches. We are getting so close. This is going to be the last qualifier match, and we are about to jump in.
Yeah, we'll be going into this game here very shortly. And let's go back one more time here, and we'll talk about some of the teams and how they performed there versus how they are going to perform in this match here.
Yeah,
so
that's definitely something that I think we should cover.
So you've got to see these guys a little bit. I mean, I know this is H1Z1 casting. You're a little newer to it, but
fresh blood.
After seeing these guys, who do you want to see kind of step up and maybe jump into that top 3 position coming into this next game?
Just so talking about Group B and saying, I really want to see. I've grown attached to him. I want to see Drop do well. I just always like seeing that young guy come out and show that, hey, even if you are a veteran, I'm the new blood in town.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because it's my first time casting, his first event. Maybe there's some camaraderie there. But definitely do want to see him do well. And Rogue not having the finish that we would expect to see them have in that match there. But there are a lot of players who are just, I can't wait to see what they do this time around. I don't think we're going to see any of the same teams in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
I don't think we see them land in the exact same positions. I don't think we see another repeat of the first game. I don't think we see Epsilon take down first. I think it's going to be a lot harder to do that. If they do, that's another legendary status, and that's another team just making a huge statement here to all the other teams in finals that they are coming.
Yeah, like that's, oh man, I loved STDX's positioning last time around.
I think they could have shifted a little slightly sooner and maybe kept one more player alive there. We might have seen it play out a little bit different if they had left when they're coming down the hill into the trees. The other team was looking I forget what team was down there. They were looking the other direction. They were looking west, and they could have rotated a little bit sooner and gotten closer before throwing the smokes. The smokes is what kind of gave them away. You look and you can't see anything, you know somebody's coming. So I think they may have been able to get a little bit closer and maybe turn that around because I believe they lost their first player in that exchange going down the hill.
Yeah, now, I want to know who you're looking forward to seeing. We're going to be jumping into the game right now. What team are you expecting to do well?
I mean, I still expect Rogue or Soar to show up. I mean, these teams did it in scrims for the longest time, and they're the teams that were performing there. And I'm really surprised to see that neither of them were in that top 3 position.
I think Dare could also show up as well, but we're going to find out in just a second here as we do actually jump in. And this is a bit of a cleaner spread this time around. We're seeing STDX right out of the gates, and this is one of the teams that really praised their positioning. You mentioned a few things that they could have potentially tightened up, but it looks like they are going to have some serious advantage right now with the way that they're going to be able to loot.
Yeah, they're going to land. They're going to get a car very early. A lot of loot here at the PD there in or the police department in PV. So they'll get a decent amount of loot there to start, and it didn't look like anybody was around them. So they're going to have a lot of shops right around that area, a grocery store. They should be fully kitted. They should be kitted early, and expect to see them moving for the safe zone. If there's a safe zone that has a guaranteed spot that is the best, expect to see them moving there early.
Now, what do you think? Well, first of all, first order of business, we haven't done something very important. Got to call it, man. Where do you think the ring's going to be?
I mean, I know you're calling PV. We haven't seen.
Give me a chance, man. Let me actually call it. Don't assume.
Oh, well,
don't think for me.
All right, well, let me make a call real quick, and I'm going to call Harris Bluffs because I want to see a city finish, and I don't want to duplicate your guess. So where would you like to see this?
I think that the first ring is going to be in PV as I look at the map and see that it's not in PV. We might see something go down at Ranchito, though.
They softballed you that one, and you didn't guess. You should have been like, well, I think it's going to be Ranchito.
Hey,
you could have rolled into that one. But
not
Team
a cop-out.
Caliber going to start off in a really strong spot. Astral actually dead center of the safe zone right now, and they have a grocery store that they're actually at that they could decide to just sit at and play out of. I don't know if they have enough loot out of just that and the small campsite that they're looting right now to the south of the grocery store. If they have enough loot, they could just go ahead and decide to stay there.
Now, Gangstars are far, far away from the safe zone, but do you think that they'll be able to play the edges like they did last time around? Do you think that they can enter a little bit late and kind of cut out a place for them to hang out around the peripheral of that safe zone, or do you think they're going to end up blundering in and being able to be picked off by a squad who is closer?
It'll be interesting to see. If they leave early enough, they should be fine. But again, it depends on if they've gotten used to the dynamic safe zones. These gas rings move a little bit faster. The speed of the gas is sped up from where it was a couple months ago. So if they're not used to that and they don't leave soon enough, they could be in the gas coming out. And that's the situation where it's rough. When you don't have visibility because you are in the gas coming into the circle and you can't see who's there, that puts you at risk, and most of the time the guy sitting on the edge of the gas isn't in a vehicle. He's going to hear you coming, and at the very least, if you don't lose a player, your car is going to get absolutely eaten.
And that is a big decision to make, too. I mean, you want to just loot as much as possible in this early looting phase. So basically what all the teams are going through right now, they are running around trying to get all of the resources for what is going to go down in that final fight towards the end of the game. Right now, Soar going to have 3 members jumping inside of this police car, and you can see Kyrig over on the other portion of the map, probably getting some loot at a point of interest. 3 of these guys, are they cruising on over to this warehouse here?
Yeah, they're coming up over here. They're probably going to decide to veer off closer to their team, though, by going that way while the other team's heading. They were basically heading in opposite directions. I mean, we've got a 1,000-meter spread between each other. That's a bit of time that you have to go through to get there to be able to support your team. So they're not going to want to separate anymore, and it does look like their team is heading the same direction. So they're still trying to catch up. They're going to go loot this other side of the map.
Yeah, and now trying to get closer and closer to their team, definitely a wise move. But being a little bit spread up is going to pay off in some ways. Going to be able to hit more points of interest at a much faster rate. But STDX, they got the whole squad up in this ride.
Yeah, they've got one vehicle here. They're right 5 deep in it. But as we saw the slow plane there coming towards the safe zone, and that's going to be the first airdrop of the game. And we'll see where that one ends up going.
Yeah, we can see it. Like, we kind of have seen most of those airdrops today go uncontested to one player. There was that final one that we saw where Rogue was going for it and some shots were going in, but still pretty easy to peel off once the loot was obtained. But at this point in the game, we still do have all 60 of our players, 12 teams remaining.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. That is going to be our air supply. But with this ring, what do you expect to see? How differently is this going to play out from the games that we've seen earlier today? A very different location for those final seconds of the game to play out.
Yeah, so we are going up towards Ranchito, but I do expect that safe zone to pull back out of Ranchito again, a little bit south of it. So we're going to have a lot of forested areas, some low hills, a couple ridge lines in there. You have the water line of this river that we can see here that has some really nice ridges. So if the gas ends up stopping on the edge of it, you expect to see a team taking the water line just because there's nobody behind you, and you have a huge ridge that you can just continue to flank all the way down and get really wide angles on. You can make great use of it if the safe zone allows you to.
We're going to have to look out for that here. What do we think of the positioning of STDX?
STDX is going to be hanging out there for a little bit, and we are going to lose our first player of the game to an explosion. BM Raw going to go down, one of the shotgun slayers from Group A yesterday in solos. First one eliminated.
Now I want to be in the position where you're a man down at the very beginning. We actually saw this happen to Allure in Group A. They lost a player to that explosion. They were in a very tough position here. There's a lot of space, though. I'm surprised to see BMRA go down.
Yeah, absolutely. This airdrop still coming in, moving as slow as possible, and it's going to hit the ground here in a minute. and we'll see if any teams have spotted it coming down. But we're going to hop back over with TC, who did lose a player so far, Cryptic losing BM Rog.
I will say that air supply, for being that centerpiece of the brawl, quite zen on the way down.
Yeah, very calm and peaceful until it hits the ground, and then the chaos of the planes coming by, dropping bombs on it, probably makes it not feel like home.
You know, if it was zen for a few seconds there, but jumping on with GFE, it looks like they are trying to close the space between them and this air supply, and as you can see, this could be a little bit of a contest.
Yeah, so you've got two laminateds in there. Also, you'll see the waist pack and the 2 backpacks. A lot of guys, if they have the time and aren't getting shot at, they'll go ahead and shred those up to try and make more makeshifts later. But a double laminated is a huge pickup. That is an extra 4 bullets that your team can take as long as you're not getting hit in the head.
And we have to talk about how tricky it is, though, to actually pick up 2 laminated. It's most likely we're going to see that team come across and lay down a smoke on top of that air supply. One guy going to grab the laminated, throw it right on, take the other laminated, drop it on, or take the first laminated, drop it on the ground, put the other one straight onto his body, and dip out of there. That means the second member of the team needs to run into the smoke and grab it. Some shots firing out here, trying to secure that airdrop.
Yeah, it looks like Apotheon Esports might be trying to kind of scare GFE off. Not sure if they've been successful on it. ELH, actually, Europe's last hope, Zeke coming in. He's going to go ahead, and as you see, he just threw one on the ground, got in, threw it in the car, picked the second one up, gets in, take it back to the team. Zeke with the play to grab both.
Doesn't need to invest a smoke there, and doesn't even need the second man to pick up the Lammy. He is by himself there, and now he's just going to have a Lammy in the trunk. He can give that to one of the members of his team, but a really important thing to think about, you might not want to be using the laminateds this early. A lot of those fights are going to be at a long distance, so the damage that you actually take, you should be able to heal up. You should be able to actually use your med kits. So if you save that Lammy towards the end of those fights, till the end fights, those are 2 bullets that can actually spell life or death.
Yeah, absolutely. Epsilon here, our team that won the first round of Group B here in a pickup truck. It looks like they didn't get too lucky with the vehicles, and they're going to be trying to find their way into the safe zone and find a spot to kind of set up. And you can see them crouching. Sometimes you do that just out of either boredom of sitting in the back, not seeing anything to shoot at, or you do it just to make sure your head's not staying at the same level.
Yeah, you want to always be moving, right?
Look
any
how
opportunity
packed
that you can. Yeah, it is already getting packed. But also, you know, sometimes you just got to move your fingers, right? That's going to keep you crouching. But
down south there, Rogue needs to keep their heads on a swivel and make sure they're checking behind them, because GS is coming up from the south. At this point, they're not sure if somebody's behind them, and you're going to need to watch out for that. You do not want to get pinched out again.
This actually does look really good for GS, talking about whether or not they're going to be able to get a spot on the outside with just how clumped these teams are. GS almost looks like they're in the best position here. We talked about being in the center, just how dangerous it could be. And look at this. This is a cluster we got here around the river. There is going to be blood filling this river soon.
Yeah, everybody seems to have the same idea on the safe zone. Hopefully some of these teams on the outside can realize that everybody has the same idea and possibly rotate themselves a different direction. We'll see if that ends up working out for them. But Epsilon goes ahead and finds themselves a 4-trailer setup, and they're going to go ahead and set up camp.
I want to go back to that truck that we did see. You can kind of see it in that bottom portion of your screen here. We talked about is that the truck? Yeah, it is. So one of the things with the truck, we talked about it did get quite a lot better, but not in this scenario at all. It's really good when you're in an area with a lot of fences, because it can plow on through them and kind of be that tank to get those destructible items out of the way. But for Epsilon right now, this car is just going to be a deficit. They would much rather have the cop car at this portion of the game. Expect them to be looking for somewhat of an upgrade, but I think they're out of time to really find a better car. Now Rogue inside of the Jeep. They are moving through this wooded area.
Yeah, so Rogue's just trying to check it out here. GS hasn't come up on their backside yet. Gangstar's actually decided to go a little bit to the east of them, so Rogue shouldn't see anybody coming up directly behind them. They do need to keep an eye out over to that south side, though, because they are still a little bit more south of them, and if they decide to come double back, it could spell disaster for Rogue if they don't see him coming.
Yeah, I mean, this positioning, it's a shiny little object, right? I mean, you get the high ground. There are some ridges that you conduct between, and you see how these ridges are actually positioned. You have those micro valleys. I mean, you'd rather them be a little bit tighter here. Still, though, a good piece of real estate to etch out for yourself. Definitely want to plant the banner there.
much better position than a lot of these teams. We saw everybody go to the dead center of the map. Everybody got there and went, oh, and started backing out. Rogue had the option of going ahead and taking a spot earlier than them, which may set them up for success going towards the late game.
What caused this clump? What caused all these teams? It's like a magnet was thrown down right in the middle. They are just all over the river here.
They know that the safe zone is eventually going to center upon itself, and it's going to land somewhere in that row of 5 across, right around Mosquito River. So they're trying to get there early, which we talked about works in city finishes. It doesn't always work in field play.
See, if it was a little, if the middle of the safe zone was a little bit closer to Ranchito, this is exactly what I would expect to see. All of the teams hanging out in Ranchito. Now TK is going to be in Ranchito. They are probably set up very well there. They may have to move, though, as that gas actually does filter in. STDX all along this road, jumping all about.
Yeah, STD just using some of those barricades that I've talked about before. A lot of areas to kind of move around. However, it is very pinchable, and you typically only have 2 locations to get out of if you do get hit. If you get pinched, your only option then is to either hope that the other 2 start shooting each other or jump off the bridge, which is going to give you some fall damage, and you're still stuck underneath the bridge with nowhere to go.
You don't want your only option to be outgunning. That is a very risky play to go for. That line is one that you just can't rely on. You can't rely on your gun skills against the best in the world. You need to be employing the best tactics that you can. Not a super complicated idea, and one that will always ring true. Even the best slayers in the world.
Not sure what Frosty was shooting for there, but he decides to throw 2 bullets up the hill. I don't think there's anybody out there.
Sometimes you just got that itch on your finger, and you gotta feed the beast, right? You gotta let out a couple shots. So we are gonna have those shots ring out, and with where this member of Epsilon is, pretty sure that he would hear that. That's going to give away the location of GFE.
Yeah, AES definitely heard the shot ring out as well. Both those players hearing that. Splint hearing it, not sure of exactly where it is most likely because it's kind of at that far end of where you're going to be able to hear the shot ring from. Yep. But he is going to edge his way down, and he's just driving around in that pickup. So again, we're talking about this pickup truck. It's not great as a scout vehicle. Ideally, you want an ATV or a cop car, then an ATV, then probably a Jeep, then a pickup truck.
With this break, not really any ATVs on the map that we have seen. We do have some teams inside of those cop cars. Now AES putting in some suppressive fire. That is going to reveal the location, but it is also going to push the other team back because they do not want a fight yet this early in the game. We are still in that earlier stage, starting to move into the mid-game very soon, so we'll start to see some of these resources actually being used to potentially trade out resources from the other team. This air supply, though, is going to be a very important focal point, and it is very close to the squad of ELH. But it's right in the open. It is right in the open, Supersonic.
So Europe's Last Hope already grabbed 1. They haven't had to engage yet. They've got 2 laminated armors. This one's going to touch down, and that's the other thing about the center of the safe zone. The center of the safe zone is where these airdrops drop. So as they start to center on themselves, if you have that position in a strong enough position that you can hold it, you can start kind of grabbing these. You have a shorter distance than other teams to go to these airdrops, which is why some of them want to play the middle, but a lot of times it ends in the open. This time we've got 2 laminateds, a hunting rifle. So this is a huge crate to pick up. This would be a really big pickup for a team.
That is the dirtiest crate.
That's the best you can get right now.
That is just absolutely filthy. 2 lammies in that hunting rifle. We will have to see if ELH rotates over there. It is up for grabs, but it is wide open. I think ELH can potentially hold their position and just try to take out whoever does go for it.
That's the other side of this, is that they get the option of getting kill points by baiting this. And just letting people try to go for it.
If you're able to do that, you still do have the potential to loot. It's obviously a risky play. You are counting on getting those kills and being able to actually deal with the team that does come up to it, but it's win-win.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's such a trade-off. And look at this. TK all the way in the north, nowhere near anybody. They're just hanging out, having a grand time.
They've been on a team retreat in Ranchito for the entirety of this match. The question is, how long are they going to be able to just be with the boys?
Right now they have to move.
This is when they start rotating in. You are going to see that ring close, but they have options. The thing is they won't have to engage for quite some time here. They can kind of slide down into those outer portions of the map. Most of the teams clustered around that southeastern portion of the ring.
Yeah, ELH still here. They haven't decided to go for this other one. As the safe zone closes in, it becomes more and more dangerous to go for the crate and much more of an opportunity to just try and bait the crate. The other thing about this is that they can figure out where the crate is. Even if somebody throws a smoke grenade down, the green smoke coming up out of the top indicates where you need to aim, at least in your left and right, not the bullet drop. But they'll start spraying in at the green smoke, and it makes it very dangerous to try and loot.
Yeah, a lot of danger there, and you can see that there are multiple teams with eyes on it right now. I mean, Astral could very easily get in some shots. They're not too far off when compared to ELH. They could close that space pretty quickly. But that makes me think, should ELH be looking to bait? I think they have a pretty good sense of the teams nearby. I think they could be able to get this loot uncontested.
They could. I don't think it's the right play. Astral's starting to move in a little bit there, and I think that's going to definitely make it not worth the journey out into the open.
Yeah, the question is, if they went for it earlier, would they have been able to obtain it?
They could have. If they had gone for it right when it hit, it was open and free for the taking. They could have gone and got it. At this point, it's not worth it. The other thing about their position is, if you look, there's not a whole lot of places to back up to. There's some small trees here and there, but they don't have a lot of options to get out of jail. And if that safe zone doesn't stay with them, they might be in a rough spot walking into the new safe zone.
And this is something that you have said throughout the day, and it is one of the most important things when playing H1Z1. You need to keep multiple lines of play open. You don't want to give yourself only one option. And in this position, when looking at this crate, going for it may do just that. It might limit the amount of options that the players do have. Jumping on board with Mikey from STDX. First time that we've seen him in a little while, and he's got his binoculars out, getting a little bit cheeky, trying to get as much intel and information as he can.
This dude, absolutely a dedicated player, played for Team SB at Fight for the Crown after having shoulder surgery and basically could not move his arm left, right, still played.
You usually need that to play.
You usually need your shoulder. When you can't move your arm, he ended up going from a arm gamer to wrist gamer for that event.
That is not an easy adaptation to make, but it
dedication.
does show how much he does care about this game. And let's see if all of that time he has sunken into the title will allow him to come out on top today. Only 3 of the teams that you are watching in this game will be able to go to that grand final to fight for the money. And it is getting down to the wire. And look at that bottom portion of your screen. Look at Rogue. Look at Dare.
Yeah, Rogue and TK basically with the stronger positioning right now, the least chance of engagement. TK obviously with much more room than Rogue has here, but Rogue could play into Dare. GS getting pretty close to Epsilon, so Gangstars have decided to back up. They had left Beast back behind. They're going to pull back. So this is starting to get a little bit tighter here in Humperdinck Reserve. Here we see the safe zone pull back up towards where ELH and GFE are, so we'll see how Rogue rotates out. GS is going to be forced to basically run right through. If they go the other direction, you don't want to run into Dare and Rogue. So you're going to need to run north. We'll see how Rogue rotates and see if it plays out better for them this round.
If you are watching at home, this is your last chance to take a deep breath because we are about to see the bullets absolutely start flying. Players will be dropping very soon. As you can see, it is getting tight here. This may be one of the later rings of the game. Expect to see some members fall soon. We've only had 1 death so far.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure inside here as this ring closes with all these players inside is just getting greater and greater, and eventually this balloon is going to pop, and we are going to see the kill feed as we did in the last game light up to the point that me and you can't speak fast enough.
Who's going to light the match? That is the question. Who is in the position to start this first engagement? We're going to start seeing the teams filter into the safe zone right now. We saw quite a few teams on that periphery. I think TK is just in optimal position for this game.
TK has the opportunity to play it the same way Echo Fox did in Game 2 of the last round, depending on where that final safe zone is, if it's open or if it's going to be in tree cover. We don't know yet, but they are primed to take that sweep in from the northwest again and just dominate that final circle while everybody else is fighting.
I mean, and if you remember that last game too, what Echo Fox was able to do was they were able to sit in that corner and they were able to get important pinches time and time again. They didn't necessarily engage in fights until other players were already engaged in fights. You had 2 teams going at each other. You know what? They just cleaned it up. They didn't have to do the dirty work. They got to do the fun work.
Yeah, Epsilon is in a position where they could be in the first engagement, but again, I was talking about it. They only have a pickup truck to go anywhere. GFE is going to go for that airdrop. They get one of the laminated, get the second one. They snatch the bullets for the hunting rifle, but I'm not sure that they got the actual rifle itself out of there. I still saw it in there. I can speak. I promise I can. But they're going to go ahead and get, oh, this is actually a new airdrop that touched down. So they grab that airdrop that is gifted to them in the parking lot of their buildings.
That is going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, that's a big one if bombs come through.
Down. Yeah, those bombs come through, but look at how much cover they really do have here. Going to be interested to see what Broderick can do this time around. Broderick was picked off very early in that first game. This time he's hanging out here till the end. Only one player has dropped, but Broderick getting into these engagements, seeing them have that not being at a man disadvantage. Let's see what GFE can actually do here.
Yeah, Splint is going to probably want to come back towards his team here pretty soon as this closes in. Him being out there in an area between two teams of 5 that could absolutely just rip through him. He's going to want to move, and as you can see, Rogue is making that decision to use a vehicle to scout. Boxy being the shot caller here, he's going to be looking around, and he's playing scout while the other 4 move on foot and don't put themselves at risk of being eliminated in a single vehicle. TK still completely in the open there, no problem whatsoever, and it is just going to center on GFE. GFE with a really strong position with those being able to defend those buildings.
And also with everything that they were able to get resource-wise out of those crates. Keep in mind, though, it happened a little while ago. BM Rog has fallen down, so his team at a slight disadvantage here. Not a slight disadvantage, actually quite a large disadvantage, being down a man. As you can see, we have teams right in each other's backyard.
Yeah, we've got Gangstars and GFE here about to be in a fight. Epsilon is going to press this, and that is going to force GS to try and make a play into the buildings, most likely, unless they decide to just take the open field and go for I'm going to outgun you strategy, which we've talked about typically doesn't work out, or it just wipes both of you. So your option here is to try and get inside would be my choice.
This is not going to be an easy one to navigate at all, and we can see Gangstars just shimmying around that wall, trying to figure out the next few seconds. We talked about Broderick as being a player to watch.
They've heard the car. They know that they're there. This is bad. If grenades start to come in, Splintexify has done this time and time again in teams on the TA when we did them online of just nading through everybody. So there's a chance that Splint with Epsilon, if they come down this ridge line,
Gangstars could just
possibly
get pinched out here too. That smoke is about to fade. Epsilon gonna have solid lines here onto the Gangstars, and now letting out some shots is Beast, and that is going to make their location solidified. We are going to have the members of GFE definitely knowing exactly where they are at. The question is, when will these teams decide to pop off? Starting to leave the building is Broderick. Is he going to wrap around? Epsilon in prime territory to start the fight with GS. Flitch going to move up. That's going to put him in a risky position because GFE will be able to get eyes on him. Moving back to that wall, but this wall might just be the place where they all fall down because they have nowhere else to go and they are stuck right in between two teams.
This is one of those situations that I've talked about where you have to make a decision to make the play for the position. Right now, you should be assuming that GFE has to watch both sides, which means that they're split between the two buildings here. Your option to press right now and come through the windows and possibly go for a shotgun battle, which is scary, may be the play to do, but these guys were close. They're in, I believe they were 3rd in game 1. They do not want to bubble out and go down in 12. They go down in 12, they fall out of contention. Stormin gonna go down from Rogue here to Zeke from Europe's Last Hope.
We could also see some members of Epsilon, too, getting in that car, moving away from the rest of their team. Are they going to try to get a play, actually moving around to Gangstars and finding a way to engage, or are they just going to peel back? As we can see, the first fight going to break out here. It's going to be between Soar and Epsilon, and Soar is taking a massive advantage, sending 2 players from Epsilon to an early defeat, and that's the 3rd. Soar in prime positioning here.
Yeah, Soar coming in, pinching out, coming to the rescue of GS, possibly saving Gangstars for the moment from being pinched out until they decide to come up and take that spot from themselves.
Full wall of smoke's going to come down. Soar trying to preserve as many men as they can, but Gavizman is going to fall down, so they are only going to have 4 members remaining. But now Kyrig and the rest of his team laying a little bit more smoke here, but they know that the fight might not be over yet. Their location is known. Trying to pinch in onto Epsilon. FJ is still low. And now we're jumping back on board with those Gangstars for just a little bit. The fight between Soar and Epsilon may come to a close soon. Will it be the two members of Epsilon who go home, or will they take out Soar? There's nowhere for Epsilon to run. This may just be the end of this team, but they are going to go out. Guns blazing, Teenage going down. And we can see Rhino is also very low at this moment.
Yeah, Rhino down below 50%. We've also got Kyreg under 50% trying to heal. Gas coming in on him. He should be able to out-heal it for a minute and get back out of it. Gas nades now coming from Soar as they choose to push into Epsilon.
Take this fight?
Epsilon is going to be forced to take this fight against GS, and GS is going to probably turn this around. Jut lands himself a kill. Another kill for AES onto Lucido over in the trees just north of our current location, and Soar still trying to lay down, and Zare trying to get healed up here. Duke's going to drop to a shotgun kill from Chance. GFE, who is playing the inside of those buildings, are now starting to get pressed as Mikey also goes down to MMX. ELH just cleaning up right now, running through STD.
Yeah, they are getting obliterated here. We didn't get to see all of it, but they just lost some serious bodies. Soar also getting some kills up on the board here. And look at this. This is an absolute bloodbath inside of the building.
You can see Dare make that decision, though, that we were talking about earlier. Press the fight. These guys have to be split to hold this whole position. They were playing 2 in one building, 3 in another. Pinchy and Chance both going to go down to a grenade from Basic, who threw one in, most likely through the window, after Dare came in and pushed them out.
Big plays coming out from GFE because they have already found themselves in a terrible position. They were trying to lock down this building, and they lose a man. Now they are going to fight to keep it. A member from STDX is going to go down. It's going to be Class.
Class feeling that pinch play that happened to him in solos yesterday. Never liked to go out that way. He had nowhere to go. There was no way to fight your way out of that one.
That is true, and as we can see, only one member left from Epsilon. It's Balin, and he is doing the only thing that you can do when you are left alone in this terrible position. It is get into the gas, hope that you can pre-med the entire thing. Now Namali is going to come out. Another engagement. This time it's between Soar and GS, who has been stuck in between this wall for so long. And we can see that GS is starting to lead in this fight, but the first one to fall down is going to be Temp. Soar moving ahead. Both of their players under 50%, under 30%. One more from GS will fall, but Grizz going to be able to clear up 2 members from Soar.
Yeah, down to just Kyreg, I believe, left for Soar as they dropped 2 earlier in the game in the river fight with Epsilon. Balin looks like he's still back there just trying to heal through, and he is going to run out of the gas right now behind Kyreg. I don't expect him to shoot because they all think that he is dead. So Balin is just going to try to stay alive as long as possible after Epsilon won the first one. He just wants to make it into that top 6 position to solidify his team into the finals.
Exactly. You can still get that placement even if you are the last man alive. So he is going to lie down right now, use that ridge to its full advantage. GFE now trying to cluster here up against this dumpster. We do see that Jut does fall down. He was lighting up that kill feed a little bit earlier, but not many of these teams looking healthy at this point in the game. I want to see the other portions of the map, though, soon, too, because TK we haven't paid too much attention to in a little bit. We do see these grenades going to take multiple people down.
Yeah, those grenades trade out 1 for each team. Dropkid gonna drop another nade, and he's gonna find a kill onto MMX. We still have 11 teams alive. Thump gonna find a grenade kill onto Vago. Nade kills going out all over the place. Kobe's left and right.
Look at Balin. He's trying to heal himself up when he is in that gas, but he might run right into the crosshairs of GFE. Gas on Dare, trying to hold this building. Fluent going to go down. Balin ultimately, man, it was a nice run, man, but the Cinderella story is over. Toxic Gas going to take him out. That is going to be 11th place
and we
for
have
his squad.
Smoke safe zone at this point.
Yeah, this is absolutely, so much smoke is coming
Dare,
down.
Soar, Kyreg's going to go down to the gas here. Aladdin, all the guys from Dare just starting to make their way out, but they're going to be running right out into players of Europe's last hope. Razar finally turning around to come back and help the team. Aladdin going to get pumped out on the ground. Cloak trying to find a safe spot, finds one right along the edge of the gas. Going to start healing. Beast trying to heal in the gas for Gangstars to keep them in as far as they can. Zeke on fire takes a nade from Sweet Dreams. Rogue drop takes out Memento. Sweet Dreams then takes out Cloak. Sweet Dreams goes down to Thugga, and then Linden. This is going nuts, man.
Look at this. We're down to 6 teams just like that. Yes. We are going to see TK now finally entering the fray. They're going to send 2 members of GFE home, and they are in prime real estate to run away with this one. One member from AES is in their clutches. If they manage to turn on him, they could put themselves in the best position possible.
Yeah, Thump and Razar really close to each other here. Astro coming in, full 5-man team behind them. Thump needs to find Beast here. He's on the ground right in front of him. We'll see if Beast spots him. Thump is just trying to Enas out. He may have not even seen him. Thump has gone for the gas play. I don't know that this is going to work out. The gas is hurting really, really badly here. He
may
needs
just
to heal.
choke out here. Yeah, and he is dangerously close to Beast, looking for that fight, but now he just needs to heal up and try to run out of there. And as you can see, he is just hemorrhaging in that top portion of your map. T-Hub trying to get the best placement possible for his squad, but it is looking grim. TK with a full roster here trying to fight for placement. T-Hub going to run out. You see that helmet pop right off. Prox going to be the one to take him down, a member from TK, and they have to open up into Astral soon.
Yeah, so we're going to see 10 players left. TK with a full squad. I do believe Astral is down one, and I believe
in the car.
Yeah,
we're going to see
the play from Czar. He
hid
in the car, and he's going to let these two teams eliminate each other. There is a chance that these guys start trading out, and Razar wins the game. We'll see if this works out. Razar, last man left alive for Europe's last host, and he is just watching the festivities.
Razar is Europe's last hope,
Literally.
It is so true. He's being an absolute ninja right now, and it appears that Astral has absolutely no idea. Husker may fall down here. He's going to try to lie down to stay alive in this fight a little bit longer, but we do see Zachary taking some serious damage here. TK starting to light up this kill feed. The question is, will Europe's last hope... Oh, he ultimately does fall down. We only have 2 teams remaining here. He was cleaned up by Astral. Pretty even fight here. 7 players remaining. Astral getting a member from TK down. Prox looking for this fight, but he is dangerously low. Thule main at half health. Prox at about 60% health. Ashton at about 50% health. Thugga looks like he may fall. It's only Thugga, though, left up in good position behind this tree.
Yeah, Thugga here in a rough situation against Team Caliber, trying to throw some nades out. I do believe he has actually one teammate. Never mind. He is gone. Ashton gonna drop, and it is gonna be a 4-on-1 situation. TK making the Echo Fox play from the previous game, and they are going to take down Game 2 of the qualifiers. So showing up very consistently, not quite first and first, but they have definitely guaranteed themselves into the finals.
TK played that textbook. They had beautiful positioning throughout the entirety of the game. They're able to slide on through at the end, not have to engage too early, but they slay out efficiently, and they are going to take first place for that game, and it looks like they will be going forward to these grand finals.
And what we're seeing here is a meta per se. It's dependent upon the safe zone, but being that last team in, if you can stay that far out, a lot of teams are playing the center of the safe zone. They're all trying to play the center. We've seen it happen a couple times now, and those teams that are deciding to play the edge of the safe zone are being more successful.
Some teams are going to need to adapt when they actually do get to these grand finals. It seems like playing that periphery really is going to make teams win. I mean, sometimes you get in the position where you have to play the middle, right? It's just based off of where you were when the ring lands.
Yeah, GFE didn't really have a choice. They were playing those buildings for a long time.
Well.
They played it really well. They turned the fight on Dare for a little bit, but unfortunately, because they were on the far side of the safe zone and Dare rotated out before them, they were having to walk through gas out into Dare, which, and the 20 other teams that were sitting there. I know we only have 12, but we're going with 20. Everybody else was sitting there waiting for them coming out. We're not good at math. We're just not.
We've already told you. We didn't try to hide that. But you know what we are good at doing? Recapping. Let's take a look at the entirety of team play so far. We started off with Group A, then we moved into Group B. Let's talk about Group A and talk about the teams that are going to be advancing.
Yeah, so I mean, Epsilon, we'll have to see where that lands for them. I mean, first game, they took that one down. They were first in the first game. STDX second. Gangstars third. All of those teams went out fairly early, though.
This is what we were talking about with Group B.
Except for Balin, who held on forever.
Balin hit out.
Balin sat in the gas for like a half hour.
Ultimately not able to jump that placement up as high as he wanted to. But let's talk about Group A. Let's talk about the teams that we have advanced, just for anyone who's just tuning in, and also to recap as a whole, because in just a few seconds, we're going to figure out every single team that we are going to be sending forward. Obviously, Echo Fox comes out in a resounding fashion, looking incredible, taking first place twice. They are going to be leading the pack entering these grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. They came out with a big way, made a statement, taking down both games. Absolutely said, we are here. The first set actually going first, second, third, matching game 1 and game 2. PYD is actually something we want to watch out for when the scores come up, because fourth place total.
164,460 points for that Chinese squad, and we will have to see what actually does go down with the other fourth place squad, like the other squad that comes in fourth place on the standings. If that number is higher than 164,000, PYD is eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and we saw them come out with about a 12,000 point lead out of the first game versus what PYD was at. So we'll definitely have to watch that. But that team's actually already bumped up anyways. That was Team Caliber, who just took down the second game. A fourth and a first, I think, definitely averages out to somewhere between in the top 3.
That is definitely correct math. It might even be enough for a first-place finish when we actually do get to jump into the leaderboard. That's all getting calculated right now. But just want to reiterate, that was the final qualifier match for the grand finals of team play. We finished up the qualifiers for solo a little bit earlier. We did that yesterday, but that does not mean the H1Z1 action is done for the day at all. We are going to be jumping in at 10 o'clock with those grand finals of solos.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a lot more action here for you guys today with 3 matches instead of 2. Qualifiers have been 2. Finals are going to be 3, so we're going to see maybe you have a bad game. You still got 2 more games to kind of pull that back.
It's going to be great.
It's going to average out better.
It's going to be just the 60 best players. 20 of them you haven't even seen yet because they were invited based off of qualification. So then we send the 20 from each Group A and Group B, those 20 best players, to join the other 20 that were actually invited. It's going to be great. The 60 best players here from Atlanta in 3 back-to-back games, and we will be crowning the best of them and introducing the bounty system.
Yeah, and the bounty system may cause a whole shakeup with some of these players. You might see some earlier kills because you're putting money up for kills, which is something we haven't seen in a large-scale H1 tournament before.
I'm so excited to actually see the bounties for the first time. $3,000 to whoever gets the most kills, $100 for each kill, and that's $100 for each kill throughout the course of 3 games.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. Like, you slay out with 2 kills in each game and you're taking home $600. That's a lot of guap, first of all. But let's say you get finishes like Isco, for example.
Slay out at 8.
Let's say
he's been averaging in tournament on LAN. He's averaging out somewhere around 6 kills a game.
6 kills a game.
Yeah.
Nuts. Let's say he just puts that up. That is a lot of money to be taking home. And then if you get first place, you get that extra $3,000. And then all of that on top of the fact that you are going to be vying for the money that comes with placement, $100,000 on the line. And we're going to be giving that out tonight. Then we return tomorrow to give out another $150,000. Yeah, that's right, $250K in total. We're going to be giving $150K out to the teams that we are going to find out in just a second who qualified for this team play.
Yeah, we're going to, once this score screen comes up and we go to the final score, we will know everybody that's playing in every single final, solos and 5s. So we will know the full lineups, and we're going to let you guys speculate for a little bit of time on the solos. I'd love to see you guys tweet out who you think is going to take that one down. Please let us know. And then also I'd love to see some of the chat's opinions on who they think is going to take down the teams once we see who qualified.
Yeah, definitely let us know. I want to take a second while everything is getting calculated just to thank all of you guys for tuning in. It has been so great to be going about this tournament with all of you. Everyone who's hit us up on Twitter has helped us out. A lot of people are reminding us that
it's T-Hub.
Yeah, we saw that quite a bit on Twitter. So we are paying attention to everything you say. So thank you for everything, and also want to give a major shout out to everyone at Daybreak for getting this tournament together, and for everyone at Aces Republic of Gamers for supplying the rigs and monitors for these players, and everyone at Corsair for actually giving the peripherals to make it possible to play, both the mics and keyboards coming from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't run a tournament without rigs. I mean, we've said it time and time again, but it is a needed item, and yeah, 60 of them is something that really only happens within this style of game. It's not like we can run, okay, 2 teams of 5, you're done, 2 teams of 5. We have to run everybody at the exact same time, which
creates a little bit of rough spot on getting all your equipment in, and these guys definitely stepped up big for us.
Sometimes it's going to rain on your computer, and you're going to need another one, and that's when Aces sweeps in.
Yeah, sometimes Atlanta just tries to ruin you.
Thank you for Aces for being super cooperative and helping us out nonstop. And now let's just see.
And just so you know, Aces, we did go ahead and move that a little bit. We protected that beautiful rig of yours.
Yeah, and I think we probably had the insurance on it or something. I hope so. I hope we have.
Maybe somebody can confirm that for us. I'm not sure. But it made it, so we're not going to need to use that anyways. The insurance policy is not needed.
Hey, thank you very much for those rigs. And now we're just a few seconds away from actually seeing who is going to be playing in that grand final. Who do you think it's going to be right off of the rip here? Trying to calculate. I mean, assuming that's probably going to be the two first place teams with how it played out.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
Epsilon should be, just because of the bonus of how big that bonus is over second place. I think Epsilon still makes it in after taking down game one, even though they went down early. They'll probably bubble in at second or third. It's going to be close. This one's a little bit harder for me to calculate.
The thing with first place as well, with just the sheer amount of points that you do get, it's 175K for first.
Yeah.
So the interesting thing is let's say you did come in first in like the first game, for example, and then you have a terrible placing in the second game, and you end up in fourth place, you're still guaranteed to beat out PYD because they only have 164K points.
Right.
So the players who got first place in these games, even if they bubble out, they are definitely progressing. So the real question is if you're PYD, you don't want to see one of those teams bubble out because then that sends you all the way back home to China.
Yeah, you want to see them make it.
Yes.
You want to see Epsilon go in. You don't want to see Epsilon bubble out because if Epsilon bubbles out, they take down the game. They're advancing and you're not. So we'll have to see how this shakes out for them. But let's talk a little bit about that game while we're still waiting on the tabulations and formulas that our brains can't comprehend.
I really want to just talk about the rings in general, too. And the rings that we saw throughout team play were very different than the rings in the safe zones that we saw in the solo queue.
In Group B versus Group A, we saw much, much harder safe zones as a whole in what we were considering to be a harder group stage, and they had rougher safe zones to play through, which is the nature of this. Which is the nature of this game, and you do see people able to find their ways through this, but not everybody's going to get the chance. I really liked some of the kills, though, that we did see where finally a team did decide to come in. Dare decided to make that play where I was talking about you have to choose to make the play. But one of the guys off of GFE, as they bailed out, left a nade behind and caught a couple kills. So it worked out, and that's the risk that I was talking about. But you sometimes just have to do it, and Dare made that decision to do it. They were either going to be out in the open pinch. They ended up holding on a little bit longer, which gave them a little more points. I can't remember where they finished in the first game. They finished in 6th. We'll have to see where they finished in this one to see if it can even put them close to the bubble. I don't think it's going to be enough, though.
What about Gangstars? I wonder where they actually do end up. I think we're
going to
be sending
early.
Yeah, I think we're going to be sending. I think there's a very good chance that we send our fourth, like a fourth team from this group.
I think the fourth team is absolutely coming out of this group.
Yeah, I think that the 7th place team most likely will come from this group and actually knock out the Chinese squad of PDX.
I think that this next one's going to be really interesting because I'm trying to remember where everybody went out because we started losing teams one right after the other in that crazy kill feed. So I can't quite remember where all the teams in that bottom half went, but we'll have to see where it shakes out. It's going to be completely different than what we're looking at now.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, we're so close to getting that. We're just waiting to see when that graphic actually does pop up now. Taking a look at these rosters, it's crazy. All of the players that we have actually sent home already. We are getting to that grand final. Pretty much everyone is going to be eliminated. Everyone's going to be eliminated who isn't playing in it.
Yeah. So I still think PYD is bubbling out, but maybe we'll get a chance to see them perform in the solo finals tonight. We've got 2 of them playing. You've got Illusion coming over and YT2 Taps, who are 2 great players. Unfortunately,
Illusion, if you don't know, he is the best slayer in that region.
I mean, we might start arguing over that when we start talking about ISCO and people like What9 Hongildong and Aqua 5 and some of these guys on the Korean team on World Best.
Top 5 in that region.
He's definitely I'd say he's definitely a top 5 slayer in that region. And again, I'm not quite as caught up on that region because we only see however many of them decide to come over. They used to play on the NA server a lot, so we used to see some of them, and we got to know a couple. But we don't always see that with
we don't get to see it currently now because they have really regionalized and most people play within their region at this point.
Yeah, you don't
there's
have to
some new
experience
guys
like that
we
crazy amount of ping or anything like that. So
yeah.
it does make a lot of sense to start to see them rotate over to that region. But definitely want to talk about just in that last game some of your favorite moments. I want to hear what you really enjoyed as these scores do continue to get calculated.
I mean, I loved seeing TK basically do the play that we saw Echo Fox do. So they played it out almost exactly the same way. We saw them from the northwest corner stay 100% completely out. Everybody centered. That is something that maybe these teams need to look at going into the finals, is that these teams are playing really heavy into the center of the map. At the time of Fight for the Crown, most teams played the outside and then collapsed in. The center of the map during practices before Fight for the Crown was not where you wanted to be. And the meta changed, and only 2 or 3 teams have really shifted to staying on the outside. Everybody's trying to play the middle.
What made that meta change that teams wanted to be in the middle? Is it just because of the dynamic gas?
I'm thinking that the dynamic gas may have kind of shifted that, and maybe people were trying things out and it was working in the scrim environment. But now that we've made it to LAN, they fell back on something that was working there that's just not how it's shifting out here.
Yeah, sometimes you need to adapt when you actually get to the LAN. The scrims aren't going to shake out the same exact way.
Right.
And now they've had quite a few games. We've seen 4 qualifying matches in total for both solo, 4 in total for solo and for teams. So now you kind of have an idea of what the meta should actually look like, and it's going to be the players that adapt in the grand final that are going to come out on top in these 3 games that we have.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if in just how this information works out for them. Do we see everybody shift and now everybody's on the outside and we just have a slay fest anyways because they're on the outside, or do only half of them? It's going to be your ability to read that zone.
It's so
and play
hard
it well.
to make the meta calls too, because let's say everyone goes for the outside and then maybe the team that's actually on the inside does start to profit.
It's always going to shift, and that's one of the things that plays out different from any other game I've ever experienced, is that every game is different because it's not just what your decision is. It's not your ability like in normal shooters that are small maps where you have your choke points and everything. The choke points move and the choke points change based upon the decision making and the information that the other players are operating off of.
Yeah, so you first of all have that as an agent of chaos, if you will, throughout the entirety of the game. The map is constantly fighting against you. Choke points are changing. Areas that seem like the best place to be quickly turn into a trap. And then on top of that, because of the sheer number of players that are actually inside of the game, each of them is going to act as another agent of chaos. So you have 59 other people determining the tempo of the game. And if you get caught up and can't be one of those key playmakers who's going to be able to fight against that and determine it on your own, you're going to fall behind.
Well, the other thing is, or make the decision that Echo Fox and Team Caliber did and go to areas that completely remove you from being affected by the decisions of these other players and continue to move. If you have 100% open field, most people aren't going to play it. We saw both of them come from open field areas with no tree coverage, nothing else, where typically you're going to assume the team's not there. We weren't on them a lot because they weren't really playing, but they could have easily just been at a small ridge laying down against the edge of the gas for most of the game where nobody knows that anybody's over there. They have open sight lines. They think they can see everything, and they just assume no one's there.
Well, let's take a look at how it all ended up panning out with all of those things in mind. Team Caliber going to be on top from game number 2. Astral coming in 2nd place, and Europe's Last Hope in 3rd.
Yeah, Gangstars actually taking down 5th place there, which I think may bump them in. At the very least, it's going to put them in as a wild card. Rogue going into 4th, I don't believe it's actually going to be enough to get them into those finals for tomorrow.
Let's see it. Let's see that the overall standings from both games. We see Team Caliber going to be progressing, Epsilon Esports going to be progressing, Europe's Last Hope going to be progressing, and Gangstars going to be progressing as well. That means that PYD has faced elimination. We know all of the teams that are going forward. So it's going to be 1st through 4th place on your screen right now. And here you go. This is going to be everyone that you are going to see. Counter Logic Gaming, Obey, Denial, World's Best Gaming, Luminosity Gaming, Echo Fox, Impact Gaming, Hail Chapters, Team Caliber, Epsilon, Europe's Last Hope, and Gangstars are going to be going to that grand final to play for $150,000, and that's going to go down tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely insane. And we still have more action today, though, as we're going to go into the solo finals later tonight at about 10 Eastern. So we should be there in just about 2 hours, just under 2 hours. We'll be going live with the solo finals. But we do know all the final contenders for both solos and team play at this point. And now we can start saying, hey, message us, DM us. I want to see what everybody thinks, how these are going to shake out, because these are going to be really a ton of fun to watch and cast.
Yeah, let us know who you want us to be putting the spotlight on, and we will do our best to deliver. Just do not forget to tune in tonight at 10 to see who is going to be taking the $100,000 home for that solo grand final. And on top of that, we are going to be introducing that bounty system. Every kill going to be worth $100 throughout all 3 games, and whoever gets the most kills is going to be taking $3,000. So tune in for that. Then we're back tomorrow, and we are going to see who wins the team finals.
I am so ready to get into these finals. Is there a way that we can just do this now?
Let's just get it started up.
Let's just go.
The answer is no. We're going to be back at 10, so be sure to tune in, and we will crown our champion of the solos. We'll see you there.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's White Chaos, and wow, that was a show. That was pretty awesome. If you guys were stuck around during Group A, Game 1 and 2, Echo Fox just blew it out of the water. Can't wait to watch them in the finals tomorrow myself. What are you guys mainly, hyped for? What team you guys, excited to play and hopefully win tomorrow's finals? For me personally, I think it would have to be Echo Fox. They demolished those first 2 games, and it was just pretty awesome to watch them. Plus in Group B, Epsilon, they just destroyed the first game, and Rogue, they didn't do too great. I was kind of hoping they would become top 3, but they did terribly. Game 1 and then Game 2, they kind of came back a little bit, came in 4th, but they just couldn't, they just couldn't get there, which was kind of unfortunate. But it was a pretty awesome show. And overall, guys, thank you guys so much for watching my stream of the Elite Series 2017. I just decided I would stream it just because, I love H1Z1, big fan of it. I don't have any affiliation with them as a business or anything like that. I'm just a fan, and I just love the game, and I decided to stream it over here on YouTube since nobody else was streaming it over here on YouTube. So I appreciate you guys coming to watch this stream, and those of you who have liked the video and also subscribed, I appreciate that as well. In about 2.5 hours from now, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time or 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the solos finals will be going live. I will be live streaming it here on this channel tomorrow at, I believe, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time and 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The finals for 5s should be going on, so I will be streaming both final events. So I'm just going to go take a break right now, and we'll be back live in a couple of hours right now to watch the solos finals, which would be pretty hype. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I appreciate all of you, and can't wait to see what happens during these finals. Thank you guys for watching. See you later.